Sitting on the chair, he was thinking about something of his own, and only the echoes of his name, Dok, made him come back to reality. The men sitting in front of him asked questions, and the next one was how he would clean the polluted water. Without hesitation, he replied that he would use a special machine from the government. They looked at him and started looking for the next question to ask. One of them was interested in what exactly made him turn to them. As soon as he opened his mouth and tried to say something, the man interrupted and added that if you look at his resume, he had no talents. So he asked for an honest answer whether he thought this conversation was pointless. Dok was a little cornered by this open question, but he asked again to make sure he heard correctly. And quite openly, he replied that why would he take a job in such a large corporation if he had no talents? He clenched his fist and said that why did they post a job ad and that they were prompted to do so by the law on discrimination against talentless people. Dok wondered what was with all the damn talk about talent again after the existence of the underground was revealed. People began to develop new abilities and were called talents, and civilization began to develop rapidly. Some people considered talent a blessing, and even he thought so until he learned that he had no talent. Another man joined him and said that their company was working for profit and did not hire talentless people like him. To defend myself, I asked him if he even realized what he had just said, because it was direct discrimination against people without talent. At first he didn't understand, but once he realized what he had just been told, he couldn't let this happen to him. They all started to quarrel about what he thought and how he behaved, and they were sick of people like him, because his lack of talent did not make him a superhero. All this time, Dok sat and waited for them to stop talking, and as soon as they did, he asked them to apologize to him for their attitude. They only laughed because they thought that it should be the other way around, that the one who wasted their time should apologize. Then he stood up and said that judging by their reaction, they would not apologize, but the man said that only after him. Standing in front of them, he reached into his pocket to take out a notebook, and as soon as they saw it, they were very frightened. And to scare them even more, he added that it was definitely a discriminatory statement against talentless people. They ran out of their seats to catch up with him and shouted after him, apologizing and asking him to wait. Just before leaving, he stopped and turned around and said that he would see how they could repeat these words in front of the Human Rights Commission. When he left home, he was very annoyed because he had no talent, not pride. I laughed at the idea that talent is a blessing to humanity, but then I thought to hell with it and felt that I had become something. I saw that it was chewing gum and almost exploded with anger because it was firmly stuck to my shoe. Trying to tear it off, he shouted that it was not so hard after he chewed it to throw it in the trash. Suddenly, a strong stream of cold water hit him directly in the face from the bushes. The workers who were watering the bushes did not notice that a person was there and apologized. When I came to the front door of the house, I wondered what was wrong with this day, why I was so unlucky. Since I lived on the lower floor, I went to the window and saw that the drunken fools had done their thing again. After he finished cleaning, his mother called and asked how things were at work, and he tried to change the subject by asking how she was doing in the hospital. But my mother suddenly reminded me of my uncle's debt, and in order not to listen to it for the 1000th time, I interrupted her and shouted out my opinion that my uncle was most likely in another country. When he realized that he had cut a little, he said that he was not angry with his mother and apologized for shouting. He also asked me not to worry because he had a good education and a good resume, so I shouldn't worry about money and think about how to get better. As soon as the conversation quieted down, my mom asked how he was doing, and they talked, and Dok promised to call her again later. It was a really hard day, and a conversation with my mom made me go outside. Trying to get a cigarette, he mumbled that it was the only thing that made him feel any better. As soon as the rain came down and wet the lighter, I froze in place, standing for a minute without moving, not even a thought. The lighter he was holding hit the asphalt with such force that it bounced off him several times. He looked up at the sky and shouted if he could at least give him a smoke because he was already doing his best. He got even angrier and asked why he hated him so much and what he wanted from him. When he fell to the ground, he thought that it didn't matter whether he existed or not, someone had to take responsibility for it. But he was still very angry with God. Suddenly, the sky began to shine with lightning, which immediately caught his attention, and thunder rolled very loudly across the sky. Doc took this as a sign that he had heard him and thus showed him how much anger he was feeling. After he called out and sent God, in a second, a lightning bolt struck him from the sky. While still conscious, when I was falling to the ground, I thought that I should have expected this to happen. Already lying on the ground, the last thing that came to mind was how his mother would be without him, and he lost consciousness. After a while, he opened his eyes and saw something glowing bright blue above him. The first thing that came to mind was why he was still alive, and the second was what was hanging in the sky above him. I saw that it said that a job was available, and below it was barely visible that the gods were waiting for him. All the time after the incident, I sat under the window and thought about what it was and how I survived. Because after shouting at the god whose existence he had never denied but never accepted, lightning struck, and it was not the punishment of heaven. When people are struck by lightning, they usually do not survive. But after examining myself well, I saw that there was not even a scratch on my body. And if I remember right away, I saw a flying message above my head with a writing for some work. But it was so unclear what it was. It resembled a status window that people with talent see. The thought flashed that maybe the lightning was a talent, and to check it out, I needed to open that window. As soon as it appeared, I immediately confirmed my guesses, but it was not clear why it was writing about some kind of part-time job. Then a globe and various windows with such inscriptions appeared all over the room. It was a real advertisement for a part-time job. It made him laugh, because in his life all he could count on was a part-time job, and even here everything was repeating itself. Gathering my strength, I set myself up with negative thoughts because I still had nothing to lose. Returning to the status window, I made a request for the work, and saw that even there it was divided into categories. After selecting one of the works, a warning popped up that it lacked divine powers. I didn't know what those powers were either, but I just grumbled that they had never existed, and that I had no talent. I noticed that it didn't look dangerous, so who knows, maybe his choice will be a turning point in his life. At first glance, the divine part-time job looked like a job search program, but when I clicked on one of them, I saw that no divine power was needed. The screen showed that I needed to create a dungeon in Midgard, and this option was interesting. But he paused for a second because it said dungeons, and as far as he knew, different monsters lived in them. There were plenty of questions about what kind of work it was, and whether it meant that the dungeons were created by gods. Then, looking at the amount of money he would receive, he saw that it was 12 tours, and wondered what kind of currency it was, and whether it could be exchanged for real money. Since it was the money of the gods, it had to be worth a lot, and it was better to try to think endlessly. Somewhere in an unknown world, a pillar of energy appeared from nowhere, coming from the sky to the earth. That energy hit the tree and split it into 2 parts with its force. Doc came out of that tree all torn up in a state of shock that this had happened to him after clicking yes. Looking around, he saw the incredible beauty of nature and a place he had never been before. While he was looking around and thinking that it was just a dream, a creature crept up behind him and rushed at him. Before she could get there, a huge man appeared and caught her and asked her to be obedient. When he turned his gaze to him, it was not the new worker who spoke, but the fright on Doc's face. The burly man introduced himself as Thor, the Norse god of thunder, and said he was pleased to meet him. He smiled sincerely and took him by the shoulder, sure that he already knew him. Picking him up by his shirt, he said that he would tell me everything on the way, and I noticed that he was very light, but I hoped he was strong. His massive body with a long beard and incredibly strong gaze made one believe that he was Thor. And in his hands he could be seen carrying a large, heavy hammer with sparks on it. It must have been Mjolnir. He turned around and asked me that, judging by his appearance, he looked like a god from Asia. This question was very strange, whether it was normal that he called him God, but the answer had to be given. I also had to figure out which god, since I knew a couple of them. He needed to be called someone who would not arouse suspicion, since he was sure that he was the only person here. Then he smiled and answered the Torah that yes, he was from Asia, but he was not famous because he was from a small mountain. He slapped me on the back and laughed, saying that he had heard of him and knew that he helped people in danger. Even the Thunder God thought he was too immersed in human culture, and Doc replied that he had descended into the human world many times. Thor concluded that the man must value people, so he asked if he was sure he could do it. to make a place where people will suffer, turned to him and smiled lightly. Being afraid for his life, he did not think for a long time and answered immediately that of course he could, but sweat appeared on his cheeks. As soon as they arrived at a certain place and started to climb the stairs, Thor asked him if he had heard of the Minotaur's Labyrinth. If you have heard of it, then he simply pointed to what is being built and added that this will be the concept of this dungeon, and his task is to help build the maze together with them. To put it mildly, Doc was quite shocked by this scenario. A little later, while working, he stopped because he was surprised by something on his backside and was called and told that there was no time to move on. He was struck by the huge door of one of the rooms with a bull's head at the very top. After some more time, I came to the surface as I needed to eat and rest a bit. When I was eating, I heard an announcement that help was needed in Sector E1 and shouted that I would go. But they didn't hear him and wanted to shout again, but he didn't let them, appearing suddenly in front of the man, which frightened him. The man noticed that he was a very hard worker and asked him to be careful not to fall into a manhole or pit. In the dungeon, the Red Goblin told him that it should work, so that's enough. I praised him for his good work and asked him how he felt about Doc, and he smiled and said that he was replacing sports. Since everything was ready, the goblin told him to go to the cart and make a short break there, and then they would go to the next place. As we were leaving, I asked him if all Asian gods were so proactive, and his answer was that it depended on their character. Goblin also noticed that a lot of people who worked with him responded very well. He thought that he was Doc, who had 200% social skills, and the talent who needed it was to communicate with the gods. The cart stopped and the goblin stood up and showed them to follow him because they needed to move on by themselves. Their traps will be blown if this giant passes through here. Taking the box, he stepped aside, and the goblin shouted at him to be careful and watch where he was going. He pointed to the floor and asked if he saw a trap sign, and if so, not to step on it, so that he would not get caught again. He showed him where the others were, that this was the first time he had seen them, and now he would know how to see them in the future. As they went, he said that the older gods needed people to test them, and that gods like them had no place among them, so they earned their living by doing this work. Dungeons must be built constantly, which means endless work on them. Then he pointed to the workers and suggested that we go look at the room they had started building a few minutes ago, and that it was probably already finished. The size of the room was impressive, and even more impressive was how they were able to do it in a few minutes. It made me wonder how they did it and what kind of picks they had. Then the goblin ordered me to put a box over there and approach him. He was opening them at the time and saying that these things should make this place a good test. Doc put his hand up and said it looked like a round stone, and the goblin said that in a year it would make spiders. And when they emerge from all these eggs, this dungeon will be a pain in the ass. There was another box on the side, but this one was bigger, and he asked what kind of monster it was. In the box was a human lizard, tied up with bandages and quite tall with a muscular body. I thought it was incredible and wondered why the part around the neck was transparent. The goblin shouted to him to be careful because the lizard had not yet completed its shell, and this was a vital place, and let him lie there because it was time for them to move on. Then they got to the goblin's hideout, and the arrival of people in this place meant that they were almost at the boss. He stopped and noticed that in one of the caches he could see the silhouette of one of the goblins. He opened his eyes sharply, jumped up, and shouted at the top of his voice that Doc's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He fell on his ass, unable to comprehend what was happening, while the goblin could not stop laughing. His friend, who could hardly contain his laughter, told him not to worry. The goblin was just joking. But it will be a completely different story when the dungeon is built because these creatures are smart and cunning, so they are difficult to counteract. Walking a little further, Doc saw that amazing door again. It was the end of the maze. The head on top was huge, and the drawings on the door indicated that the boss was behind it. At that moment, the god Thor came up to them, cheerful as always, and greeted them kindly. He also said that he had heard a lot of good compliments about him and asked how the work was going, and he replied that it was going well thanks to everyone's work. Thor was satisfied with this answer, and the next thing he wanted to know was whether they had finished placing the monsters. The goblin reported on the work done, saying that it was done and they only had a little more to do. Thor took this well and realized that the god of the mountains could be sent home and raised the hammer up. He praised him for his good work, laughed, and shouted that the next dungeon would be in Asian style. There was thunder, and the hammer in Thor's hand came sharply down upon him. The energy was raging over his head, so he fell to the ground in fright and held his head with his hands. He let out a sigh of relief, thinking who could tolerate people like that. He had already thought that he was being punished for lying and pretending to be a god. I also rejoiced in the thought that it was real, not a dream or a stupid hallucination, but a real reality. With this joy, he jumped to his knees and raised one fist in the air, glad to have finally gained talent. The system interrupted him, telling him that he had been paid his salary and whether he wanted to see it. As soon as I clicked it, I was notified to wait a bit as the god's bench was loading. Various objects began to be knocked out, first of all the spear of the almighty god, Odin Gungnir, which had the property of never missing. The second thing that caught my eye was the armor of the Nemean lion, which neutralized all physical damage. There was also an interesting necklace of Freya that helped to travel through different dimensions. Judging by the items there, Damdock realized that it was a store for the gods. In it, one could even acquire a power like Thor's lightning, or the power of the most famous blacksmith of mythology, Hephaestus the Flame. There was also the power of the god of battles, Ares, called Destruction. I immediately thought that if he could buy it all, he would become a god in human form, the god Damdock. Clenching his fist, he firmly decided that his life would change with the arrival of this moment. And he immediately realized that he didn't have enough money on his balance sheet. I thought that, of course, the cheapest one was 70,000 tors, which was very expensive. Then he started flipping through to see what he could buy with his paycheck. When I found the talent graph and clicked on it, I almost fainted from surprise. They were selling talent, and all he had to do was buy it at a damn good price for someone like him. What was even more important was the price of them. As soon as I saw that they cost 12 tors, my eyes went to my forehead. In the explanation to them, it was written that the gods do not need talents if they are used by mortals. They need strength, not talent. And what else was driving me crazy was that these were not ordinary talents, but SS-class talents. The first talent I chose to watch was the SS-class sword talent. If you think about it, he really liked swords when he was a kid. With nothing else to think about, I let off steam and pressed the receive button. It was as if my body rose up a little, and a golden glow shone around me. I was very pleased with the result because I have always done a lot to get F-class talent and did not expect to get it so easily. The system congratulated him on his first purchase and that today was a special day. So they give him another item of the same class as the one he just bought. It was incredible, and I immediately started looking for something to buy next and chose combat talent. I was as happy as a little child because I could use both of them. But something started to happen. I got dizzy, looked at my hand and saw that my eyes were blurry. Only when I fell to the floor did I feel the pain go all over my body until the system notified me. What is happening is that the body is being strengthened to prepare for talents. Lung capacity is increasing and muscles are growing. After he lost consciousness, he dreamt that his mother was approaching him and apologizing for being so bad to him because she was suffering so much. He told her threateningly that he had asked her not to say that and that everything was fine now and that he had talent. As soon as he stood up, he grabbed his head and said that he was dreaming about his mother. And he caught himself thinking that he had woken up abruptly and that it had all been a dream. Without hesitation, I shouted out for a status window to appear to convince him. It said that his profession was a low-class god and that all the talents he had acquired were there. He sat back down on the floor and smiled, because life is really not fair and not expected for someone as talentless as he was. Suddenly the phone rang, and he saw that his mother was trying to call him. As soon as he picked up the phone and wanted to brag, she told him not to come to the hospital today. He asked her if something was wrong, but she just wanted him to listen and not come to the hospital. He was confused by this and tried to ask what had happened. Then another voice on the phone asked if it was Cho Yoon-hee's guardian, and he answered that it was. Then he said that he could not give details, but a dungeon appeared next to the hospital. They called earlier, but no one answered the phone until the situation improves. But Damdock had no desire to sit idly by at home, especially when it came to his mother's safety. The place where the dungeon appeared was surrounded by heavily armed soldiers. The news even reported that there were government representatives at every step. A man shouted into a gramophone that this was a restricted area and asked everyone to move away. A taxi quickly brought Damdock to the scene. As soon as I paid and left the car, I looked at the man, and the system informed me that the combat focus skill had been activated. Then I could see that person very close, but I didn't understand why everything happened automatically. Then I noticed that I heard people saying that the government was rounding up all the hunters in the country. They were discussing whether the hunter with 8 stars would come because it was a very dangerous dungeon. Everyone around him was talking about something, and he heard them all very well and clearly. I could not believe that it was all because of the skills of the talents I had acquired earlier. Pulling himself together, he thought that now was not the time to think about it. He needed to get to the hospital somehow. When he got through the crowd, he shouted that his mother was there, but the soldier refused to let him in because there was a labyrinth in the dungeon. When I heard this, I could not believe what it all meant and why he called it a labyrinth. People around me began to run away in panic from the stream of energy that exploded in the back. Udamdok did not intend to run away like everyone else, so he covered himself with his hands to protect himself from the wave of the explosion. He was still thrown back as soon as he woke up and began to barely get to his feet. Wiping off the dust, I asked myself what was going on here. As soon as I looked up and took a good look after the dust settled, I saw the impossible. He could see the very dungeon he helped build. The attention was turned to a man who was coughing and clearly needed help. Throwing him over my shoulder, I asked if he was okay, and the man asked only to get out of there as soon as possible. Suddenly, his instincts kicked in, and he pushed the man to one side and fell to the other, and something quickly flew between them. When he fell, he looked around and saw a real sword stuck in the car. Turning his head in the other direction, he saw a man with a sword sticking out of his hand, and the man told him in a hoarse voice to run away as fast as he could. As soon as the man fell on his backside, he had the physique of the same man of the lizard from the box. The lizard was serious, and when it saw its next victim, it was ready to attack immediately. The military, who arrived in time, began shooting at them to prevent more casualties. They had quite strong skin, but when the bullets hit the monster's bottoms, they immediately fell. Udamdok was shocked the whole time, hiding behind a car and shouting that there were people here. He was quickly brought to his senses by another lizard that appeared in front of him and charged. To facilitate her task, she threw her sword at him, which flew very fast. The system reported the activation of the combat focus, and everything around suddenly became very slow. So much so that when the sword came close to him, he was able to raise his hand up and catch it. As soon as I threw the sword aside, I was dumbfounded by my skill and looked at my hand in disbelief that I had done it. The second lizard turned his attention to himself, swinging to throw at the man next to him. You send everything to hell and gather all your courage into a fist and bend down on the monster. The soldiers immediately stopped shooting when they saw him there, but it was not clear whether he was a hunter or a simple man. Even if he was a hunter, why was he unarmed and Udamdok himself was surrounded by them? My body was shaking with fear, but my thoughts were that I rushed here out of anger, but I did not know what to do next. The lizards were not going to spare him. One of them decided to attack first, and did not listen to his cries that he did not want to. The sword passed a few centimeters away again, the combat focus skill activated in time. To him, the skill of combat focus was like feeling as if he had drunk many mugs of coffee before a fight. And since I could clearly see their movements, I could try to counterattack these creatures. The talent of combat power became an active strike on the lizard, hitting it so hard that it flew away like a feather. When I looked up, I could not believe that he had managed to do it, and it also meant that his talents were working. Since we managed to defeat one, we had to deal with 2 more. When the first lizard tried to attack, he sharply ducked down and brought his body forward. This allowed me to turn around and hit the monster right in the head with a strong kick. There was one more who was running because he thought he would not see him coming. The lizard, having come very close, was already watching how his blow would bring him victory. To save himself from the attack, he decided to jump up to the mountain at the moment when he was pointing his sword. It worked, and the creature lost its vigilance and got a right kick in the head. The soldiers looked at him and could not believe their eyes that this was possible. For such an unremarkable guy to be able to kill lizards without weapons with his bare hands. Doc's attention was drawn to a man who appeared there. He asked which guild he was from and praised him, despite the fact that he was a newcomer and very good. He came up and shook hands, introduced himself as the head of the Sangan Guild, named Namgan Duke. He was curious because usually guilds send several people, but here Udamdok said that he was working alone. The head said that they came here to clear the dungeon and offered to go with them. He was surprised by this, but abruptly remembered that he was no longer an ordinary man, and the monsters were coming fast. And if they don't stop them, a lot of people may suffer, so I agreed to the proposal. As soon as they entered, I tried to walk in front to be able to guide them. Walking a little further, I noticed that one of the group was making crosses just in case. He asked everyone to stop and said that from now on, he would lead them himself. People didn't like it. One man angrily asked to listen to him. He didn't know where he came from, but here, they only listened to their elders. Udamdok did not go for the provocation and explained why he said so, because then the pits and traps began. Namgundok laughed and thanked them for their help, but their squad had already found their way. In order not to start an argument, he knelt down and picked up a stone and threw it into one of the traps. As soon as the stone touched the ground, the trap was triggered, razor-sharp pins emerged from the ground and smashed the stone. He reassured the chairman that his squad had definitely not passed through here. He pointed his finger at the floor and said that this trap was activated by touch. And the spears are made of a special alloy, which means they can pierce any armor. Namgundok asked how he knew all this, and then he mentioned that he could not tell them that he helped build this dungeon. To ward off suspicion, he decided to joke about it, calling it his trade secret, and suggesting that we move on. Recalling that he had taken a torch just in case, he emphasized to everyone that it would be more dangerous. He raised a fire above him to illuminate what awaited them. A giant spider was depicted on the door in front of them. As soon as we went inside and moved on through the room, we encountered only small spiders that could easily be crushed by a foot. While one complained that his leg was covered in spider blood, the other was afraid that they would turn into a barbecue. He asked him what he was doing while they were discussing the plan. These spiders are everywhere, just like their webs that serve as a trap. They talked about what the guy had said, and they couldn't trust him because he could be a spy. When he reached the end of the corridor, he looked in and saw the room where he had placed it. He has a huge number of traps with spider eggs and knows where they all hide. In order not to cause big problems, he decided that he would set them all on fire and finally get a reward for his work. The combat power was activated because I heard someone calling for help, and I managed to stop the others from burning everything to find out who was shouting. After a while, the head of the building told his subjects that people were found inside and that they needed to save them first. When they get inside, they have to form a combat formation because they don't know what is happening to the people there, so they have to move unexpectedly. He also emphasized that he does not know what skills the guy uses, but he sees that he knows these places, so the rescue team will obey his orders. Udamdok did not expect to be in charge at all, as he had no such experience before. He wanted to tell him this because he was worried about endangering people on his own account. But at this time, a girl came up behind him and said that he should be thanked for passing the area with traps without any obstacles. After shaking hands, I wanted to admit to her that I had no experience, but she was the first to speak and asked him not to worry, he just needed to guide them. Since they were holding hands the whole time, he asked her to let him go, and she asked why he didn't use a weapon. Before she left, she emphasized that it was obvious that he had not used it, and recommended that he should start carrying a sword or two. If that's all, she goes and adjusts her hood, looks at him again, and leaves. This girl was very curious. She said everything that was on her mind and left, and I wondered if he had told anyone his name. The chairman asked everyone to take their positions according to the plan, and they will enter. They went inside and started looking around, and one of them noticed that it was very quiet. The chairman ordered them to keep quiet and look at each other intently. Udamdok abruptly stopped. He raised his head up and shouted that the danger was over their heads. The spiders that were there were different from the ones in front of the entrance. They were huge. Namgundok grabbed an axe because those monsters started coming down from the top. He shouted at his subordinates to stop the panic and come out of their stupor and to follow the plan. While the rescue team had time to search for the people, Udamdok ordered them to follow him. In order to cope quickly, he activated his combat instincts to hear at least some sound from people. He was able to find them very quickly as he broke away in front and called the group and asked them to move faster. They brought them down from the top and tried to cut the cocoon with knives to save them. But as soon as they did, a group of monsters approached them from behind, unnoticed. Doc shouted to them that he knew a safe place and to follow him quickly. While I was dealing with the spiders, I thought about what I had initially doubted. In between thoughts, I used strong, quick blows to blow spiders left and right. He was worried that the boy knew how the dungeon was organized and where the people were, even though he had never seen it before. Along with the people who were rescued, there were also people who were already wounded, and they all had to be evacuated from the dungeon. One of the group members told the head that their total damage was minimal, and he was happy about that, so he and the others who were ready to fight would move on. He turned his head to Doc and said that he wanted to talk to him very much. Not counting the 2 policemen and the rest of the hunters, there are at least 10 more who have fallen into the traps, even people from their offensive unit. And if not for him, they would have burned them all, and he laughed and scratched the back of his head and said that it was nothing. The chairman added that he had a feeling that he had some incredible talent, as if he had built the dungeon himself. But he quickly tried to cut off the topic, joking that he was not a god to build it. He asked them to gather all their strength and continue on their way, and mentally he was glad that he hadn't been caught. They came to a place with interesting paintings that looked like they were not paintings of ancient peoples. Doc said that it was built by goblins. The subordinates were upset that there were only goblins there, and they expected to reach the boss. He thought that there was a goblin ambush and could not come up with a reliable plan, but with the firepower, he could try something. Having made up his mind, he apologized to the chairman and asked if he could go on alone. One of the squad didn't like this, as he was very confident and interrupted the goblin's tone, so if he was scared, he asked them to stand aside. Dok and Dok stepped aside, the chairman not thinking that the idea of going alone was advisable. In this case, Dok asked that once they were inside, they should listen to what he had to say, and they agreed. An upstart among the squad overheard their conversation and intended to use this chance to show off in front of the head, but because of this guy, the plan was ruined. And I could not let this chance be stolen completely after walking a few meters into a very spacious, bright room. The squad began to resent why the room was empty where all the dum-dums were and asked them to be quiet. 2 members of the squad joked with him that if any goblins appeared, they would protect him. Suddenly, all the light disappeared around him, and he shouted at them not to turn on the lights. And the man asked why they should listen to him, because if they wanted to fight, they needed to turn on the lights, and if they were afraid of goblins, they should sit aside. After these words, his finger moved forward and the light from the lantern came on. Doc shouted to everyone to duck down immediately if they wanted to live. Those 2 were in the front, and the one in the back smiled and asked why he was standing there. They had to go on. And then he came back, and his body was full of arrows that pierced him without noise. His body collapsed to the ground as the lantern in his hands fell next to him, shining into the void. The chairman ordered everyone to stay still, turned around, and asked if that was why he asked them not to turn on the lights. But it was strange that they could hear them, so why didn't they attack? He said quietly that it was true, and that they were playing with their loot. They are now watching them from the darkness, because they want to enjoy their fear. Doak still insisted that they could not attack in the dark, and then he heard an interesting option that they could do it without light. Doak activated his skill and asked him to just rely on it. While everyone was crouching down and sitting quietly on the floor, he walked a little in front to get used to the darkness. He realized that they were all excited and could not see anything, so he asked them not to move or make any sounds until he said so. As soon as I stood in the center of the room, I closed my eyes and tried to concentrate. He began to sense everything around him with the help of a combat sense, and he knew where the goblins were. Having tuned in, I opened my eyes and began to act without leaving them a chance. After a few minutes of ordering the lights to be turned on, they saw the bodies of the monsters lying around, and the last one was holding the one he was holding. As soon as that one was destroyed, we could not believe that this guy was capable of such a thing, and were very interested in what tricks he used. One of the 2 survivors was angry because if he had been given a little more time, all the laurels would have gone to him. The chairman was delighted. He had never seen anything like it in his entire life while hunting. Walking further, we finally came to the place where the head of a bull was on top of the door, which was the boss's room. The large doors of the room opened and let in rays of light. In front of them, at the top of the stairs where the throne was, sat a huge creature with the head of a bull. At first glance, the chairman realized that they were facing a real dungeon boss with incredible strength. Since he saw that the enemy was not going to attack first, he wanted to take advantage of this advantage. Doc received a message from the system that the Minotaur sacrifice was activated and needed to select 5 candidates. It was not clear what it was, but it seemed that only he could see this message. I thought that there must be at least some hint how to get through here without any problems. It would be nice to find information. He approached Namgundoak with a proposal, but he asked him to wait, and they were discussing a plan, and not wanting to wait, he said that he knew how to get around the boss. The chairman took this into account, and they stepped aside to discuss the details. The man from the squad was angry with the boy again because he had stolen his opportunity to show off. He could no longer stare at it stupidly, so he crept closer to the monster. Drawing the arrow of his crossbow, he smiled, saying that plans are for weaklings who are afraid of defeat. Pointing his crossbow at the Minotaur, he thought that now he would show everyone with just one shot. I just had to get even closer to shoot him in one of his eyes. Doc turned around and saw what he was doing and shouted at him to stop and freeze in place. But he shouted back at him that this time he would not allow all the glory to be taken for himself, so he would destroy the boss himself. With one step, the floor lit up in bright color, and a warning appeared that they had entered the boss's room. And the sacrifices for the offering will be selected automatically. The head shouted at his subordinate that he was a fool and hoped he realized what he had done. Dum-Dum shouted at them that this was not the time to settle the matter, as the Minotaur was already in front of them. The man who caused all this was sitting on the floor and could not even move out of fear. As soon as he came to, he started knocking on the barrier and tried to escape from there with all his might. The Minotaur saw him and moved quickly, but the head of the Minotaur rushed in time to save him. Then, when I enter the battle, I will shout to everyone to take their positions and stay calm and stick to the plan with all their might. While the Minotaur struck the axe in advance, the head dodged and used this chance to counterattack. He managed to kick the creature in the chest, which caused it to stagger and start falling. His subordinates were happy that their leader was doing well and that even now they would not have to intervene in the battle. Even Doc was watching with delight. This shot showed that Namgundook was on the 2nd level. But when he tried to hit him in the chest with an axe, the blow simply stopped without causing any damage. He felt as if the axe had struck a piece of iron and not his skin. Because he was thinking, the Minotaur's blow almost hit him, passing by a few centimeters. But he noticed that the light sensation he felt after the blow caused heavy bleeding on his arm. Any careless blow or movement could have cost him his life. In order to find out at least some of the enemy's weaknesses, he ordered the soldiers to surround him and attack him cautiously. Doc appreciated how the chairman gave clear and thoughtful commands, which showed his experience. I was also interested in the Minotaur. It was strange that it did not approach the wounded, as if the distance was not important to it. I looked down and saw that electric discharges had reached the ground. As soon as the Minotaur picked up his axe, he immediately remembered how Thor picked up his hammer, so he did not expect any good from these actions. At that very moment, the team took this as a weakness, so they decided to attack in one fell swoop. As soon as Doc shouted it was too late, the chairman and his team could not stop. In order to save them, he decided to throw himself at the creature and kicked it in the head. This made the Minotaur even more angry, and you could see the aggression in his eyes. It became clear to him that his actions were also useless, and it was too late. There was a strong explosion of energy that scattered them to different sides of the room. The axe was on the floor from the impact. People were lying unconscious on their sides. Their heads were not making any movements. The team that was on the other side of the protective barrier could not get around it to help. Doc also tried to collect his thoughts. Because he had gone through this life and even received a talent, he could not leave his life so stupidly. When his hand touched something he didn't understand, he looked at it, and then an idea came to him. It was something he hadn't tried before, so he smiled and thought to himself that it was too early to say goodbye to life. The Minotaur saw that someone in the dust managed to get up after being hit by his energy, and Doc, having risen to his feet, activated his swordsman's talent and set himself up for victory. Namgunduka opened his eyes, saw that the guy wanted to start a fight, thought that he could not even scratch him. What would happen to the one who first took the sword in his hands? I had to scream to get out of there as soon as possible, but when I opened my mouth, I couldn't even make a sound. Meanwhile, the Minotaur reached for Dum-Dum to grab him and destroy him. But he didn't succeed because he managed to step aside and suddenly break out in front, hitting one corner with his sword. At first he thought that everything was like a game, and only now he began to realize that everything was real. And after he managed to avoid falling into the enemy's clutches and managed to cut off its horn, he realized that he could defeat the monster. Despite holding such a weapon for the first time, I already felt it as a part of me, but the enemy did not appreciate his skills. With such a massive body, the Minotaur was able to move very quickly, and he decided to use this speed to get it. As soon as I got to the shelter, I swung my fist and directed its power at him. My fist hit the ground, and a second later, many cuts appeared on my arm. The chairman was in shock and could not believe his eyes that he had seen 6 consecutive blows. He managed to recognize in the boy that he was not just a martial artist, but a master swordsman. But it was still not enough. The monster's skin was very strong. The man who started it was hysterical and shouted that they were fools who did not know what they were doing, because they could not defeat such a creature. Namgunduk looked at his subordinate, but all his thoughts were on the boy, as his strikes could match the best techniques of the East. This suggested that the boy clearly had talent, but there was one problem. The sword would not last long, and Dum Dum also realized this. If it continues in this vein, it will definitely not survive. We had to look for a weak spot very quickly. As soon as he approached the Minotaur, he stopped in front of it to try to dodge the oncoming attack. By lifting one leg, he shifted the load to the other, which allowed the shot to pass by. Immediately after this happened, I swung and kneed the monster's body with all my might. While he was disoriented by such antics, he decided to use his fighting skills to kick the creature in the head. Everything led to the fact that we could try to finish him off with a single sword blow. But he came to his senses, saw the danger to himself, jerked his head forward and hit the ground with his forehead. This trick was unexpected and strong enough that Udamdok was thrown back. Looking at the sword, he realized that it was on the verge of being used up, so the next strike was his last chance. And if by some miracle I had acquired a new skill, I would definitely be fine. The Minotaur began to accumulate a powerful charge of energy around him again. The head saw it because he knew that the monster wanted to use the same technique that had neutralized the entire team. But Udamdok was not going to back down. He took a stronger grip on his sword and was determined to stand his ground. A very large amount of energy has gathered near the Minotaur. Namgundok did not want to stand on the sidelines and went up to think about how he could help. He looked at his frightened subordinate and called him over. He said that he had something special hidden in his robe, so this was his chance to prove himself. At this time, Damdok was setting himself up for a strike. His only chance was to punch through the weak spot with a single blow. Having adjusted himself, he exploded forward, holding his sword in front of him, and opened his eyes wide to see the enemy clearly. The bright light coming from them created a shadow behind them that resembled night. At the moment when they were already in front of each other, everything seemed to freeze. He struck first while the Minotaur was holding the axe over him. But this broke his sword, and the Minotaur was never defeated. In those moments he thought he was finished. As the axe was already flying at him, he pulled his hand back and opened his fingers in anticipation. As soon as the sword that the man had thrown was in his hands, he said that now it was definitely the end of this stupid cow. The Minotaur's axe and Damdok's blade were a few centimeters apart. A large number of reporters and ordinary citizens had already gathered in front of the portal entrance, and one of them managed to notice someone coming out of it. As they got closer and closer to the exit, they rejoiced that they had finally gotten out of the hole. Damdok asked the chairman how he could know that he would be able to catch that sword, since it was behind him. The chairman smiled and said that he did not know. He just remembered his ability to fight when he did not see the enemy, so he decided to play for luck. He also smiled and joked that he had almost become a living skewer because they had been saved, so he had to thank him somehow. Namgundoyok denied that they were saved only because of him and that they were grateful to him. He led them to the edge of the portal and said that people were waiting because he was the main liberator of the dungeon, and he had to make the announcement. At first, these words sounded like an echo, and I even asked him again, because all my life I had been trying to find at least a drop of talent in myself. But now everything was different, and he went a little further in front and raised his fist to symbolize victory. When night fell on the city, Udamdok finally managed to get to the hospital. I went into the room, opened the curtain, and carefully looked to see if my mom was okay. As soon as I was sure that she was fine, I was able to relax and calm down. Then I turned my attention to the TV, where the news was broadcasting that they had managed to interview the most dedicated participant of the purge. I saw that he was there, and reporters were asking questions to tell him how the process went and how he managed to do it so quickly. We even learned that his name was Doc, and he had to calm everyone down so that they could ask questions one by one. Then he managed to answer that no matter where he came from, he was here to protect a loved one, no matter what his ups and downs were. Without listening to the end, he turned off the TV because he could no longer listen and watch. Suddenly, I received a message. I picked up my phone and saw a photo of him hitting a lizard, and I could not believe my eyes that someone had managed to take a picture of this moment. The system sounded when I opened the notification screen and saw that his divine power had increased to 1,000 due to his popularity. This made me wonder how this was possible, and the next message was that a new part-time job was available due to the increased strength and whether he wanted to continue. Without a moment's hesitation, I decided to click yes when the offer popped up. It said that security guards were needed at Hephaestus's forge and warned that there might be problems with communication. The offer was good, but I wanted to rest first because I was exhausted from all the running around. A warning popped up that 3 gods were interested in the job, so he was given one last chance. Since he had nowhere else to go, he did not want to let go of such a seemingly easy job. After pressing it, a bright stream of light shone from the hospital window. When I got there, I couldn't think of a better place to move to. Rising up, he looked around the circles and wondered if he was in the right place and if this was Hephaestus's forge. The heat was so hot that it was hard to breathe, like in a sauna, and I thought that God didn't even have air conditioning. Then a voice from behind him asked him if he was the new security guard and introduced himself as the owner of the forge, Hephaestus. Dokam was twitching and started to bow and said his name, but this behavior only made the blacksmith god laugh. While I was looking at the floor, I thought that he had hit him for sure, because I was sure that he had heard what I had said earlier. But Hephaestus was not going to do anything to him, just smiled and gave him a fist to greet him. He told him that his love for humanity was truly amazing and asked him if he had really fought in the dungeon of the Torah without any fear. Then I laughed and realized that it was no wonder that the hot-tempered Thor chose him. And he said that offering to put an air conditioner here was proof that he was brave after all. He asked me to finish with the congratulations because time was running out and I needed to explain everything. In order to have fewer questions, he first had to see someone to believe him and took out a horn from the portal to warn him that it might be loud. The sound was so loud that even with my ears closed, I could not hear myself screaming. At this sound, 3 men came running, and although they were shorter than Hephaestus, they were very muscular. He introduced him to them and told them that he would be a security guard and asked them to warmly welcome him. After they introduced themselves as gnomes, Doc scratched his neck a little embarrassed because he thought he wasn't really suited for the role, but he wanted to try. Hephaestus laughed again and asked not to be modest, since sometimes newcomers could do even more than the rest of us. Then he leaned over and whispered in my ear that these guys were experienced, but they had nimble fingers, and it could be difficult. They are like small animals, like dogs. They are more wild than large breeds. He also added that whenever he starts a new job, he always has to lose something. The pendant I was making for the goddess of love and beauty suddenly disappeared last Sunday. Doc asked if they could have stolen it, and Hephaestus took his head because he didn't know that was the problem. He had to leave for a day to go to the Olympus, so he hopes that nothing will happen during this time. But just in case, he gives him this weapon, which was Hercules' club made of olive branches. Its characteristics were that when you hit a living creature, there is a 10% chance that the muffling skill will be triggered. It was time to leave because he had a lot to do and asked me to look after his forge faithfully. Doc tried to shout at him because he never explained what his job was. Hephaestus replied that everything would be fine as long as he was as strong as they were, and that they were just a bunch of weaklings. As soon as he disappeared, he turned to the dwarves and smiled nervously, asking if they were done with their greetings. And the dwarf, who he thought was in charge, smiled, taking the cigar aside. He understood why Hephaestus gave him this club, as he knew that this could happen. So he turned to the gnomes and asked them to calm down and talk, as he had recently come across a cool weapon and it could hurt them. This did not make them change their plans. They just pulled out their weapons and pointed them at him. The dwarf boss took a drag on his cigar, blew out the smoke, and said one word, "Goodbye." As soon as I came to, I heard someone else with him talking about some kind of award. When my vision was still foggy, I saw that they were also gnomes, but I could not see what they were showing off, only heard that Hephaestus had done it. And when he said that the pendant was meant for the goddess Freya, he immediately regained consciousness, but noticed that he was tied up. They saw that the guy woke up in front of them and were surprised because it was almost impossible because they had thrown a lot of sleeping pills into him. When they were silenced, Damdock turned to them menacingly, asking if they were tired of living. I asked if they seriously thought that everything would remain the same after they did this against one of the 12 gods of Olympus. I emphasized that this was their last chance to let him go before it got even worse, but they just started laughing out loud. They called him a fool because they are not afraid of Hephaestus, and if they were, they would not have taken up the task. Another one came out of the corridor and said that they had taken almost everything valuable and now they had to get out of here. One of them shouted that they were going to shoot the guy with tranquilizer one more time and come back. They thought it was all very simple, since Hephaestus was gone, and instead there was some weakling with a part-time job who whispered that they would regret it. This made them laugh even harder, and they couldn't stop laughing. But they didn't see that he was cutting the rope, and when it was cut, he had a smile on his face. He took out a baton and beat them with it, shouting that he warned them that they would regret it. After they fell unconscious, I found another rope and tied them both tightly so that they would not move. Tucking the knife back into his sleeve, he was glad to leave the dungeon with Master Duke. And I'm happy that I remembered the words of that girl after I finished and decided to thank her. I was about to leave when I noticed that one of the dwarves had dropped the pendant that Hephaestus had lost from his pocket. At this time, one of the dwarves told the boss that they had finally loaded all the minerals. The assistant boss shouted at them all to hurry up and leave. And their boss, the Red Fist, has something to tell everyone, so they had to shut up and listen. He called them all brothers, a tribe endowed with the spirit of the burning mountains, the best miners and bravest warriors. At this time, Damdock managed to use the situation while they were busy to sneak closer. The boss shouted that they were working for a reward, but it hurt their pride, and they wondered if they had ever been truly rewarded. The owner of this place, Hephaestus, was just humiliating them, but today they will finally take revenge for all their suffering. While they were shouting cheers, Damdock watched and did not know what to do next, so he punched the place where he was hiding. Because of this, it fell very loudly, and the eyes of others were immediately drawn to it. After a few seconds, they stopped staring in confusion and drew their weapons. He barely managed to escape from the bullets by hiding behind a column ahead of him. Hiding behind it, he could not understand when the dwarves learned to shoot like that. I also remembered the words of Hephaestus and did not understand how they could be called weaklings at all. The boss ordered a ceasefire and came up to the column and asked if it was time for him to leave. Blowing out the smoke of his cigar, he told him that from now on they would clean up the entire forge, but their enemy was Hephaestus, and they had no complaints about him. In general, he thought it would be unfair if something happened to him, so he gave him a choice. Either help him rob or go back to where he came from. He shouted to think carefully as he would be a real fool to agree to a couple of kopecks as a reward. But he felt that neither option was suitable, that what would be said about him in such a situation would be the end of his reputation and his part-time job. So I couldn't let it happen because I had already been through so much, and on top of that, Hephaestus would definitely finish him off when he returned and the forge was empty. So there were two options: fight these dwarves or lose your life at the hands of Hephaestus. He thought it would be a simple job, but it turned out that the world was very cruel to him. Then the boss who came out of the hiding place raised his hands in the air and praised him for the right choice. But you, Damdock, had a question for them. Aren't they Hephaestus's partners? Why did you have to go so far? And what will happen if he sees it all, thinking that he will not turn a blind eye to it all? The 12th god at the top of Olympus, the greatest blacksmith, didn't they think about what would happen if they made him angry? He will most likely put them in ovens and throw their bones into the hell of Cerberus for fun. Tired of listening to his threats, the assistant put a gun to his head and ordered him to shut up, and to watch his bad tongue, and added that he was not worthy of his forgiveness. I shouted at him to pray before the end and shot him twice under his feet. but the boss ordered him to wait. He was full of lies, so it was time to enlighten him by going in front of him and repeating the words he had said earlier that he called Hephaestus the greatest blacksmith. Because of this, I realized that he didn't know anything at all before he became bug food. He wanted to tell me something, but before he did, he took another drag on his cigarette, sparked it, exhaled, and continued. The so-called Hephaestus was neither an artisan nor a master. He was just garbage. In order not to be misunderstood, the boss replied that this was the truth, because how else could you call a robber? When he came to them on the mountain where they lived, he said that they made beautiful swords. Then he asked them if they wanted to work with him, and he would give them whatever they wanted. After they followed him, they literally became his personal slaves. He guaranteed that they would not have to pay for the workshop and that they would be able to use it for their own purposes, except on weekdays, and work for 6 hours. In this beautiful life, where everything was promised to them, they did not notice how their personal souls as artisans were torn to pieces. When I finally realized this, there were no more gnomes here, filled with the spiritual power of craft. That's why they all came together to finally take their well-deserved revenge. Damn Doc listened quietly and said that he realized what he had just said was really just garbage. Anyone who wants to destroy everything out of jealousy of the achievements of others is really garbage, and that's putting it mildly. The boss did not expect such a reaction to his story, so he growled and became very angry. When they pointed their guns at him again, he shouted for them to stop. And they listened to him before it was too late. And this is how it will look in the eyes of the others if they run away in this way. Will they become mere robbers in the eyes of others? Or can dwarves, great artisans, and glorified warriors be so dishonorable? As an alternative, he knew a second way to restore justice. The weapon made by Hephaestus is now in his hands, but he is alone. If that's what they call themselves, I suggested they forget about these toys and fight him with real weapons made by them. Therefore, let them beat the warrior who is holding an article made by Hephaestus, or simply let them recognize that God is superior to them and simply run away. The assistant was also angry at the behavior of someone who was on the verge of death. He asked his boss if he could finish him off, but when he saw him getting angry, he made a red fist and told him not to run away. Rolling up his sleeves, he said that he was a good god to throw around loud words. He agrees to the duel, but then he will have to take responsibility for calling himself a warrior. If he can't hold out long enough for them to check that their weapons are better. For his ridiculous statements, he will crush his bones to powder with his red fist. He rushed to the attack, saying that he should repel this blow if he could. The hammer blow was really very powerful, and he barely managed to bounce aside. The wave that came from the impact managed to create cracks on the floor and destroy the column at the back of it. The opponent noticed that he looked surprised, not that he really thought he could beat him. Because how can he, some god, defeat his dwarf boss, the Red Fist? But Damn Doc just smiled and asked in response if he wouldn't be surprised if it happened. He quickly jumped up from his seat, approached his opponent, and swung the club of Hercules. The blow was very strong, and he managed to dodge it by some miracle. Even to waste no time, I hit the man in front of me because I thought the enemy would not run away. But Damn Doc, standing behind him, asked him where he was looking, and all he could see was his shadow. The boss swung a hammer at him, but he managed to bend down and walk toward his opponent. He was about to strike when the dwarf boss jumped up and pushed off his shoulder and bounced back. He also had to move away to avoid a counterattack. He smiled at his boss and said that it was the first time he had been hit with a slipper, so he had to admit it was not pleasant, and admitted that he was quite capable. The Red Fist also smiled and called him a talker, but he understood at first glance. That he knows his limits well. Damn Doc was surprised how he managed to realize this so easily. The boss replied that what fool wouldn't? He had never heard or seen anyone use such a weapon before. Mentally, I looked at him and saw more of the rest of them, and it gave me goosebumps. He shouted that the last time his heart beat so hard, it was a sign that he was facing an equal or even stronger opponent. He sincerely asks to forgive him for calling him a god, and that the ignorant fool will take into account his power this time. Therefore, it will use all its power in the next attack. Dame Doc liked this mood better, so he got into a position and shouted to try it. Soon enough, the boss approached and struck a very strong blow that caused sparks to fly. This made it possible to jump out from under him and get in his back while blocking a punch. But he retreated, and they exchanged blows, each trying to defeat the other. After such a fierce battle, Both of them had burning eyes with a thirst for victory. The gnomes watched them and enjoyed the spectacle so much that they forgot everything. The assistant noticed that this fight was like the strongest in the world, and his heart was beating very familiarly. Like an iron forge, the vibrations of the air made the sound of the metal resemble the familiar sounds of a forge. The flames of the battle with this guy were literally beating on their ears. Even the boss thought during the fight that it was easier for him to blame someone for not knowing how to be someone. The day they received the offer from Hephaestus, the great dreams they had turned out to be in vain because they felt like frogs at the bottom of a well that had come out into the world. Hephaestus's incredible wares constantly reminded us of their shortcomings and this whole miserable story. Everything that happened after his promotion was a waste of time. In reality, it was a complete failure, so he accepts defeat with honor. Damn Doc spared no effort in the heat of battle and put a lot of skill into the last blow. But the baton did not reach its target. It stalled when it hit a strong hand. Hephaestus appeared just in time to save his subordinate from that powerful blow. It all went wrong only because he hadn't been out for long, and at first, he even thought he was in the wrong place and would like to hear an explanation. Of course, he expected a battle to take place, but the mess was just terrible, and that was enough. Since it was time for explanations after these words, the red fist felt the eyes on him. He turned around, got down on one knee and said that everything here was set up by him and that his brothers had nothing to do with it. They were standing in the back and heard this, and were very shocked that their boss took over. He understood that any wrong decision was followed by a punishment, but his brothers had done nothing wrong, so he gathered his strength and wanted to tell. But damn Doc didn't let him speak any further. He put his hand on him and took over. He said that this was his request and apologized for the disorder. The boss did not believe what he was hearing and wondered why he was doing this. Hephaestus angrily asked him. He had only been given the task of guarding the forge, so how would he explain all this? Before he began to explain, I asked him to look at what he was holding in his hands. Putting it on his hand, he replied that he seemed to be telling him that the pendant was missing. He was nervous because if it turns out where the jewelry was, not only he would suffer. Dumb Doc smiled and said that the dwarf boss helped him, since his task took up all his time, so he sent the captain to the warehouse to check all the products there. And he was just right to inspect inaccessible places and cracks, and that's where he found it. Hephaestus asked his boss if it was true, but he couldn't say a word. Waiting for him to answer, he stared at his ward intently. But then the god laughed. He didn't care how they found him. He praised damn Doc for taking good care of the forge and even found the pendant. I called him a cool guy, and now I finally understand why Toru took a liking to him. Then he turned his attention to the hammer and looked toward the red fist. He said that he was worried that the gnomes had lost all motivation and began to neglect their work in the forge. But this was unreasonable. The sound of this hammer must have been heard even at the Olympics. Therefore, I could say with full understanding that this hammer is better than any manufactured object. He has always watched him work, so he suggests that we continue working together. And in any case, hiring a mountain god was the best decision he's made in a long time. He asks us to accept this gift as a thank you for the work done. Damn Doc could not believe his eyes. This is the same reward that drops after completing SS levels. It would have been very rude to refuse, so he gladly accepted it and lifted the lid. I looked inside and saw a small creature curled up inside. He asked Hephaestus what kind of monster it was, and the latter hugged him by the shoulder and asked him to take a closer look. It looked like a little fox. Of course, such a gift was cute, but somehow I did not know what to say. God took the fox in his arms, looked at him slyly, and asked him if he could tell by his behavior that such a gift was not important to him. To show what he was giving up, he whispered some words into the animal's ear. It immediately glowed golden and turned into a sword in an instant. Hephaestus continued to play the role that he should be ashamed to give up such a thing. Damn Doc was shocked that he could turn into a sword. God laughed, not just at the sword. It didn't matter if it was a scythe or a spear. It was the essence of the weapon. The fox can take any account only if the weapon is not bigger than him. In other words, this creature is a very, very precious find for anyone. It is incredible, but still a shame to refuse such a gift. If he did not need it, he had no choice but to give it to the dwarves. Damn Doc caught up with him and laughed, saying how dare he refuse something given to him by Hephaestus himself. The fact that he didn't accept it right away was just a courtesy, but he takes good care of him. I picked up this fox which looked so cute that it was hard to look away. He was also so snow white and fluffy that we decided that from now on his name would be Snowball, and he liked it. Hephaestus asked him to stand still, stretched out his hand to the fox, and a purple necklace of symbols appeared on it. Next, the treasure of the moon goddess Selene spoke, and from that moment on, Dok became the owner of the moon fox. After that, the fox was definitely his now, and in addition he had some small trinkets from the workshop for him. When I told him everything, I told him that he had to go back, because he had a lot of work to do. He asked him to be careful on the way back, and he thanked him for everything. Just before he left, his boss stopped him with a red fist and wanted to tell him something. He wondered why he had lied to help them, since they wanted to take his life after all. Dok pronounced that he thought they were similar, his past and theirs were similar. The boss was surprised by this answer and told him that he could ask for anything just because of the resemblance. But he told him not to worry because he would not ask for anything and asked if they did not all live in this world to help each other. And most likely, he felt that Hephaestus had guessed everything and just decided to leave it at that. The Red Fist bowed his head to him, thanking him for taking care of their tribe and asking him to accept his gratitude. Although the dishonor that fell on their tribe cannot be erased, he hopes that one day he will be able to change everything thanks to him, so he thanks him again. When Dok returned to his world, it was still dark, and since he came back with some money, it was time to make some money. Bane has been working in this field since he was a young man as a manager for hunters, and only last Sunday he was promoted to general manager. Ever since he got the best position in Korea, he said that he should start living in a new way, on a par with other aristocrats. I also always repeated that people say that it is the position that makes a person, so I always had to be stylish. He was jolted out of his thoughts by a voice that entered the room and greeted him. In front of him stood Dok, who said that he had brought a bunch of things to sell, but he didn't appreciate it because he thought his appearance was terrible. The manager also noticed that he didn't look like a hunter, and his pet was too small and didn't have any armor or weapons. I thought that I had met people like him, often fools who called themselves hunters who picked up all kinds of garbage in dungeons. But he could not send him away, and with a twisted look on his face, he greeted him and told him to follow him. They went to one of the rooms, where the manager said that this was the Department of Goods Valuation, and that he could give the things to this man. The man behind the counter asked me to wait while he checked and evaluated the items. Seeing several items, I immediately asked where he managed to find them, and in order not to attract too much attention, he replied that a friend had found them. After that, the manager lost his nerve and started yelling at him that why the hell did he come to them with this garbage. He turned to the appraiser and asked if it was true that this guy had only brought garbage. But the man objected because in the 40 years he has been working here, this is the first time he has seen a person who calls it garbage. These things are at least of the highest quality. They are definitely not lower than the 4th rank. The manager calmed down and couldn't figure out how this loner managed to get them. He had heard that there were modestly wealthy people, but he still had his doubts. But in order not to lose face, he kindly smiled and offered to take him to the VIP room. In the room, the appraiser said that if he decided to sell all the things, it would be about 3 billion won. He smiled, shrugged, and joked that he had only stopped here for 3 seconds and was silent for 10 seconds. I shoved my fist in my mouth and could not believe that 3 billion, not millions, was worth what Hephaestus called junk. The man added that this was an approximate price, and depending on the number of buyers, he could double it. The manager was also flying in his mind because the weapons that would have been bought at any price were right in front of him. I firmly decided that even if I had to kiss this guy's ass, I would definitely become his dealer. He stood up and asked him if he had any plans to sell the items. Dok, holding his mouth, could barely say that he sells absolutely everything. The manager melted at these words as the guy was the ticket to move on in his career, but he immediately added that he was not going to sell them here. Bane, the former general manager, became the first person to be removed from his position on Sunday. In the second company, the managers bowed their heads in gratitude for everything. Dum was walking down the street and couldn't believe that for the first time he had so much money in his bank account with so many zeros. All of them were surprised when he appeared, but not as much as the man from the department who realized that he was very dirty but still worked. As he walked down the street, he stopped because one thing caught his attention, as he had a lot of things to buy as gifts, The next day, he came to the hospital and brought his mother a bunch of gifts. She was shocked and could not understand where he got the money. A roommate asked if she ever turned on the TV to watch the news. When she turned it on, she added that her son is famous, people are crazy about him, and on TV they said that Doc almost went through the dungeon on his own. A neighbor said that she heard reporters say that he managed to cope because of his unusual talents. But he noted that he was not the only one who was making it up, and that they were right about the talent. He laughed when I told him that his talent had appeared recently, and that he hadn't really understood it. Suddenly, my mom hit the table with her fist and asked what happened. But she just hid because tears of joy for her son appeared in her eyes, as she was very proud of him. The TV presenter said that he was here again with the latest news about the dungeon. The picture switched to the reporters asking questions to Namgun-duk, namely, what he could tell them about the newcomer. He said that he did not know the details, but he believed that he was the best among the hunters, and without him they would not have cleared the dungeon in time. When my mother heard that the honorable man was talking about him, she stood up and asked him. But he thought that this might be his chance because the more popular he was, the more divine power he would be given, and thus he would be able to find more part-time work. I came across a task from the Archangel Michael, where the reward was a golden apple that granted immortality. This part-time job was a great chance to cure my mother of cancer. Suddenly, the news was interrupted by a presenter announcing urgent news that the gates of Yongyin had opened. There was an order to urgently evacuate all citizens from that zone. When Snizhok saw that portal, he got scared and immediately hid behind his jacket. He asked him what was wrong, what happened, why he was so suddenly scared and shaking. Suddenly, Snowball told him what he felt, namely how a giant eye was looking at the ground. It made him sweat, and he took his head in his hands. It was the first time this had happened to him. The host went on to say that the association had convened the guilds because the gates, unlike the underground, did not allow people to enter. Many goblins came out of the gate indiscriminately and immediately attacked everyone. The commander of the swordsmen ordered everyone to get ready because the third wave was coming. At that moment, Doc arrived at the spot and stood on the edge of the cliff to look at everything. After making sure that I was in the right place, I could start my plan. The swordsmen, who had been facing waves of monsters, finally dealt with the third one. The chief of them ordered them to rest before the new attack, but not to look too relaxed when reporters arrived. One of the swordsmen noticed something on the edge of the cliff out of the corner of his eye. When I looked closely, I saw that there was a man who was also looking at something. He ran to the commander to report that the civilian was within the zone. He reacted angrily because the soldier had left his post without permission and before the reporters arrived. To somehow calm him down, I pointed my finger up and shouted to him to look. It brought him to his senses because the local situation in the affected area was very bad. But this made him even angrier, and he grabbed him by the cheeks and asked what the hell he was doing. He ordered me to run and get him out of there. The reporters were watching and did not understand what was going on. They were whispering about what they thought the commander of the containment unit was experienced, but apparently could not even cordon off the area from civilians. This could mean that he got the position through an acquaintance and that he would have something to write about in the news. When he heard what they were talking about, he turned around and walked in the other direction, muttering something under his breath. To solve the problem himself, he decided to approach the rock and use the skill of running through the air to climb it. The commander was very angry that he had to do everything himself. He told him that it was enough to stay here and that he could not see that it was a closed area and ordered him to leave. And he can easily shoot a video for YouTube in any other place. He understood that he was nervous at the sight of a third-level hunter, but Dumb Doc told him not to bother him. Moreover, I did not even know what he was talking about until that moment. The commander was angry at these words and also at why he was ignoring him. Damn Doc asked him what he was doing and wondered how such a person managed to survive the wave at all. Slapping himself in the face, the man could not believe that even some leftists were looking down on him. He wanted to put him in his place, so if he didn't understand him, a good punch should bring him to his senses. But the blow missed him, and he managed to knock the captain down with a deft dodge, and for the fallen person to put a footstep at the moment when he staggered after the impact. But in order to prevent a tragedy, Doc managed to catch the man's hand and he froze on the edge. I immediately apologized for not wanting to do this to him, and whether it was normal for a third-ranked hunter to hang like that. While he was screaming about who he was and what he was, Damn Doc pulled him by the arm and threw him over the ground. He raised his hands and told him to wait, because he was interested in what people would say if he continued to wave his fists in front of him. Because many people were watching them at that moment because they attracted attention, reporters began to peer in and recognize who was there. But they remembered that it was the guy who cleared the dungeon with the Namgun Guild, a new, damn powerful hunter. Even the captain who heard his name shouted had heard of this guy before as the best hunter. Damn Doc waited for everyone to point their cameras at him and shouted to the reporters to take good shots, and soon there would be cool news. I turned around and asked the captain what they were talking about the left man looking down from the top, or about a punch that could bring him back to life. So he asked me to open my eyes wider and see what a completely left-wing person is capable of. He accelerated and jumped from the cliff to the bottom, heading straight for the gate at the bottom. If everything goes well, it will be able to enter the history in a few seconds. The gate received it, and then there was an explosion that sent waves in different directions. Reporters didn't even realize that it had happened, as the gate was a new phenomenon that appeared 10 years ago. Unlike the underground, only weak monsters appeared here, and after a while the gate disappeared. According to scientists, the main problem with the gate was that it went beyond human understanding. The system informed him that he had entered another world, and the abyss was looking at him, and he realized that if the gate was created by the gods, only a deity could enter. But it was not clear why people could enter the dungeons but not here. The first thing I wanted to do was to go and see what was there, but there was a big energy barrier in front of me. Trying to break the barrier did not bring any success, but only more irritation. Every time he tried to penetrate beyond it, the system reported that he did not have enough divine power. Out of anger, he fell to the ground and made an indecent gesture to the mountain, shouting why he could not get out of there. After calming myself down, I sat down, but my head was spinning and I had no other choice. So there was only one thing left to try, and then he got up, shook off the dust, and went to the cave. In his memories in the hospital, he recalled that he felt like he was entering a cave, but he did not want to. But I had to go at least to look at the face of the owner of this gate. After he defeated all the goblins from the cave, he complained that there were so many of them. I also thought that I could clear everything if I could kill the boss in the same way as in the dungeon, but there was not even a hint. Here, too, everything was completely different. The monsters from the dungeon were like programmed, but these fought consciously. The divine power grew exactly after I entered here, but I could have gotten it in another way. Looking ahead, he didn't see a monster waiting for him behind the stones, bigger than those goblins. The monster took a swing and wanted to hit him, but Udam Doc was able to react in time and jump away. It was clear from the look and feel of it that this creature was a boss. But there was something he really didn't like, because he was the boss. Such a slow monster would definitely not be able to do anything to him, and he was so angry about it. When he approached him and stabbed him with his sword, he easily stepped aside. I still couldn't believe that this was a real boss, and even though he was given this status, I planned to deal with him in an instant. He ordered Snowball to turn into a sword and struck the creature once. He immediately collapsed and fell to the ground and did not show signs of life. It was strange that there were no reports about the finish, and no one would ever believe that I had cleared the gate like that. To be sure, he mentioned that it was possible to get the core, which was located in the very depths of the heart, and thanked a YouTube video for this information. After several minutes of searching his body, they finally managed to find his devilish core. But for some reason it was black in the video. On the contrary, it always shone and looked like a crystal. It also felt as if this thing was moving in his hands, and suddenly it howled. He immediately let go of the cannonball and it began to run away. After poking at him a couple of times with his sword, he apologized to Snizhka and did not understand whether he had cut something wrong or whether it was the restless soul of the goblin. Taking it, not the sword, a message popped up that it had received the gate core, so complete destruction began. The news that a person had entered the gate spread very quickly, and even more journalists came to the area. Even the scientists came, and one of them asked the head if they shouldn't stop it all, because such news would cause chaos in the world. It was also very likely that a bunch of claims would fly against their academy for spreading false information. While they were arguing, the head of Udam Doc appeared on the horizon. When I looked out and saw that there were a lot of people around, it was good. because I was counting on it. Before answering a bunch of reporters' questions, I took a deep breath of fresh air and enjoyed the fresh air. The glare from the cameras flashed everywhere, and the journalists were impatient and asked a lot of questions. He asked everyone to stop and pay attention for a moment, not because of the situation there, but because from now on, humanity can destroy the gates. There were even more questions because no one had even entered the place before, and now they are talking about the whole destruction. Asking to adjust the camera lenses, he said that this was the core he had taken from the heart of the gate boss, so he asked to open his eyes and look. I put the cannonball on my hand and snapped my fingers to make it jump up. He loudly announced that he was going to show them all something damn interesting. In one clear motion, he sliced the cannonball in the air in front of hundreds of reporters. The gate behind him cracked and burst like colored glass. Even the scientists were very surprised. They did not expect this, no matter what experiments they had conducted on the gate. She turned to him and looked at him with a very intense look and asked who he was. He smiled because it was exactly the question he expected to be asked. The one who took the best position loudly said that his name was Yu-Dam-Dok, the mysterious hunter who entered the gate. The news that captured the attention of the public made Yu-Dam-Dok's name famous throughout Korea. A little later, when I opened the statistics window, I was informed that the divine power was growing very rapidly and had already reached the top of the rank. While he was focused on this rather important message, he saw a reporter approach him and shove a microphone in his face. And behind him, a bunch of others asked how he managed to enter the gate and how he got the cannonball to destroy the gate. At that moment, while they were blackmailing him with questions, a car drove up to the spot and a girl got out. Although the security guards accompanying her protected her from reporters, one of them recognized her. She immediately shook her cameraman, who started filming the girl, who was from the Namgun Guild. He finally calmed down the crowd of journalists and asked them to continue asking questions one by one. And then a girl came up and said his name and told him that her boss wanted to see him. Therefore, from that moment on, he had to go with them to the guild house. She was Ju So-young, a 7th-level huntress and future head of the guild. As soon as we got there, I was a little surprised, but I also expected from a guild that is one of the top 2 in Korea that the house would be huge and the rooms inside would be gorgeous. I sat down on the couch and thought that he hadn't been taken away so urgently because of the news about the gate that they would most likely try to recruit him. And Ju So-young was not out of her mind. She was able to move up the list of guild leaders without any help and was a 7th-level huntress. There were only 3 of them in the whole of Korea at this incredible time when thousands of hunters appeared and she was known all over the world. Otherwise, she would not have taken it away from journalists so easily. People like her keep to themselves, but when necessary, they can part the Red Sea. But regardless of what was to come, this situation was good because he had time to check something. When he called the system, it greeted him and informed him that since reaching the top status, he had unlocked additional abilities. But what caught his eye the most was that the available titles, such as Thor, the god of thunder, or Ares, the god of war, were so cool that he had to find the coolest one at any cost. All you have to do is click and try to find the one you like the most. As soon as I opened it, I was happy, and there were many titles such as God of Fans or God of Fly Swatters, even a God of Water Bottle. Such names could not help but make him freak out and resent the person who came up with them. He took up the system screen and started flipping through the lists in search of a worthy title. An hour later, I found what I needed, a God of Swords, a name that suited his talent just fine. It was just super, and he didn't hesitate to click on the accept button to receive it. The system reported that the low-level deity Yu-Dam-Dok was called the God of Swords, and now this name has to enter it and become a part of it. The sensations were strange, and at first I was more frightened because of the strange sphere that entered him. I exhaled a sigh of relief and fell back on the couch, because as it turned out, finding a suitable title was quite a task. Then the system popped up again with a message that now, as it was called, the power control was unlocked, and he had to choose the power of the God of Swords. This was great news because now he could finally use the power of the gods. But it also required divine power, even though I didn't have the best starting set, and I had to stop being nervous. After a few minutes of searching, he found it and decided that his first power would be his intuition. His profile now reminded him at least a little of the profile of a god. There was title and there was power. On top of all that, he was assigned many skills to try out and was interrupted by a knock on the door. He shouted out to ask who was there, but thought it couldn't be Chairman Namgun Dok since he had gone into the dungeon. No one else would have looked for him, and when he opened the door, there stood Ju So-young. She kindly asked if she could go to his room for a while. But before entering, she asked him to wait a minute because she had something to tell him. I handed him a card with a tiger emblem and said that the head of the guild asked me to give it to him. It was a special pass for members of the guild, and now he can use all the facilities on its territory. I smiled and thanked him, but in my mind I suspected that it might be part of some plan. He stood there smiling like a fool, and she looked at him with a gloomy look, and there was a very uncomfortable pause between them. He felt even more uncomfortable because the girl was very silent. I also noticed one thing about her. She had a strange energy emanating from her. Snowball looked at her in surprise and abruptly jumped on her chest. He apologized to her, and this is the first time I've seen him behave like that. He's not usually like that. She asked me not to worry, everything was fine for her. This animal looked very cute. Since she liked the fox very much, she asked if she could treat him to something. He said yes, and then Ju So-young took something out of her pocket and gave it to him. He thought the pet's behavior was strange, but he didn't care about the hospital staff, but he saw something in it. But he wondered what she was feeding him and asked Snizhka what she had given him. And she said that these are kind of nutritional supplements in the form of nuts, and they are very useful. As soon as the fox came back, she said that it was nice to meet her and told Snowball that they would meet later. When she left the room, I fell on the couch and breathed a sigh of relief because it was quite difficult for him to communicate with her. He turned to his pet and asked if she liked him, and it was clear because he was lying in her arms, eating what she gave him without any doubt. But then she remembered how she said goodbye to Snizhka, and if you think about it, he did not tell her the name of the fox, so how could she know his name? I thought about what to do with her. At first glance, she seemed normal, but who knows, maybe she's a stalker. And while I was thinking about the situation, I received a message from the system. It could easily have been a new job, and I could have cleared my head a bit. The task was to feed Cerberus, and when I saw that it was a double payment, I even decided that the stalker could wait. The place where he had to go this time had many stories and narratives. After falling from a height, I thought that after a few jobs I started to get used to it. A creature holding a lantern immediately appeared above him and asked in a hoarse voice who dared to disturb him. Because of this suddenness, I was scared at first and then realized that I was on a boat. The creature also did not understand what was happening, not even what was living in front of it. He told him that he was now on the river Styx, where the souls of the dead move, and that the way was closed to mortals. Doc remembered what he had heard about this, which meant that, according to myths, Karen the boatman was standing in front of him. In order to avoid a conflict, I told him that I had come here on an important matter and asked if he could help me cross the river. But the man called him a baby and advised him not to wander around here and to run back. In this case, he asked where he could find Hades, and Charon was furious as a fool that he could call his name so recklessly. Damn, Doc started to joke. And how else do you not have to call the ruler of the underworld the god of hell? The boatman stopped him, asking if he didn't care about his life anymore, but he replied that he had started it first. Charon raised his scythe above him and said that he had warned him and now he should return. A lot of inflammatory low-level gods fell here by his hand. So without saying anything useful, this is his last chance to run home before it's too late. In order not to say too much, instead of saying 1,000 words, Damn Doc made a fist and raised his middle finger. The boatman got angry and called him a self-confident fool, and if he wanted to stay here forever, he would fulfill his wish. He swung the scythe and pointed it so fast that at first I did not see his movements. His instincts helped him in time for the shot to pass him by, and he immediately called Snowball. Karen shouted that if he didn't move, he would cross the river. The next stroke also did not bring him the desired result, but Damn Doc smiled as he saw that the scythe was stuck in the boat. The man looked up, unable to believe that such a value could be in his hands. He also ordered Snowball to turn into a club instead of a sword, and asked Hercules if he recognized such a weapon. Charon was angry, and said that of course he would recognize her as the human bastard who had beaten him and crossed the river alive. After hitting him once on the head and saying that he talked too much and had little time, the boatman asked him to at least pay the fare. But by the look on his face, I realized that I would have to carry him for free. As soon as the boat touched the other shore, Dumdock kindly thanked him for listening. Charon took out his scythe again and watched as the god slowly got out of his boat. I took a swing and thought that the reckless fool who let his guard down would pay for it. Suddenly, it turned blue and the system reported that the intuition was activated. The blow flew past him at a crazy speed, and he did not realize what was happening to him. I quickly realized that it was my intuition that made my body move automatically. And now he couldn't just leave. He told Heron that after such a trick, he would definitely beat him up. Wiping his hands, he was angry that he had lost so much time because of the boatman's stubbornness. His attention was drawn to a voice coming from behind him, asking if he was the same person from the advertisement. It was a girl, and she asked him in a gentle voice if he was a temporary worker. She was the goddess of the underworld and fertility, Persephone. She smiled and said hello, and was glad that someone had found her because her husband was very angry that no one agreed. He also greeted me, said his name, and couldn't take his eyes off how bright she was. After meeting her, she asked him to follow her as she would show him where Cerberus was. On the way, she told me that they used to call him to their place, but the man told them not to do it anymore because half of the workers ran away immediately. So the man decided that the workers should first demonstrate their skills with Heron to show their ability to negotiate. I thought it was right, since Cerberus is the guardian of the underworld in the legends, but he is the great god of swords. They came, Persephone said that the guardian of the underworld was right in front of him. His appearance made me nervous, and I remembered how the application said that the dog did not bite. The goddess also took out a letter and said that it was a warning about the dog that the man had written before he was about to read it. Before unwrapping it, I thought that Hades must have thrown it here empty-handed. It was written about Cerberus's preferences and triggers, and he threw that paper on the ground. The goddess smiled at this behavior and told him that the list was on the other side. When I picked it up again, I saw that breakfast and walk lunch and walk dinner and walk were marked in red only in the underworld. He tore the list in two and shouted how he was going to take this devilish car for a walk, but the ad only talked about feeding it. Persephone looked at him calmly and said that it would be okay if he changed his mind. But I was a little worried because my husband caught the previous employee running away, and now he is locked up in hell. The man tore off his limbs, and that's all he could tell from his face, and I saw that I shouldn't have said that. Having quickly glued the list together, he said that he was a little nervous and asked where to start. Persephone pointed to the nymphs carrying the meat to the warehouse and added that when the workers tried to deceive her husband, he also tore off his limbs. Having loaded all the meat onto himself, he decided to bring it all at once. Now he can take one piece and throw it to each of Cerberus's heads. At the sight of meat, he became very similar to an ordinary dog, except that he growled terribly. And when he took the piece in his hands, all three heads could not take their eyes off it. It reminded me of when I used to work part-time in an animal cafe, and big dogs also had their own beauty. And if you look closely, he even looked cute and tried to see if he would listen to him. But he lifted his paw and hit the ground, and the soil under his paw showered them from head to toe, along with Snowball. Both Cerberus and Persephone could hardly contain their laughter at this prank. She joked that finally, after a long time, there was a very interesting employee, and asked me not to even try to give him commands because he listens only to his husband. And now he realizes why no one wanted to accept the job, so he got angry and threw a piece of meat at the dog. That piece hit me in the middle of the head, right in the eyes, and I could even hear a pop. But he didn't want to do it that badly, and the other two heads were laughing at the center one. To shut them up, I also threw a piece at them, laughing that you can't laugh at a friend like that. Cerberus was enraged by this and took off running, approaching Damdock sharply, only to be stopped by a chain. The chain was very rough and tied to a rock, but the way he pulled it on made it shake. Patting him on the face with his hand, he told him that as long as he was restrained by the chain, he would not do anything to him. But suddenly he made another leap toward him and his paw almost hit him. When I woke up, I saw that a piece of the broken chain was hanging around Cerberus's neck. The next attack almost took his life as the dog's face passed very close to him. Persephone saw that the chain had broken, and Dum-Dum shouted to her why she was frozen. He grabbed her by the arm and shouted at her to run away because they could be killed. This crazy dog almost ate his breakfast because of some common joke. As they ran, I argued with her about why the chain broke so easily, but she didn't know what to say for the first time. Cerberus was catching up very quickly, and Persephone told him to stay close to her, even though she looked like that, but she was still the wife of Hades. He would not attack her, and when they stopped to check, the dog growled above them, and the confidence that he would not attack her was abruptly lost. Since it was an emergency, I had to push the goddess away from me and call Snowball. He turned into Hercules' club while they were in the air to try to silence him. His punch did not bring the desired result, and he noticed too late that the paw was already flying at him. The blow glued him to the ground. There were a lot of wounds on his body, and I wondered why he was so strong. Persephone screamed at him to save himself. She could not help him. But he couldn't hear her. Everything was like a fog, no matter how hard he tried to listen. Noticing that she could not hear, she tried to somehow distract the creature by ordering it to stop. But he didn't hear her and just got more angry and started running at Damdock. He watched him rushing at him, thinking that it was the end of the dog feeding, and became food himself. At the last moment, he changed his mind about staying alive, pushed himself off, and fell into the river Styx. Persephone stood there shocked, knowing that now he would definitely end up there. When I was drowning, I felt an incredible cold piercing my body, and I couldn't even move a finger. He thought it was the end, but everything that had happened to him so far, and even the part-time jobs he had worked for all his life, felt like an illusion. It seemed as if consciousness had left the body and my thoughts were rushing forward. As they say, before leaving this world, one's whole life flashes before one's eyes. He could see Snowball swimming toward him, but he could not tell him to leave him and save himself. When he got close to the owner, he grabbed his face with his paws and tried to pull it up, but it was no use. So I decided to try one more trick. I bared my razor-sharp teeth and bit hard on the nose. It worked. The pain brought him to his senses, and he turned around and saw many hands grabbing him and pulling him down. Because of them, my eyes began to darken, the Snowball became more and more indistinct, and at that moment I remembered the boss of the gnomes. The next thing that happened was that the fox turned into a gnome hammer, which Dum-Dum managed to swing away from his hands. In a few swings of the hammer, he managed to swim up from the depths and see what was pulling him down. Then he grabbed himself by the face and felt that his body had suddenly run out of oxygen, and he had to swim. Having surfaced to the surface, I have never been so glad to get a wide breath of air, and also getting to the surface of the tambourines that returned from the other world. He still had Cerberus in front of him, and his appearance made him even more furious and roared. The mouth closed abruptly when half of the body was already inside it, as if the world was frozen. It was strange why he did not feel pain, although he felt as if he were alive and his teeth were definitely squeezed. With wide eyes, I watched the system report that the Styx River effect was activated. Immunity to poisons, to muffling, to bleeding, and most importantly, to physical attacks. I remembered from mythology that if you plunge into the river Styx, you can become a victorious warrior, as the goddess Tafida did with her newborn son. To make him the strongest warrior, but his heels did not touch the water as she held the baby by them, so the myths about Achilles' heel began. And if you think about it, he just plunged from head to toe, and now he's not winning. Meanwhile, Persephone tried her best to snatch him from Cerberus's mouth, but he tried to chew it several times and spat it out himself. The goddess was shocked by these events. Dumdock was lying on the ground with Snowball covered in dog saliva when he heard that it was very, very disgusting. When I opened my eyes and stood up, I noticed that how can you call someone who has returned from the other world vile? She couldn't believe how he managed to survive and feel good after falling into the river. When I heard that he swam out of there rowing a hammer, my eyes popped out of my head. Cerberus again ran to them and grabbed Damdock and began to play with him. He only stopped from time to check if he was alive, but his toy was still mocking him. Persephone, who was watching, refused to accept that the low-level god was completely fine after being bitten by Cerberus. Damdock put his hand on his head and told the dog that now that he had fed him, it was time for a walk. Even knowing that there was no point in trying to destroy it, he still growled. When I asked him again if he wanted to go for a walk, Cerberus immediately calmed down. He turned around and began to search for something on his backside. Damdock did not understand what was wrong with this dog in the pet store. It worked flawlessly. As it turned out, he was looking for a chain, and when he found it, he turned around and gave it to me. Persephone came up to them as she had something to report since the last time Cerberus walked, so she asked them to be a little calm. He thanked me for my worries, but asked me not to worry because he was an expert in walking dogs, even nicknamed the Master of Dogs. As soon as I pressed lightly on the chain, in an instant Cerberus pulled it along. The dog was running so fast that he did not hear someone on his backside, and he was shouting in a voice that was not his own. It was hardly a good walk, as he was knocking down everything on the way. The system also notified me that I managed to complete the task of moving 100 kilometers per hour for 3 minutes, and the wind speed skill was opened. Persephone caught up with them and shouted to Damdoku to use his divine power to strengthen his body. He asked her what she meant, and then wondered how she managed to run so fast. She repeated once again that he should strengthen himself with divine power because Cerberus was too strong. I saw that nothing was being done and asked him why nothing was being done, but he didn't know that it could be used, thinking it was just simple statistics. To find out how to activate it, I called out to help me figure it out. She stopped abruptly, not believing that he could not do it, but his cry was very true. Persephone caught up with her again and asked her to remember how it felt when he used his power. Even though there was complete agony around her, she managed to gather her thoughts and remember that she had joined the fight with Karen. Then to help, I shouted to him to imagine trying to control the water in his body. I closed my eyes and tried to calm myself down even more and imagine the water circulating through my body. When I opened my eyes, I saw a golden energy around my arm and that my arm became stronger. Cerberus felt like he was attached to a chain like some kind of weight, and he stood up sharply. Damdoc could not believe his eyes that he managed to stop this dog. Although he succeeded, his strength was gone instantly, as holding the beast would be another challenge. Since he succeeded, Persephone said that now she had to concentrate on the part of her body she wanted to strengthen. But Cerberus didn't want to give up. He grabbed the chain with his teeth and pulled not only with his weight, but also with his muzzle. When he was able to pull again, he had to immediately direct the divine power to the right place. The effect was so strong that we were able to throw Cerberus into the air and then slam him down to the ground. Dumdoc also indignantly told the dog that the walk was over and it was time to go back. Even if he thought about resisting, there was no point. With his new skills, he easily managed to drag him along. The goddess was surprised that even when he used the divine power for the first time, he was very strong. And he thinks that now they have a very capable employee. Dame Doc was a bit surprised, seeing what she was capable of and why she didn't use these powers herself. I went up to her and asked if I could ask her a question, and she said yes. And then I asked her, why does she shun Cerberus when she was 100% sure that she could easily conquer him? This question made her a little nervous, and she barely mentioned that there were special restrictions. She turned her head away and quietly continued that Cerberus is the guardian of the gates of the underworld. He controls an infinite number of souls trying to escape back to the world of mortals. She also blocks the path of those who want to leave out of curiosity, and she is one of them, a goddess who wants to go back. She turned her face back, opened her eyes wide, and looked at him. Her answer even made me sad, as it turned out that she could not change anything while Cerberus was around and could only wait for handouts from Hades. I remembered that in the myths, Hades, fascinated by the beauty of Persephone, kidnapped her and locked her in the underworld. This meant that she had been abandoned by everyone long ago, which made him even more upset. But he caught himself thinking that he could not do anything because Persephone's husband Hades was the brother of the greatest god Zeus. And I'll throw him out of these thoughts because I forgot about Snowball, who appeared because of all this running around. They continued on their way back all the way, but Cerberus refused to walk, and Damdoc pulled him. As soon as we approached the gate, he jumped up and growled as if he felt something. Persephone told me not to worry. It's his job. He feels souls despite his appearance and does his job flawlessly. This was another reason why she could not go any further and pointed to a rock to which she could tie the dog, and that would be the end of her morning's duties. Damdoc continued to stare at her, amazed that the dog was controlling the goddess, suggesting that Hades was paranoid. He also wondered why Hades fed the dog so much that it became so healthy. Just as I was about to throw the chain, my intuition kicked in, and I started to see something in the center of the stones. Persephone didn't look at what he was doing, but kept telling herself that since she was done with the morning, she had to get ready for lunch. But when she turned around, she couldn't understand why he had punched the stone to which Cerberus was to be tied. Damn Doc scratched the back of his head and smiled and apologized because he thought there was something precious inside. This is a Cerberus collar used by Hades to train his pet, and if he wears it, he will obey perfectly. The goddess asked him how he did it because she could not find him as long as she searched for him. He explained that it was just intuition, but he didn't believe it was the same collar. Cerberus was a symbol of hell, and commanding him meant commanding all of hell. But I thought it might be better not to touch it since it was Hades' property and he didn't want any trouble. Persephone put her hand to her mouth, lowered her eyes, and seemed to be thinking about something. She said she could try to wear it, since there were no bans on its use or anything like that. Her husband often offered her to try speaking as soon as he found her. Listening to her, one could understand that they were having family difficulties, but I couldn't let such a good fortune go. He approached the dog, showed him the collar, and asked if he remembered what it was. When he turned around and asked if he hadn't already realized that they were not rivals. To make sure the dog understood, I decided to give him an extra lesson, and the thought made him smile. As soon as the collar was around his neck, the dog's behavior immediately changed and became calm. After making sure that everything was working, I intended to play with it a little bit, sitting, lying, even turning over. Finally, I turned him to face the gate and made him look at it. I told him that it was because I had bitten him and almost torn off his arm while dragging him, and I had to sit and think about my behavior for a while. Such ease of management made me think that if everything went well, this would be the best part-time job. He turned to show off to the goddess Persephone, but stumbled over her finger. Everything froze over him, a green glow appeared around him, and everything somehow calmed down. His body lost strength, so he fell to his knees and his eyes became increasingly heavy. She said that before he left, the man gave Cerberus 2 orders. First, to control the souls that try to escape, and the second one to control Persephone. She thanks him for this opportunity and promises to return before her husband comes. Before I closed my eyes, I finally realized that it was not hell that was important to Hades. Although he realized that he could not let anything happen, his eyes closed and he fell asleep. As soon as he started pretending and opening his eyes, he could see Snowball out of the corner of his eye. But I had no strength yet, so I lay there looking at the sky and gathering my thoughts. When he got up, he thought abruptly that he had fallen asleep, but how it happened. I turned around and saw that Cerberus was still sitting in front of the wall, and the goddess was not there. I wanted to find out how long I had been sleeping, and then a system window popped up saying that there were 5 minutes left until the end of the river Styx effect. He had to run fast to find her and ordered Cerberus to guard Hell until he left. Since Persephone could not leave Hell because of the dog, and if Hades finds out that it is because of him, he will definitely not survive. It was unclear how far she had run away, so we had to find her and bring her back as soon as possible. He mentioned that he had recently learned a new skill called wind speed, and that it can be significantly improved by the user's physical characteristics. As soon as the skill was activated, I was able to get from one point to the other in an instant. Before that, I could never have imagined that I would ever be able to move so fast. Now, to try to enhance the effect, I wanted to add divine power to the skill. I managed to jump so high that the trees below seemed small and I could see the river. It was then that I was able to see where she could have gone. Using the skill of combat focus, I saw that she was sailing on a boat on the river. Persephone moved calmly through the water, and her path was illuminated by the moon through the dark clouds. Until Damdoc jumped out of the water and scared her to death. He looked at the goddess sternly and asked where she was going in such a hurry. As soon as I got on the boat, I was screaming out of emotion that I had told him that I shouldn't cross the Styx River alone. So what the hell was I doing? Persephone lowered her head and whispered that she was sorry. She just wanted to see her mother. Blinking one eye, she said she could not worry because there were still 2 days until her husband returned, and she had never been caught during her raids. This information did not calm Dame Doc down, but he realized that this was not the first time. While they were talking and not steering the boat, it crashed into a rock that was in its path. As a result, a hole appeared in the side of the ship, and water quickly began to enter the interior. I looked at the shore and saw that the boat was unlikely to survive the journey, and the effect of the river Styx was about to end in 15 seconds. There was no choice but to hold my breath and jump into the cold water. He gripped the boat tightly and shouted to the goddess to make sure that nothing happened, but to hold on well. They managed to get to the other side of the river, where it was already very bright from the very beginning. Persephone was happy to have managed to get to such a wonderful, bright place. Damdok stopped her and wanted her to promise him something, that they would come right back as soon as she met her mom. She blinked one eye again and replied that of course she hadn't told him that she had never been caught. But this did not reassure him, because if something happened, he was definitely screwed. She took his hand and offered to go together and pulled him along. As soon as we got to the right place, I wondered why all the Greek gods live in caves. Inside, a woman was sitting quietly, Demeter, the goddess of fertility. She stood up and looked at her daughter, and could not believe her eyes. It had been a long time since they had seen each other. I caught her by the face and looked at her, making sure she was not dreaming. Standing behind them, Damdok began to feel that he was clearly superfluous. Something caught his attention because when they walked in, there were flowers at his feet, knowing that according to legend, during the time Persephone was locked in hell, the plants around her died from Demeter's grief. He waved at the goddess and said that he had remembered something and was leaving, and that they would meet by the river at 8 o'clock. She called him back, smiled, and was grateful to him from the bottom of her heart. All this time, while the goddess was with her mother, he tried to repair the boat, and when he was done, he shook his hands. I took it out to look at the clock, and it was 8:03. She was supposed to be back. Someone quietly walked up behind him and plucked flowers from the trees. Damdok heard someone there and turned around to see that the goddess had returned. But there was another person there who spoke to him first, saying that the arrogant god had gotten a job with him. My intuition and all the sensations in my body sounded the alarm, and the system sent out a warning about the danger. He looked at him holding the flower in his hands and asked in a quiet, calm voice where his wife Persephone was. Damdok started shaking like a washing machine just by saying a few words. In an instant he moved to him, staring so intently that he couldn't even move. He went on to say that he did not understand how someone like him could find Cerberus' collar and help Persephone escape. But it didn't matter to him because now he was destined for the afterlife. When his hand almost touched his forehead, a woman's voice shouted from the side what he was doing. It was Persephone, who was outraged at Hades because he wanted to send an innocent deity to the next world. They were both surprised to see her and turned around to look at her. The goddess didn't stop because her husband himself told the workers to find Cerberus's collar, so why is he so angry now? Coughing into his hand, Hades barely managed to say that it was true, but he felt that running away without saying a word was a bit wrong. Persephone was even more outraged because she did not run away, but only wanted to go out for a short time and came back as soon as she saw her mother. Hades was telling her what she should have said, and she snapped back that from now on, she would have to be held accountable for every little thing. Damdok, who was watching them, could not believe that the god Hades himself was not worried. Since Persephone did not finish speaking and they had to return to the underworld, she took out a gift. I gave it to him and told him that it was for a job well done. Hades asked if she would let him live after all, but the goddess said that this god had done his job perfectly and called him a narrow-minded person. Damdok also asked that she would take care of his salary, so she insisted that he not send an appeal to the system. I said goodbye and asked for one more request. Don't even think about coming back here. After these words, he stood in the room for a moment, barely saying that he had almost said goodbye to his life. In any case, she said it was a gift, so I took it without hesitation, and now I was curious what it was. As soon as he untied it and lifted the lid a little, the report glowed brightly. One apple was a forbidden fruit that gave the ability to separate good and evil, and the golden apple was a symbol of immortality and gave eternal youth. This apple could cure my mother, but there was a question whether it could be used by people. He picked up the dark apple, held it lightly with 2 fingers and looked at it closely. The next day at the hospital, the doctor who treated my mother was shocked to see that the cancer cells had completely disappeared. Even modern medicine has no explanation for this phenomenon. My mom didn't believe how this could happen, and Dum Dum said that she had a happy future ahead of her. The golden apple worked, and I considered myself lucky that I didn't peel it off, as the effect might not have been the same. Since the doctor said she was completely healthy, he offered to return home. While they were gathering outside when evening came, they called a taxi and left the hospital when it arrived. Damdok asked the driver to kindly take them to Hwaseong in the Banwol district. But the driver warned me that to get there I had to make a circle, so I asked why. The taxi driver explained that he hadn't heard anything yet, but that there had been a disaster near the park. I turned on the radio to see for myself, and a journalist said that he was reporting near Yoido Park. Not long ago, a cylindrical massif appeared there, so the local guilds were evacuated and hunters gathered to investigate and clear it. His mother took him by the shoulder and told him that she could get home on her own, but he had to go. She realized that he was needed there and couldn't wait to see him again on TV. When I left the taxi, I saw that this building resembled the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Hiding from the setting sun, I realized that I would most likely have to work all night long. He smiled and asked if the snow was ready and if it was time to go. But before I left, I wanted to go to the Divine store and saw that there was no payment for the part-time job yet, but my profile had been updated and my title changed. The title was given to the one who tamed Cerberus, and from now on he could tame any dog without exception, because now he was the Lord of Dogs. I immediately remembered how the manager of the pet store where he worked said that there are no bad dogs. He was interrupted by a voice shouting that everyone should look there because something was there. He thought he was the one who was being noticed, so he stepped aside. But there was Ju Soyul, and she and her team were surrounded by cameramen asking various questions. Once I was sure that no one was approaching him, and all the attention was on her, it became a little easier. I also heard her say that, without breaking tradition, the Sangan Guild always arrives at the scene of disasters, and said that for today, that was all the comments. This answer was surprising to him because she simply ignored them all. There was a chance that he could also be recognized, but there was no time for that, so he disguised himself a bit. When we got inside, the team gave us different scenarios, and most of us thought that an unexpected attack would take place. They knew it was dogs and that the expected attack from hounds was not a threat. They also joked with each other that the last person to enter had been bitten by dogs. Ju So-young raised her hand and ordered them to be quiet and calm down. Two of them said that it must be about them because they were loud. The assistant approached the head, but she ignored him and noticed that something was wrong with her because of her strange behavior. She was never particularly talkative, but she was never annoyed by this. I wondered what she could see in front of her that made her change her behavior. After a few minutes of staring into the darkness, she told the team that they were approaching. There was more than one dog there, and they were not as small as they said. As soon as the team saw them, their opinions immediately changed that they could easily handle it. The assistant saw that if anyone was injured, they risked being poisoned. Their venom can take the life of anyone in just 10 minutes. They are not really poisonous monsters. Even Ju So-young recognized that they were facing a rather problematic enemy and ordered those who were not strong in close combat to withdraw. And the rest of us had to draw our blades and follow her to the front. Suddenly, someone said goodbye after her words. The assistant turned to his subordinates and shouted at them who dared to do such a stupid thing. But he pointed his finger forward because he thought the sound was coming from the dogs. In the darkness, a human figure appeared, and the face was not visible only after the command to the dog's leg to sit down next to him. The fact that the dogs were following his commands caused fear in the pen because they did not know their enemy and what to expect. The assistant gathered his courage and stood in front of the head of the pig and stood behind him. He held out his sword and shouted that whoever was there should show his face. Damdak came out and asked him to take the sword away because it scares his dogs. The assistant opened his mouth when a man came out of the shadows, not some strong monster. At this time, one of the dogs that was not tamed appeared on Ju So-young's backside. Having noticed Dam in time, Doc activated the wind speed and moved to her. I grabbed her by the arm and pulled her to me, as there was no time to understand, and put her behind my back. Then he hit the dog in the head with his fist, scolding him for not biting them and calling him a bad boy. The effect of the title of the one who tamed Cerberus was activated by physical contact. At the moment, 32 dogs were already listening to him. The assistant calmed down as he saw that the man's actions were aimed at defense and not at attack. Damdoc looked at Ju So-young and saw something familiar about her. The bracelet on her hand was all too familiar to him, the same as the goddesses. He said to her that they had met again unexpectedly. She quietly said that it was not very appropriate now, because there were so many people around them. But I noticed that such a bold step was quite balanced on his part. Damdoc started yelling that it was not a good match and that it was not necessary to film it. When everyone calmed down a bit, he made a commanding look and turned to the dogs. He ordered everyone to sit down and listen carefully to his next commands. The first 10 had to dig where he pointed, and the rest had to help them. The dogs immediately began to dig in the ground in the specified place after receiving the order. They dug until red, bright crystals appeared from the ground. As soon as he managed to get one of them, he brought it straight to his master for praise. The cleanup team could not believe their eyes that this was possible and that such creatures obeyed so well. Ju So-young, watching what was happening, approached Damdok and appreciated this ability and asked him how he got it. This question really stuck out to me because everyone around me usually perceived talents as innate skills, but she asked him exactly how he managed to acquire such skills. I could not remain silent either, so I answered that I did not receive it, but was born with it. But he also had a question for her about her bracelet, wondering if it was hers. She raised her hand, not understanding what he wanted, and said that of course it was her bracelet. Then Damdok came closer, pointed his finger at it, and asked where she had bought it. I pressed her impatiently to get this information as soon as possible. Dame Doc no doubt recognized the same antique design. It was the same friendship bracelet as Persephone's. But where could this bracelet have come from? Ju So-young looked at it intently. Then he came to the conclusion that he thought the girl in front of him was a stalker maniac. She gave me a very strange look and said that she had bought it on the internet. After that, a message from the Forbidden Fruit Effect popped up that she was telling the truth. And when she told him that if he liked it so much, he could send a link, the system again said that she was telling the truth and her intentions were good. He immediately started playing the fool and saying he was super and that he had always wanted one. When the rest of the team imagined him playing with a woman's bracelet, they almost threw up. They immediately started whispering that he liked women's things and that the reason he got the bracelet was because of it. And I thought that maybe I became a little more sensitive after traveling the world, so I overplayed the role a little bit, and now they will think that he is a pervert. His entire reputation could have gone down the drain, so he decided to switch his focus. I asked Ju So-young how she knew Snizhko's name and whether she had already dug up some information on him. Even to this, she calmly replied that she had heard from others. Namely, at the gate she heard someone say, "Snowball, let's go." The system again reported that the target's intentions were good, which meant that he was telling the truth. I was amazed that she had already told the truth twice, which means something. In fact, he was a crazy stalker who went crazy because of a misunderstanding. After that, they went on and reached a large door behind which the boss was supposed to be. It was true that a monster appeared in front of them, called them nothing, and told them to say goodbye to their lives. The monster didn't even see a fist coming right at his head. The assistant was amazed that he had managed to punch his boss so easily. He fought himself, leaving nothing of the enemy. All that was on him was the dirt from him. Damdok exhaled and went to the assistant and asked him to keep the fact that he was in the dungeon a secret. Even what I did and said here had to be kept secret. While the assistant went to ask one part of the team, Damdok went to the other. Ju So-young looked at her bracelet and thought about something. After killing the boss, they came out of the dungeon, and there were many flashes from cameras around them and various questions from journalists. As soon as they stopped, the disguised Damdok had a chance to get away from them without being seen. And during the stop, Ju So-young answered journalists' questions in one sentence that she was glad that no one was injured during the mission. As I listened to her, I thought that I had been blind until now because the divine powers had suddenly collapsed. Because if you want to work as a hunter in this country, you have to pass a test because such people have great powers and the guilds have to control them. That's why you can find any information about hunters on the internet. And since I was not a legal hunter myself, my reputation suffered. And while everyone was focused on Ju, Soyuzul wanted to quickly disappear as he was walking, he ran into a guy. He recognized him but asked if he was really Damdok. The guy raised his glasses, laughed and asked what a hopeless insect like him was doing here. People heard him shouting his name and began to draw more and more attention to them. They were interested in why he said that, because the news said that he was very strong. The guy put his hand on him and asked if he would even greet him. Damdok himself was not happy to see them. He wanted to ignore them at first, but it didn't work out. The fool who ruined his school years was himself from a rich family, and he made it seem that it was not the gods who ruled the world. But everything was decided by money, which was not the case now, and he was no longer an obstacle. I grabbed him by the arm and took him away from me. but at the last moment, I changed my mind. He replied that he hadn't changed at all, that he had a dirty mouth and remained so. Jongchun didn't even realize what he had just said and asked him what he had just said. He called me a ragamuffin who got a little bit of fame because he cleared the dungeon maze and destroyed some gates. But there was one detail, so he asked me to finally be honest and admit that he had no natural talent. He will not believe in his life that an insect like him managed to do all that. Damn Doc heard out of the corner of his ear that the people looking at them were saying that this might be true, since he was not even on the hunting registry. Ju Soyul came up to them and silently took off his cap without even looking at them. Without any explanation, she handed it to him and walked on. Jongchun asked if he had a contract with her, because how could he explain that she was covering up for such a piece of garbage? These words even hurt her, and she looked at me and said that the lack of talent does not make anyone trash, and asked if she could answer for her words. But he just shouted about what responsibility she was talking about as he pointed the finger at him, the talentless cretin. She squinted her eyes, turned her head to Dame Doc, and stared intently. He realized that she was trying to tell him something, but he had to figure out what else. The first thing that came to mind was that she was hinting that he should stand up for himself, showing his abilities, which was not difficult at all, and bend the bus on its ass. Since an ordinary person could not have done it just like that, Jongchun was shocked. But then he continued to say that it was impossible and that he was just a piece of garbage. Since these conversations were just wasting his precious time, he decided to leave without paying attention. After the incident with Jongchun, he finally realized that he needed to get his hunting qualifications as soon as possible. Luckily, I heard that the test is held on Dokdo, so I carefully planned everything that should go my way. As soon as the window rolled down, Ju Soyoung appeared in the car that had just arrived and offered to give him a ride to the test. When we got to the right place, he got out and thanked me for taking him comfortably. But she wasn't going to leave him alone, so he didn't understand why she left too. In order not to torture myself with unnecessary guesswork, I asked her, and she honestly replied that she had no plans for today. He also asked why she started communicating informally, since she and Jongchun are the same age and they can be friends. The system showed that the target's intentions were good, so he responded with a friendship. The loudspeaker said that number 1117 had to go to Zone H to take an endurance test. He said that he had to go and ask Snishka not to worry as he would be back soon. Looking at the two of them, I thought that the fact that she went with him could be because of a pet. Because apart from the fact that she feeds Snowball, he sees nothing suspicious in her actions, and all her answers are recognized as kind. When I changed clothes and went to the site, everyone was warned that all participants could use only their equipment. The first test was based on checking the body's endurance, so the first task was a squat with a barbell. The examiner said that the number 1117 was set to the maximum difficulty, and he couldn't even move. A familiar voice told him that he needed to know his place, and a message from the system showed that his intentions were bad. He laughed and shouted to hurry up because if he didn't, he would automatically fly out, and then realized it was Jongchun. From the very beginning, I was thinking of getting out of here as soon as I got the license, but not after it appeared. As soon as he said that garbage like him should know his place. He had a lot of anger and managed to lift the barbell, and for that he received 6 stars for lower body strength. The next task was a little easier, and I was able to complete it calmly and also get 6 stars for upper body strength. When they put the tires on and told me to pull them, I got 5 stars for overall strength. The speed task was also easy, so I also got 6 stars for it. Jongchun, who had been making the task more difficult all along, did not believe that he was showing such results. I ran to the head of the test and yelled to stop the test immediately, but he couldn't interrupt it unless there was an error. Jong-il shouted even more that it was a mistake that such garbage was able to achieve such results. At the end, they congratulated me on the passage and added the results that coordination is 6 stars, and flexibility is 4 stars, dexterity is 5 stars, and reflexes are 6 stars. At the next stage, an examiner appeared and congratulated all hunters who managed to pass the entrance exam. This time, they want to test the ability to work in a team and push a button. They are not allowed to use any weapons other than those they received from them. They also had to remember that if they killed a monster from the other team, it would not add to their team points. The creatures that came out of the water and looked like fish immediately rushed into battle. Though the man managed to block the monster's blow, his legs buckled from the force and he fell. Damdock managed to block the sword in time and did not allow his friend to win. He shouted to see if he could get up and, realizing that he could barely move, added that he was taking the monster on. Intercepting the sword, he swung and sent the creature away from him with a direct blow. To be sure of victory, he quietly approached her, but she showed no signs of life. The rest of the team turned their attention to the second monster, and they tried to defeat it. When he saw that, he decided to defend his comrades and get rid of anyone who could threaten them with a deft movement. It was so fast that they did not see it happen. They just stood there with their mouths open. But we were grateful for the number 1117 because it helped us pass the exam quite well. Chongchun walked down to the first defeated monster, looking at it intently. So far, no one has seen a red substance poured into the monster's mouth. A warning popped up from the system that a very high bloodlust was detected. The monster came to life the second he was near Damdock and swung his sword at him. Thanks to my reflexes, I managed to block the blow in time, but it became stronger than before. The second blow threw him back, and in order not to fly too far, he stopped himself with his sword. The team was shocked how one of the creatures could still be alive after being hit by that guy. Because they said this out loud, the creature noticed them and turned around and looked at them with crazy eyes. Instantly, it moved to where they were standing, and the first person to be injured was a girl, and the monster took her by the face and slammed her to the ground. A man standing next to him was hit in the stomach with a powerful blow from the tail, which made him fly away. The third was hit in the neck, causing him to immediately lose consciousness and fall to the floor. The monster was raging, and his thirst for blood only intensified after defeating the three. All participants except number 1117 failed the task. Chongchun flew up, put on his glasses, and said that now he could not win without a team. I added that I had warned him before not to hold his nose so high. Dum-Dum thought about it and realized that the fool was obviously cheating to make him lose. Zhongchun saw that he was not going to give up and shouted that it was pointless. He would not win, but was only told to shut his mouth and watch. Using my swordsman's talent, I shout out that I will definitely pass the exam and become a great hunter, no matter what it takes. After that, the monster's head immediately flew off, but it had no intention of stopping. On the other platforms where there were monsters, his sword stroke felled each of them. Even now, if you can't get points for teamwork, you can still get points for individual work. He turned his head with a smile and asked the examiner if he was right. But at first, the two could not even say a word while standing there with their mouths open. Then the attention was turned to a loudspeaker warning that everyone in the exam room should immediately go to the nearest shelter, as a huge tsunami was detected near Dokdo Island and was rapidly approaching. I looked up and watched the sun break through the circles overhead. I thought that now I had to go up the mountain and check everything myself. The easiest way was to jump on the flying platform of Zhongchun and then higher up. He just kept shouting in the wake of what he was doing, and it was no joke. As soon as I managed to get to the surface, I turned my head sharply to the noise behind him. The concrete wall cracked and broke under the pressure from the huge wave that was there, leaving a hole in it. But the main wave was on the backside. It was impressive in its size, so if it goes like that, no one will be saved. The payment from Persephone came just in time, and she apologized for being a little late. But it was even very timely, he thought, searching the store and quickly finding the ability to break water for 200 Hades. It's not clear where Snowball came from. He brought his jacket, but it's not clear where Ju Soyuz has disappeared to. The wall under the pressure of the second wave quickly made it clear that this was not important at all. He shouted to Snowball to act, grabbed his sword, activated the divine powers, and with them a new ability. With just one blow, the entire force of the wave was neutralized, and the water calmly spread out to the sides. He was happy as a child about what he had done until the waves suddenly fell on him. After that, the loudspeaker again announced that all examinees should immediately go to the nearest shelter. There was an extremely high probability of a second tsunami wave. This information quickly brought him to his senses. Looking at the huge hole in the wall, I wondered if he would be able to stop the second wave. Suddenly, a message came with an urgent vacancy for a mercenary, Poseidon, to repair the dam that brings tsunamis to the surface world. After that, it became clear that the gods were to blame for everything. If the report was to be believed, everything should have stopped as soon as the dam was repaired. While he was changing clothes, he was tampering that all the supplies were stolen by the dwarves. Persephone ran away with the gods at the first opportunity and had only one problem. But there was nothing to be done if he wanted to live in peace in this world. He had to accept the job. For a moment, I found myself in the underwater world in Poseidon's palace. When I was looking at the architecture, someone came up behind me and greeted me in a man's voice. Hephaestus caught him by the head and said that he knew they would meet again. He also noticed that the fox had grown since he gave him this gift, but Snowball was not happy to see the god. This upset him because he had done nothing wrong and the fox still didn't like him. Damn Doc consoled him, saying that Snowball was just shy. But I was curious why he was so active with Ju-Soyuz and aloof with Hephaestus, and asked him what he was doing here. God immediately smiled and said that this was a stupid question because a good blacksmith was always at work if something needed to be repaired. They were just short-handed, so it was good that he came to explain everything before starting work. When we came, he showed us that there was a hole in the wall, and it was from this side that water enters the human world. For them, it was just a small hole in an inflatable pool, but for people, it is reflected in tsunami waves. And it was all because of that dark thing on top of them. The gate was a constant headache, and no matter how much we fought it, it always appeared. Damn Doc did not understand how it was because he always thought that gates were created by the gods. But they are just like the entrance to a dungeon. Snowball, when he noticed, got very scared and did not understand what was happening to him. A space began to appear next to the gate. It was quite a dangerous thing. A strong vortex came down to them, and a stream of waves formed from it. And then there was a feeling that it was drawing in everything around. Damn Doc was holding on with all his might, cursing this divine world and shouting that he wanted to go on vacation. Nearby, Hephaestus shouted to him to find something to grab onto, because if he got into the gate, he would be finished. The Snowball could not hold on to the shoulder. His legs slipped off, and he quickly headed into the vortex. At the same moment, Hephaestus activated his divine powers and began to gather energy around him. He raised his hand above him, creating a portal for the reports to appear. A huge hand appeared from the portal and repeated every movement of Hephaestus, thus trying to tame the gate. From such power, Damn Doc recognized that the deities were on a completely different level. Suddenly, dark energy seeped out of the gate, and monsters with sharp teeth popped out. When they appeared, we realized that these gates also let in various monsters, even in the world of the gods. So that he would not stand unarmed, Hephaestus formed a portal in front of him from which a sword appeared. I shouted to repel the monsters while I continued to try to block the gate. When he took the sword, he thought that at least this time he would be able to build a wall in peace. But as always, he was very lucky. Bursting into the fray, he shouted that he wanted a minimum raise for such work. He hit one monster with great speed, and it didn't even have time to see who did it. But the body managed to instinctively jump to the side, thanks to its intuition. I was so surprised that this could not have happened, since he had cut it using divine power. But he didn't care, and as soon as he opened his mouth, the monster called him a scoundrel from Olympus, and that he would tear everyone to pieces. Damn Doc did not expect this fish to talk and suspected that something was definitely wrong with him. He also knew that usually when the monsters came out of the gate, their attacks were weaker, and it could be very dangerous for him. Suddenly his attention was drawn to the strange tramp of many approaching feet. A large number of similar monsters appeared behind me, but they were calm and measured. As soon as they got close enough, they attacked people like them. It was a spectacle to behold, and they fought each other even though they were identical. From the sign that those who had just arrived wore, one could guess that they were Poseidon's subordinates. At first, I was even afraid to fight them myself because they looked strong as hell. While I was thinking about how lucky one of the fish got behind my back and was a second away from attacking, the sword went straight through the monster, reducing its sudden attack to 0. And in this case, one-on-one, these repetitions were not such a serious problem. During a series of blows, I noticed that the monster went into defense, so I realized why it was not destroyed by the first blow. Even when I added divine power to my skills, all I could do was scratch it. When the beat stopped, the fish raised its arms above it and showed its hands, shouting that it was finished. Such stupidity opened up weaknesses and allowed us to strike at weak points. And to check something else, he activated the wave splitter and struck the body with his sword. All those who were next in line for the battle were blown to pieces, and no one was spared. When the first one was over, he looked up at his work, smiled, and called for the next one. The monsters saw what he had done to their comrades and roared that they would tear him to pieces. This made Damdok laugh and shouted back to open his eyes and see his power. He rushed to meet them, but suddenly the system informed him that he did not have enough points for the breakwater talent. This nonsense happened at a very bad time. Everything was going very well, which is why it was so unlucky. The monster came very close, took a swing, and shouted goodbye. But from the side, I felt that he was being hit by some unexplained blows in a large number. The shooting started and they were forced to retreat, and Damdok was shocked to see them there. Pointing the gun barrel at the fish, the Red Fist's assistant sent them back. At that time, the gnome boss himself tore out the grenade's pin and shouted, "Good fish, fried fish." The grenade exploded very effectively, and the boss apologized to the pansy for being a little late. The chief among the fish called them little rats and was angry at their appearance. He rushed into battle to destroy everyone with his own hands. The assistant was holding it in his sights, just waiting for the fish to come closer to make a sieve out of it. But he didn't see that he was holding a stone that hit him in the arm and pointed the gun to the side. So the main man managed to kick the dwarf so hard that he flew away. He landed right next to his brothers, who thought he would win. To take revenge for his assistant, the Red Fist exploded into the top of the swinging hammer. I hit the monster with all my strength so that it was smeared on the ground. Damdok opened his mouth as it turned out the dwarf's hammer was incredibly strong. And I remembered that when I fell into the river Styx, I intuitively used it. Then I opened the system to find the gnome hammer skill, and saw that it didn't even need many points. While I was looking at the skill on my ass, the fish caught one of the dwarves. Holding his throat with one hand and swinging the other, he tried to kill him. Damdok shouted out to him, calling him a fish stick and moving all the way over to him to strike. However, the skill was cancelled because the requirements were not met. The skill could only be used with blunt weapons. The monster struck him with its right hand to throw him away and out of the way. Sitting on the floor, I didn't realize that my skill hadn't worked, and that's why Snowball was gone. But I caught myself looking at my fist because if you think about it, it looked like a blunt weapon, and the combat skill was SS level. At this time, the monster was striking the dwarf a large number of blows without stopping. There was no time to think about it. I had to save him, so I had to believe in myself. The blow was very powerful, so it sent a wave to the sides. But the fish still managed to catch him, and this put a smile on the monster's face. But that was just an ordinary blow, and now it was time to activate the gnome's hammer. Damdok's fist nailed the fish to the ground, and it had no chance to continue fighting. This trick upgraded the skill from level B to level A, which was very satisfying. And then suddenly there was Snowball, who was in a hurry. He picked it up and examined it to see if it was intact and had no wound on it. Since everything was going well, I could now count on him, and he turned into an iron glove. The use of skills became even more effective by strengthening the hands with gloves. A series of many blows threw the fish into the rest of its comrades. While they were trying to figure out how this happened, Damdok was already near them and swung for the next blow. The fish that got in his way flew away so that stones and dirt scattered after the fall. This Hephaestus kept trying to hold the gate and felt a strange burst of energy warning everyone to prepare for the attack. Damdok ran to him and asked what happened, and he shouted that he could no longer hold the gate. In an instant, a whirlwind broke out from there, hitting the ground hard enough to realize that if it was not stopped, it would suck them all in. Suddenly, I saw something up there, but I couldn't do anything at that moment. The whirlwind lifted Hephaestus, who fainted due to loss of strength, into the gates. Suddenly, the system warned that an overly strong aura was detected and warned of danger. The creature that appeared said that he, a miserable insect, had done a good job with his subordinates. The subordinates shouted to the Master Poseidon to stop the whirlpool, and Damdok shouted at them to wait a minute because he had a question. With such a terrifying aura, they were sure it was the god Poseidon because it was very strange. The fish noticed that he was right. They looked great, but they also had a terrible feeling. The pattern on his forehead is the same shape as the one on the gate. No matter what anyone said, the feeling inside screamed that the creature in front of him was dangerous. When he raised the trident, he felt that something very dangerous was approaching. The energy at the end of the trident produced hundreds of rays that spread out in different directions. When they hit someone, they instantly destroyed the dum-dum with Snowball barely managing to avoid them. The creature grabbed itself by the face. A wide, crazy grin appeared on its face, followed by laughter. My intuition was sounding the alarm, telling me that I would not be able to defeat such a strong monster. When I saw that after the attack there was one more person alive, I was happy because there was someone to destroy. A strong stream of energy erupted from the trident, and I barely managed to jump aside. The only thought that came to mind was that he would not survive now. To try to save myself, I took advantage of the wind speed and ran as fast as I could, but the creature appeared in front of him as if it had moved and asked where he was going. Gathering the energy at the tip of the trident, he advised the Olympian not to say goodbye to life. There was an explosion that illuminated the entire area, and the sound of the explosion and its force spread around. When I opened my eyes, I could not believe that I was alive despite such an attack. He saw that Poseidon appeared in front of him and repelled the blow, so he called the creature Neptune and called it a fake. Neptune was angry and shouted at him not to speak like that because he was also a deity. Not wanting to listen to him, he punched him in the face and ordered him to shut up because he did not want to listen to him. Even the name Neptune was stolen from him, and he asked if he even understood it because he dared to talk about him like that. To avoid the next blow, he managed to grab Poseidon by the braids and pull him back. Damdock froze, looking at them as if he were seeing the battle of the gods for the first time. But the things they said to each other and pulled at each other's hair reminded me of small children fighting. Poseidon shouted that he was a fake, and that no matter what happened, he would wipe him off the face of the earth today. Neptune laughed and asked if this was his 78th attempt to defeat him. He was expecting these words too, and smiled, saying that this was why he had hired a cool god today. Something started to happen in the portal, which was a signal that it was time to see for himself. Damdock looked up there and wondered what kind of god Poseidon himself had hired, how strong he was. Hephaestus's head appeared from the gate and he managed to get out. Although he was very exhausted and wounded, he said that everyone inside was destroyed. Looking at him, I wondered if he would have the strength to defeat Neptune. But he smiled and said that he had great hope for them. A beautiful girl jumped out of the portal with 2 other companions. She came down and looked at them all with a very calm look, and Damdock couldn't believe his eyes that it was Ju So-young. She stretched her hand out in front of her, opened her fist, and the remains of the cannonball fell out. Neptune shouted out to his gatekeepers how they could do this, and whether they hadn't already killed his subordinates. Enraged as hell, he swung his hand and gathered the energy to strike. Damdock knew what kind of equipment it was and shouted at the top of his lungs to be careful. And he put both hands together and directed a stream of powerful force in her direction. She watched calmly as the flow of Neptune's power rushed toward her, but she just turned her head to the side and continued to watch calmly. Since the first attack was his, they decided that the second attack would be hers. Her dagger passed through the creature's body, leaving only a glow behind. But after the attack, she landed with her back to Neptune, so she didn't see his hand coming toward her. Damdock, who saw this, could not just watch and rushed to help. And thanks to the improved intuition, the body moved on its own. Since Neptune was fed up with him, he wanted to kill him first and then the rest. Ju So-young grabbed him by the collar and threw him back to save him from the trident. At that moment, one of her comrades came up and got close to the god. His fist hit him, but did not knock him down, only pushed him a few meters away, exactly to the place where the little mage was hovering in the air, waiting for the right opportunity to attack. After the tapping with the staff, a powerful explosion with a strong wave thundered. Ju So-young asked him why he was getting into a fight so thoughtlessly. He looked at her and grunted, because it was not even possible to help her. To this she replied coldly that this could not be called help. Though I mentally called her smug, my tongue did not turn to tell her so because she was right. All she noticed from his movements and praised was that his speed had increased significantly. She also said that Neptune is very dangerous now because it is not stable. At that moment, Damdock was more concerned with who she was, and I saw a lot of questions on her face. She threw a jar and said that all questions and conversations would be after the battle. There was not enough information in the system about this, only perhaps it increased the divine power. Ju So-young asked me to have a drink without any questions and to memorize something. She believed that among all those present, he was the one destined to finish off Neptune. After these words, she immediately took off running toward the enemy. His head was spinning from her words, and it seemed like she was going to drive him crazy. She jumped up in front of Neptune and swung her dagger. Her speed was amazing. The number of cuts left after her attacks could be counted in dozens. While she managed to divert attention, one of her comrades launched a frontal attack. His strong punch nailed the opponent to the ground so hard that he couldn't even move. The magician came down to him and put a staff to his head to win the victory in one go. Because they were too careless, Neptune managed to quickly recover and scatter them to the sides. His punches were as powerful as a giant's, so after the magician, he immediately rushed at him and neutralized him. Damdok was still thinking about how Ju Soyoung wanted him to destroy him, as they themselves were being scattered in two. Just yesterday I was a nobody, and even though I was a deity now, I didn't believe that anything would work out. Neptune looked at him again because again he dared to touch his precious body. He bared his teeth and was determined to get to the bottom of it, because with each miss, he wanted to tear it apart even more. Damdok stood there, not even trying to dodge, watching the energy rush at him. Ju Soyoung jumped out and pulled her hand forward in an attempt to save the fool. When I pushed him away, I asked if he would continue to stand there helplessly or if he would finally do something. She herself was thrown aside by the wave and her arms and legs were torn. Neptune approached her, turned her over on her stomach, and stood with his foot on top of her, pressing her to the floor. I told her that she had done a very stupid thing because she could have lived a long, happy life if she had just run away from here. Damdok barely managed to say in a trembling voice why she had done it for him. Neptune also asked why she had to save him, and the answer was quite obvious, namely that the guy in front of them was much stronger than him. In the end, he was destined to die at the hands of the very lower god he underestimated. His face showed a lack of understanding of her words, how he could defeat such a monster. She told Damdok that she believes in him and knows he will succeed. Her words went straight to his heart, and the system reported that the target's intentions were extremely positive. Until that moment, everyone called him a mediocrity, saying that his future was destined from the moment he was born. People born with talents lived among them, but their world was completely different. There was only one person who believed in him, his mother, who told him that talent was not the most important thing. Because of this, I wanted to make a lot of efforts not to be in the shadow of those who were lucky from birth, and then the day came when my uncle's unbearable debt fell on me. Then my mother would say that she was sorry that he had no talent, and that it was all because of her, but those words were only so that she could ease the weight of her failure. But then I wasn't completely angry or upset about everything I could think of at the time. Thank God it was even better that way. Now he could just give up, because when no one believes in you, there is no one to disappoint. Now everything was different. Those who believed in him had a chance, so this time he would not run away. After drinking what was in the jar, it gave blessings throughout the body, and the divine power increased rapidly. Being overwhelmed by the power, his speed also increased rapidly, so the first thing he had to do was to save Ju Soyoung. He carried her away from him and carefully put her on the ground as he saw that she was wounded. As soon as Neptune was above him, he ordered Snowball to turn into a sword. The sharp end was in front of the god's eye, and he noticed it instantly. Due to the fact that I drank that substance and my body was full of energy, I had a chance. Neptune also noticed this, but told him that just because he was a little stronger, he shouldn't be so overconfident. He agreed with what he said, but there was still a very big difference between them. But even if that was the case, there was no way back. I tried to put maximum force into each stroke and accelerate myself with each stroke. We couldn't even give him time to breathe so that he wouldn't be able to think about a counterattack. But he was still a deity. In an instant, his hand slipped out and caught on my jacket. Neptune pulled him close, opened his mouth, and an energy layer began to grow between them. You couldn't get under his attack by quickly coming up with a quick idea to put your foot on his stomach. I pushed back at the exact moment he released the balloon, so I was lucky to avoid being injured. Neptune roared and shouted that he could now definitely consider himself a non-living being. This time there was nowhere to go, but just in time, Snowball appeared and made a sound that he was on his ass. Damdok yelled at him to turn into a shield, and all the energy from the blow dissipated on the shield. Neptune opened his hand in such a way as to call the trident to him because he knew that the battle would continue with weapons. Pointing the trident in his direction, I asked him if he really thought or hoped to change anything. Poseidon, who saw the water dragon summoned in time, had nowhere to go from this attack. The underwater world has not heard such a powerful blow from his attack in a long time. Poseidon looked in that direction and exhaled, as no one could survive after such a thing. As soon as the dust settled, Neptune, who was heavily wounded, was still standing. And since he realized that he could not win with such help, he shouted that now everyone would die here together. Damn Doc, who was above his head, shouted that he would not allow it and put all his divine power into the breakwater ability. Benevolence is not an excuse, even for a fool, and this is clear. Looking back on my life for the first time, I realized a painful truth, that he could not trample on all her expectations. The next thing that happened was a message from the system that the forgotten god Neptune was defeated. The unknown gods rejoiced in his victory. The conditions for progress were fulfilled. Thanks to the last blow, he absorbed the power of the forgotten god Neptune, and the moon fox became the first level. The only words he said before he collapsed, exhausted and lost consciousness, were that he had done it. When I first started to come to my senses, my mind was still completely blurry, and when I opened my eyes a little, I saw a man's physique in front of me. When he realized that Poseidon was in front of him, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He told him that while he was sleeping, he had restored his clothes and healed his wounds. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for defeating Neptune, but I wanted to ask one question. Because he defeated Neptune, most of his powers returned to him. But part of the strength was lost when he struck the last blow, and that strength is enough to establish order in the world, but it is also enough for a sea of chaos. So the crux of the matter was what he was going to do with that enormous power. The system warned of the danger that bloodlust was detected. The target's intentions were evil, and Poseidon's talent for ocean-depth eyes saw right through him. Dumb Doc thought that he was testing him so that the lie wouldn't work on him, and that he was reeking of bloodlust. I realized that if he considered his answer unsatisfactory, he would most likely kill him on the spot. So he began to say that he had defeated Neptune not for the sake of his power, but with his permission, he wanted to move on to become a god who would be recognized by others. Poseidon looked at him and assessed that he had the feeling that he was looking at himself from the outside. He looked so innocent, as if he was looking at a newly born god. He stood up and began to say that he saw that he was telling the truth, that the annoying gate had been destroyed and that he had met a new god. Therefore, there was no reason not to organize a celebration, and ordered his subordinates to prepare an incredible holiday. When everything was ready, Damn Doc came there too, and when he saw Ju So-young, he went to her. He asked me to go away to talk to her as he had a lot to ask her. The snowball immediately jumped into her arms, interrupting such a tense moment. He ignored requests to come back only after he raised his level and began to behave like a nobody. And then suddenly a bunch of fans came running in, shouting out Ju So-young and asking what she was doing here. I tried to shout and open them, but all my efforts were in vain. Suddenly, he felt a heavy hand on his shoulder and a familiar voice on his back saying that he had found someone. Poseidon grabbed him and dragged him away, wanting to talk to him a little longer before he left, but Damn Doc shouted that he refused. But he just laughed and said he liked his straightforwardness and asked if he wanted to work under him. After Ju So-young looked at them, she thought that they had met too early, but she hoped that they would succeed together in this life. When I returned to the island where I took the exams, the examiner congratulated me on my good work and told me that the exams were over. He was very much looking forward to getting his official hunting license, not to mention that he managed to get 6 stars on the first try. Hunters everywhere are divided by stars. The rank system goes from no rank to 9 stars. In Korea, there were only 13 hunters above 5 stars. Jong-chun couldn't keep his emotions in check as to how they had given such a criminal a license. His screams were like music to the ears. These miserable screams could not be pleasing, and he uttered words that could make your ears go numb. I noticed that Snowball seemed a little heavier, and if you think about it, he grew. He thought that maybe when he grew up, he would become completely independent, and he also really liked Ju-sul. When he leaned against her cheek, unable to believe that such a cute animal could do such a thing, he asked if he liked her better. Suddenly, Ju So-young spoke to him and said that she could see that he was in a good mood, but it was not for long. She asked him to follow her, and as promised, she would answer his questions and tell him everything. What he needs to know and what is about to happen will concern the world and Ragnarok. As they drove down the road, Damn Doc told her that it was no wonder he felt that she had a strange vibe about her. He asked her who she was and asked if he was really interested. A year ago, by some miracle, A window with vacancies for part-time jobs for the gods appeared in front of her, and using the rewards from her part-time job, she was able to become strong. And then she became a medium-level god, and that's when she discovered a talent called foresight. She didn't know everything, but she learned about the incredible future that awaited the whole world. It referred to the fact that there would be a battle between the gods, and it would happen in the near future. Sometimes the names of gods in different myths differ. For example, Zeus, Jupiter, Poseidon, Neptune, Eros, Cupid. Usually people don't think about what they say, they think they are the same gods. But these were different gods with different names, unlike the gods who survived thanks to the devotion of people. There were still forgotten gods who came to reclaim their names through the gates with which their power grew. The gates play the role of repositories that the ancient gods use to grow their strength after they release all the energy they have spent in battle. With those gods who are at rest, and in the end the sixth Ragnarok will come. To help people fight, dungeons were created in their likeness, similar to gates for training people. But he remembered how Thor said that people must suffer there because it could have been a training ground, and many people do not return from there. I shouted out with emotion how she could say that, because during this time lost in building them, we could have done it ourselves. But she did not let me finish. She said that he had seen Neptune himself, and should understand that he came out before he had time to gather all his strength, but he was very strong. That is why the gate was a place before which even the gods cowered and did not take risks. The more the forgotten gods collect energy, the more complex the gates will be. Even for gods, protecting their world is a big task. If this happens and Ragnarok comes, it will be very bad for the human world, because there will be no god left who will be able to protect the world of people. Of course, people will not know about it. Considering the appearance of the gate as a mere coincidence, like a car accident, if a Neptune like this appeared in the city, everything would be destroyed. Damn Doc thought now he had everything going for him. The appearance of the land, talents, skills, abilities of the gods, as in the game items dropped out after defeating the monsters. It was the last gift to humanity. He punched himself in the leg and shouted that he knew they needed to survive on their own and how they could stop it. Ju So-young said that he was the one who would help in the future she saw. He had closed many gates and protected the world. So she did everything in her power to help him while they were talking, and arrived at the scene. Dumdock said that he was so impressed that he didn't notice how they got there so quickly. I thanked her for giving me that substance and for helping me in the underwater world. But he was caught off guard when he saw a sign in front of him that read in big letters, "Yu Dam Doc, a new hunter with 6 stars. Even the journalists who were hanging around saw him and started asking questions. Ignoring the journalists, he asked Ju Soyul if they were in the right place, because it seemed like they were in the wrong place. But she only hit the gas pedal sharply, leaving him face to face with the press. A month later, Udam Doc became a 6-star hunter who managed to complete 3 dungeons for places, and the last one even without losses. He also went through more than all the dungeons and accumulated items worth millions of dollars. Not everything was so good when you became popular, but it was necessary to increase divine power. Reporters were constantly picking on him because he was a 6-star hunter and all that. He also remembered and told Snizhka that he had his own fan club and was gaining popularity even without doing anything. Then their attention was drawn to the front door, where Ju So-young came to see them. She told him that he needs to work harder, and then fame will quickly become his strength. The battles that are still to come will be much more difficult than the expected end, and people will fall into depression without believing in the future. The coming future may be much crueler than she imagined, but is he ready to accept such a cruel fate? Dumdock thought it would be better not to know about the end of the world and thought it would definitely not come, but now that he knows, he was not going to sit around waiting for a miracle. Ju So-young said that she knew he would answer that way, and now it was time for a divine part-time job. They were greeted by a deity from whom radiance emanated and called little birds. The deity smiled and said that they could be glad that they had come to work for Apollo himself. Dumdock opened his mouth because he saw the sun shining very brightly and very close behind him. Apollo told him that of course it was very bright because it was created in his likeness, and even the sun carriage is beautiful because it was created in his likeness and has the same smooth curves as his body. So the beautiful one asked them if they had ever heard of him and how he was perfect since he was born and only getting better and better. When they were alone, Damdok asked her how he didn't get tired of bragging about it, but it was good that they went to work on time. Ju So-young herself could hardly stand to talk to him and even thought about hitting him once. But he smiled and looked at her and said, "Isn't this a cool part-time job, on the contrary? Because at first it was building a dungeon, then training a dog, but now it's wonderful to do something divine. Because it's not every day that you get a chance to fly through the sky with the sun at your back." Ju So-young thought about it and asked him if he thought it was the real sun they were pulling. I explained that he shouldn't think so, that the sun on the back of them was just a fake made by Apollo, and they were flying across the sky to adjust to the rising of the real sun. Then he was outraged, but wondered why he had to come up with such a trick if there was a real sun. And at that moment they were just passing in front of the village. People were raising their heads in delight and looking up. In this way, people could believe and be devoted to the sun god, so he increases his divine power, and so Apollo became the sun god. Damdok listened even more indignantly and asked if this was a scam, and she said that it was. He was just a fraud who fed on people's faith. She told him not to worry about anything and to focus on his work, as the pay was decent. But still, I wanted to finish this vile part-time job as soon as possible and go home. After a while, Damdok noticed that she was very good at driving the carriage. She exhaled and said that of course, since she couldn't even remember how many times she had worked, she could drive even with her eyes closed. This prompted the question that it was not the first time she had worked part-time for Apollo. But then it was not clear why the sun god did not recognize her when they came to him. Ju So-young saw that it was impossible to lie and why he suspected something now. She got out of it by saying that such a god certainly doesn't remember anyone but himself, even if you come to him several times. In an instant, their carriage was surrounded by creatures that roared and looked like wolves. The intuition skill was activated, and in order to prevent the wolf from harming the horse, my hand pulled the leash aside. Ju So-young was puzzled, as the appearance of sun wolves was strange because they were not usually seen on this path. Damdok noticed that they looked a lot like hellhounds, so he activated the skill that tamed Cerberus to check it out. She wanted to be the first to deal with them, asked him to hold the line, but he said he would deal with it himself. But she shouted that they were superior to him, and if he touched them only, he would be burned to the bone. But he wasn't going to sit there. He turned Snowball into a sword, saying that if he was to become as strong as the prophecy, he should be able to fight them. After these words, he leaned on the roof of the carriage with a burning desire to deal with them. Standing on the carriage, he waited for at least one of the sun wolves to attack him as he had planned. I shouted at her to watch what she was doing and grabbed the sword. I took a swing right before the creatures approached him and hit them with a snarl. He crouched down to one of the wolves, put his hand on its head and smiled. But the smile quickly disappeared, and smoke could be seen under his arm, and the heat was burning through his entire arm. The system reported that the power of Neptune had been activated, and the blessing of the waves covered his entire body. After this skill, touching creatures became easy, and the number of dogs that listened to him was 33. The work was going like clockwork, and the only thing left to do was to tame one sunny wolf. Ju So-young could not believe her eyes when she saw him and the wolf hugging each other. She smiled and exhaled, thinking that he was truly a fool. When I first met him, he was very weak and could do nothing at all. But no matter how painful or difficult it was for him, he still pushed forward, which might seem meaningless to others. He changed his life 2 or 3 times, 100 times, and little by little he always rushed forward. To achieve such success in 1,869 lives is an incredible result. Therefore, I am sure that the only one who can destroy it is he and she who is reborn for this purpose. After finishing with the first group of sun wolves, Damdok ordered them to help drive away the rest. When the rest of the wolves approached, they took their positions and he ordered them to attack. When they attacked them, it was clear that they managed to confuse them because they were identical. He shouted to them that they shouldn't even worry and that he would reconcile them all soon enough. Falling on top of him, he smiled and tamed another one into submission. One by one they obeyed, so that 40 dogs were following him. Since they were very good at subjugation, he asked them not to relax in order to conquer the rest. The system threw another message that the number of dogs exceeded 40, and an additional skill to Dog Lord was improved. The additional skill was called Howling, and now he had the ability to call tame dogs, and they would follow all his commands. There will be no use in taming all the dangerous hounds in this situation. I thought that if he called his little friend, the fight would be very spectacular. Ju Soil shouted at him to hurry up and tame the others. She added that sun wolves are not so dangerous when they are alone, but they can join together. That's what happened, and the rest of them joined up. And now, in addition to their size, they have long-range ability. Because the fireball hit the sun, a large, bright explosion formed in the sky. The carriage was destroyed and fell with stones to the bottom of the sun, and the sun disappeared into the air as if it had not existed. Ju So-young rushed in just in time and grabbed him by the collar from above, scolding him that at the most crucial moments he was somewhere in the air. I also shouted at him to get ready as soon as possible, as there was no time, but he was interested in where the carriage with the sun was. But they fell down right on the village. I looked down and saw what was happening there. And there was something else she didn't tell him, but that would come later because the village was in great danger. So at first, the first task was to save the people who were attacked by the wolf. One girl tried to run away, but at one point she turned around and saw a column coming at her. She fell to her knees and covered her head, and in an instant the column split and fell to the side. Damn Doc stood in front of her and told her that everything would be fine, but asked her to get out of here as soon as possible. He ran to the creature to fight it, so that it would stop destroying the area and threatening people. The great sun wolf was a monster that was too strong and impressive in its power. The force of his paw still squeezed, so he had to run away sharply to the side, and also thought about what if the sun wolves all joined together. They still can't win against the strongest dog in the mythology of hellish Cerberus. As soon as he appeared, he instantly pounced on the wolf, knocking it to the ground and catching it by the neck. Dum Dum told him to hold him as hard as he could to finish his job. People watching from the outside didn't understand what this guy was doing when he suddenly fell from the sky and dealt with the threat in a flash. Next to the man was Ju So-young, who quietly told the old man that he was Yu Dam Dok. The deity who saved them and the village from the threat of destruction is now their protector. When everyone was seated, he was happy to see the dogs eating and playing and hoped that he would not have to clean up after them. And those who were responsible for all this were on their backsides. He drew attention to them and shouted at them not to cool off and continue working. I thought that there was no way to even turn away because they were starting to play the fool and do nothing. Then a man came up and addressed him as the god of swords, Yudam Dok, and asked to hear him out. He fell to his knees and said that even though they were late, he wanted to convey their gratitude on behalf of the entire village. At first he tried to explain that everything that happened was his fault and asked me to stand up. But he answered that no, thanks to the gods who watch over them, they are still alive, and their village is very grateful to him. And now they will make sacrifices every month for his favor. As soon as he started shouting, "Long live the god of swords, you damn Dok," he disappeared in a second. When he escaped, he thought about what it was about, but what Ju So-young wanted to say was that all the locals were crazy. And they also did a good job of smashing the carriage to pieces. The sun wolves ate the sun. With a Sunday left in Apollo's part-time job, Ju So-yul approached and said they could try to create it again. At first he thought she was joking with him, and they looked at each other in silence. A good old friend of his could help them in this matter. Throwing their arms back, they walked along the place that led to the most famous blacksmith, Hephaestus. He asked her what it meant that she was making good money if she offered to create the sun. But she calmly replied that she did not have a penny in her pocket. This provoked a violent reaction, because no matter how close they were to Hephaestus, he would not create the sun for their beautiful eyes. She asked him to stop talking and just follow her in silence. He was overwhelmed with anger that she thought she was not so sure that they would get help for thanking her, and she agreed to a bet that if she won, she would make him a wish. Hephaestus smiled and replied that he could easily, since he owed her a lifetime of debt, so it was nothing to him. He said that if they gave him 3 days, he would even make 2 sons for them. Damn Doc wondered what she had done to him that he agreed to make a son for free. When they got out, Dum Doc asked her what she wanted to talk about after the battle. Ju So-young also asked if it was right that he should fulfill her wish. But before that, she needed to tell him something, and he agreed, saying that he was listening carefully. In order for him to stop the battle of the gods, and with it the end of the world, he had to acquire priests. What she said made him nervous, and he asked what she meant by the word priest. When the divine power of a lower-level god passes 50,000, the god's call is unlocked, and he can enlist the support of the priests. Damn Doc asked if she was joking, because you can't just grab a priest and say he's a god and need his support. Quite calmly, she said that he would have to do it anyway, because he would not be able to stop Ragnarok on his own. He needs to gather 12 priests from the prophecy who are in different dimensions, and only with them will he be able to save the world. He asked her to stop because there was too much information, and he was confused, and also asked to omit the fact that 12 priests were needed. Not one or two, but what did it mean that they were in different dimensions? Now he could only moonlight on the continents, but as he gradually grew in power, he would be able to moonlight on all dimensions. But there was nothing to worry about because the first priest lives in their world and will become a combat-ready assistant in the future. And now she wanted to get back to the task at hand because she had come up with something. As soon as Hephaestus was done with his work, they started working again. The people worshipping the sun noticed something, and one man asked who Damdok was. The second man said that this is the god who saved the second village from monsters, and Apollo appreciates him for putting a banner with him on it. He was not happy about this desire. Of course, he wanted to show off his divine power, but he thought it was a shame. Ju Soyoung reminded him that he had agreed to the wish himself, and its purpose was to unlock the power of God's call. And so I had to do everything I could to make sure that more people knew about it, or to make it useful. After finishing the task, he was sitting in the store choosing a new talent, and he liked the talent for shooting. In some cases, this will help improve long-range combat, as it was difficult to deal with Neptune because I could only use the breakwater. And now, after purchasing it, I wanted to see how much its divine power had risen. It was a shame to carry the banner every day. He couldn't even sleep properly. And then he saw that he had reached the necessary strength and the call of God was unlocked. I couldn't believe my eyes, yet the damn banner worked and the power increased so quickly. Then Apollo suddenly came up and asked him what he was looking at, and he was startled by this sudden appearance. The sun god calmed him down and extended his hand, as the mother system is invisible to others. I'll give Doc a smile. He's not talking about the system window, it's clear how the gods call it. Then Apollo asked if anything special happened during the part-time job. He said that they were attacked by sun wolves while working, but they managed to overcome them. If I understood correctly, he was talking about those capricious wolves and thanked them for their good work. That's why, in addition to my salary, I wanted to give a small bonus as a sign of gratitude. Apollo pointed his hand and it emitted a golden glow, and after a few seconds the system reported that the self-healing ability was available. He raised his hand, looked at it, and asked God if it was true that he had given him this ability. Laughing loudly, Apollo put his hand to his head and replied that, of course, such an ability could only be obtained from him off the job. People are even lining up to learn this skill after hearing that Damn Doc asked Snowball for help with something. I asked him to turn into a knife to cut his finger and test his new ability. The system immediately informed me that self-healing had been activated, and it was slow, but quite effective. Snizhok looked at his injured finger with a very guilty look, as if it was his fault, and Dumdoc hurried to calm him down. Apollo noticed such a beast, and bent down to examine it, since a creature that turns into a weapon is extremely rare, and asked if he could tame it. Damn Doc looked up, thought for a while, and answered that he had tamed some animals and asked why he was interested in this. Apollo exhaled heavily, and said that lately he has been worried about some people because he does not know how to get along with them. Rubbing a hand under his beard, he added that he was also tired because they were constantly eating his son. As soon as Apollo thought that it would be a good idea to try to tame them, the room brightly lit up. When I saw the sun wolf in front of me, I opened my mouth because a lower-level god managed to do what no other god had done. Apollo was sweating, sweat trickling down his cheeks, and asked in an uncertain voice how he had done it. Damn Doc agreed to help him with his problem, but he had only one condition. He had to teach him how to shoot a bow. For most people, Apollo is the god of the sun, but he is also the god of medicine, the art of the muses, and the god of archery. When the training began, Apollo put an arrow in his hands and explained that to create an arrow, you need to concentrate spiritual power in your fingertips. Next, I had to hold my breath, pull the bowstring, and take good aim. When the sun god shot the arrow, the wind blew at them from its speed, and it ruffled their hair. Apollo closed his eyes and smiled, saying that in general, that was all he needed to know. Damdock analyzed the lesson and realized that the movements of God were indeed quite primitive. Then the training began, and surprisingly, Apollo was a rather strict teacher, and a month had passed since he began training in the world of the gods. During this month, Damdock managed to master the skill of archery, which he was very pleased with. When I put on the jacket, I thought that before that, I had only studied from YouTube videos or copied the movements of my opponents, but learning the techniques of the gods themselves is a completely different matter. And if you combine your talents with the teachings of the gods, you can reach a new level. Suddenly, Ju So-young came up behind me and told me that they had to go back. There is not much time left before the meeting with the first priest. Damdock agreed, but asked where Apollo was now, as he wanted to say goodbye to him before he went to say goodbye. Ju So-young replied that the sun god was playing with the sun wolves like crazy. Damdock was happy, and as it turned out, he had worked in a dog store there for a reason and learned that every dog can be trained with food. And if I hadn't told Apollo about this method, it could have turned out badly, but everything turned out well, so there's nothing to worry about. As soon as they started walking, Ju So-yul asked him to think before he did anything because it could end badly for him. Damdock stopped and turned to her and asked her not to worry, as he had managed to improve his divine powers and had gained new abilities and learned new techniques. Meanwhile, in the gloomy underworld, the moon illuminated the dark forests and the river Styx. A servant came to Hades and bowed before him, telling him that he had checked several times that Cerberus had been summoned without permission a few days ago. Hades looked down and said that it was quite brave for someone to dare to touch Cerberus. His anger made his energy shine, and he made a promise to himself that whoever it was would get him out of the ground. Because the fool who did it had to find out what the price was for daring to insult his god of the underworld. Sometime later, in the human world, the sun's rays brightly illuminated the Sangun Guild house. Damdock trained tirelessly, and his sword skills grew a little bit. During the break, I turned to Ju So-young, who was looking at something on her phone, and asked if it was true that a priest was coming here. Without looking at him, she continued to look at something and asked him to be patient and wait. But Damdock noticed that it had been a Sunday since he had been here alone with the sword, so his strength was increasing more slowly than during the work. I asked her if it wouldn't be better to go for a part-time job, but she didn't even listen to him and didn't care because she had found what she needed. Ju So-young turned around and went to the exit and asked me to wait here until she returned from her part-time job. Damdock shouted in the wake that he was going with her in that case, but she turned her head and angrily ordered him to wait here, period. Of course, he didn't like the fact that she was leaving him like that and was going alone. Stomping his feet, he still could not stop being angry, because he could no longer sit still, waiting for the priest to show up, so he would also go to work. But his shouting was interrupted by a person who said in a sneering voice that he needed part-time work because he was poor. Damdock calmed down and thought that only one person had such a nasty voice. Jong-chun laughed, not because he was tired of pretending to be a hunter, but because he decided to work for a living. But he believed that he made the right decision because talentless people should work at talentless jobs. Damdock interrupted him, asking if he wasn't tired of it yet, and why he came to the Sangun Guild if he wasn't from the other guild. Then the thought slipped through my mind that this one could be his priest, and I prayed to all the gods that it was not. Yongchun replied, "Doesn't he know that there's a training tournament here today? And with a sponge like this shabby cat, you won't get far with it." Snizhok looked at him with anger in his eyes after these words. Then he showed what kind of dog he had, boasting that it had hound blood from the German lands, so only because of this can he be considered the winner. Clapping him on the shoulder, he sent him to a part-time job so as not to interfere with them, as he had an important day today. Damdock gave him a look, and he thought about this training tournament. At the tournament itself, after Jong Chun's performance, the judge announced that he had 39 points, which is a record for the entire duration of the competition. This result made him very happy. A smile appeared on his face, and his eyes moved to the podium. He looked at his father as he always did to show him how beautiful his son was. His father was the president of the #1 guild in Korea, Iris Jong-gunak, and after the victory, he was definitely going to appoint him as his heir. The host's voice resounded throughout the room as he announced the last participant of the most popular boy in Korea. Participant number 10, Dam-dok, with his incredible beast. The jury couldn't believe their eyes, for they had never seen such a breed in so many years, and they thought it was a flaming hound. Jong-chun looked at them, his mind going through nothing but why this fool was here and what was happening. Dum-dok came up to him, clapped him on the shoulder, and agreed that he had a great dog. Therefore, no matter how loudly he declares himself, he will definitely not succeed with such a cute animal. After these words, Jong-chun's nerves lost their hold, and he took Dam-dok by the collar and pulled him toward him, shouting why he was sticking sticks in his ears. Suddenly, Jong-gunak came up from the side and shouted at him to stop behaving like that, and if he was going to participate, he should do it calmly. Jong-chun turned to his father and tried to say something, but he threatened him to shut up until he sent him abroad again. Then Jong-gunak approached Dam-dok and said that his son had no manners, so he apologized on his behalf. Dam-dok bowed his head and asked that it was not necessary and that he was not offended by anything. The man noticed that since their last meeting, which was a long time ago, he had grown a lot. He also asked me not to waste my nerves on his son and just remember that his son is a fool. After the tournament, Jong-chun was furious because his father was back to his old ways and was only doing what he did to compare him to all kinds of garbage. He grabbed his head and screamed that since Dam-dok came into his life had gone to hell. Because of his anger, he didn't even notice that there was a guy in the room who was playing the game and asked him why he was so irritated. Jong-chun calmed down, turned his gaze to him, and grumbled about why he had just come. The guy continued to play without taking his eyes off the game, saying that he was gambling because today was the last day of the event. This answer made it clear to Jong-chun that he could do whatever he wanted because he knew that his father would take care of him and that he and Dam-dok were a pair of shoes. It was at that moment that I came up with the idea that we could put them both face to face. It was already getting dark outside, and Ju So-young returned to the Sang Guild from her part-time job. Dam-dok told her what had happened and wished she could see the look on Jong-chun's face as if he had lost everything. Recalling his expression, I laughed as it was one of the most beautiful sights. Ju So-young listened to him in silence the whole time and did not react in any way until at one point she turned her eyes to the side and said that he had come. Dam-dok didn't understand her at first until the system warned her that her intuition was in danger and a voice sounded behind her. Pulling out his sword, the boy warned that he had crossed the road to Jong-chun in vain and would now be in big trouble for it. He asked them not to be very angry, and in an instant the sword struck where they were standing, followed by an explosion. He said that it was nothing personal, as this guy was an elite hunter of the Iris Pek Kurim Guild. Jong-chun, meanwhile, sat waiting, thinking that Baek Kurim was one of his father's favorites. He also knew that he was born with a talent for swordplay at SS level and was an amazing genius, developing his abilities to master level at the age of 10. But because of his ruthless nature, he beat his opponents almost to his last breath, which is why he was nicknamed the White Demon. Meanwhile, Dam-dok managed to block Baek Kurim's shot in time to react. Then he pushed the sword in front of him and smiled because he saw that the enemy was puzzled. I looked up at him from under his hair and asked if this was what he called a surprise attack. At one point, the guy in front of him swung his sword, but the blow hit the concrete, leaving behind pieces of stone as Baek Kurim managed to bounce back. When I was wiping the cut, I was even surprised by this skill because I had planned to finish everything quickly. And now he was not going to retreat. He bent down and took a fighting position for the next attack. The swing of his sword passed by his head very quickly, only a few centimeters away. Seeing that he had missed, he jumped up over Dam-dok and swung his sword. But the blow was so powerful that a shockwave was formed around us. However, he didn't manage to hit him properly and only left a cut on his cheek. Before Baek Kurim could recover from that, he was in front of him again and managed to ask which hand to leave him with first. Even then, Dam-dok realized that this was his priest, so it would be very difficult to fulfill even the first condition. Ju So-young said that the first condition was to inspire reverent fear in the enemy. She said that there are many ways, but the easiest way is to show a significant advantage in strength. While he was thinking about those words, Baek Kurim's punch hit his right arm, leaving him wounded. At that moment, it seemed impossible to inspire fear and show more strength, because the enemy was better at swordplay than he was. I had to think of something to do quickly, because I saw that Pek Kurim had already rushed to attack again. However, he managed to put up a block, the force of which sent him flying in the other direction, but the enemy followed. Then it became obvious that one sword would not do the trick. Why should they have fought only with swords, ordered Snowball to turn into fighting gauntlets to stop the enemy's blow? The bewildered Pek Kurim did not even expect to receive such a powerful blow to his face after blocking the attack. The gnome's hammering created a pile of dust and a shockwave, but despite his strength, he was still standing on his feet, holding his sword. He even said that a swordsman who uses his fists looks like a coward. Damdok smiled and advised that there are things in life that cannot be achieved with a sword alone. But Pek Kurim shouted at him to shut up, and he missed the shot only because he was not paying attention. At his words, Damdok laughed, because if it was true, he would definitely not let his guard down now, and the battle could continue. As evening fell, darkness descended on the city, the lights were on in the houses, and Damdok was already home. He and Ju So-young were waiting for Pek Kurim because after the battle, he left him a note with his home address. The only question was whether he would come because he beat him well during the fight. Ju. Sobel reassured him that she was sure he would come, despite the fact that he had been abused by him. Because of all this, I fell headfirst onto the couch because it seemed that this job was even more tiring than a part-time job. You also need to fulfill 3 conditions to gain the support of the priests, the first of which is to earn the respect of the priest. The second condition is that the priest must make a clear decision to become its patron. And finally, the third and last condition is that the priest must take an oath. Because of all these conditions, my head was spinning because the procedure was quite complicated, so I asked Ju So-yul curiously. Could she have priests, since she was a middle-level god and should have been able to use the call of the god long ago? She looked out the window and quietly replied that due to the circumstances, she was unable to use the call of God. Damdok asked her why, but she just turned and looked away in silence. And only then she said that it would take a long time to tell, and at that time they came to the door of the apartment. Damdok switched over and heard that a guest had probably arrived after all. I shouted at Pek Kurim not to stand there like a bullshitter, and if he came, let him come in. Staying on the other side of the door, he shouted at me to shut my mouth and wanted to ask me whether he was a swordsman or a fighter. Damdok said that the point was that he could be a fighter as well as a swordsman. The door was opened with a foot, and then they shouted that it was all a lie. There could not be a genius who was good in 2 fields. So he asks him again which of the 2 he is good at fencing or martial arts. In order not to argue for a long time, I smiled at him and offered him that if he didn't believe him, they could hold the fight again. Pek Kurim immediately stalled because he didn't want to fight, but there was a second reason why he came. He wanted to find out and analyze the reasons why he lost the fight. Damdok asked, with a more serious tone in his voice if he really wanted to know. But suddenly he closed his eyes and smiled and said he would not tell. I did not really want to reveal the secret of my weaknesses to such a rude man as him. And if you really want to know, Yu's older brother Damdok should have said, "Please take me as your student." Pek Kurim turned around and shouted that he would rather bite his own tongue off, so he was leaving. He was so angry at the conditions of calling him an older brother, it took 10 years for even the fool Changchun to at least pay attention to him. Damdok said in his wake that it was a pity that he was leaving, but he was so eager to teach him one of his martial arts techniques. He himself thought that the reason for his defeat was his ego, and realized that Pek was also aware of this. I also realized that the martial arts style combined with fencing was very effective, but I just needed to push it more. Pek Kurim was shaking, trying to somehow pronounce those words for the condition. Damdok was teasing him on the ass that he couldn't hear what the jerk was muttering under his breath. That's why Pek Kurim decided to close his eyes and say it. And when he masters martial arts, he will beat up Damdok. He gathered his strength and shouted to his older brother, Damdok, to take him as a disciple. After that, I felt like I was being put on the spot and given the go-ahead if he wanted to. But before he could start training, he had to fulfill one more request. When the dust and heat settled, Pek Kurim performed the priestly rite and fulfilled the first condition to become a disciple. And when it came to being faithful to God until the end of his days, I was worried at first, but he reacted very calmly, comparing it to a game. After completing the ceremonial oath to become a priest the next day, They went to the training hall and studied all day. Damn Doc said that he was done for the day and praised him for his success, so much so that he fell to the floor. I noticed that he is doing well, and his learning abilities are much better than expected. From what I saw, I could tell that he had learned a lesson from that one blow, and at this rate, he would soon learn to hit the dwarf hammer. But he did not tell him this, but turned around and ordered him to combine everything that had been studied so far and draw conclusions for the day. He wiped the sweat from his face and muttered that the teacher was too strict. After I repeated everything, the system window showed that the priest had assigned the skill to the combination of 1-2, and due to this, his combat power also increases. It even made me take a second look at the priestly system. It was not stupid, even though at first it looked like hard labor. After the training was over and evening came, Pek Kuram shouted why he was not going to the dungeons he had mined with his own labor. Covering his ear from Damn Doc's scream, he muttered that he had explained everything to him that time and didn't need to do it again. But he also remembered the Ragnarok offensive and agreed that stopping it was a good thing. And that's why he didn't want to miss the chance to go to the dungeon and didn't understand why he was going to the gate that gave him nothing. Damn Doc exhaled heavily, remembering how Ju So-young felt and hadn't told him all the details yet, so it was a perfectly normal reaction. I decided to talk to him as an adult, so I asked him to listen as they headed for the gate to understand when the end would come. And also to find other guardians in other worlds, and Pek Kurim sat down on the floor and said that if they don't go to the dungeon, he's not going anywhere. At this point, Ju So-young's nerves gave out, and he grabbed him, shouting that he was unbearable, and that they would go to the gate without further ado. They were interrupted by Ju So-young, who came over and quietly watched them, and then told Damn Doc that there was another way. After playing the game for a little while, Pek Kuram wondered for a moment if everything was going well with them, and if the students still needed to follow the teacher. But a sharp anger overcame him, and he threw the game on the floor because he didn't have to worry about them, because he had paid a lot of money for the dungeon. Because I was so angry and violent, I didn't even see that a strange, glowing pattern appeared over my head. There was a bright flash in the room that was even visible outside. Dumb Doc could not believe his eyes that he could really be summoned whenever he wanted. Pek Kurim was speechless for a while, only hearing the two of them talking about something. When he came to, he asked what it was, and Damn Doc hastened to reassure him that it was nothing special. He just used his powers to summon him. So I told him to calm down and deal with the monster on his backside first. It took Pek Kurim just a couple of seconds for his sword to cut the monster into several pieces. Praising him for his speed, he waved his hand to follow him, but he continued to stand his ground, not moving. Dumb Doc smiled and said yes, and at the same time he opened the system at the priest summoning point. Having destroyed the last monster, he put the sword on his shoulder and smiled as it turned out better than he thought. I was also pleased with Pek Kurim's skills, as he had just learned martial arts and already felt confident. Seeing him looking happily at his fist, I asked if the hammer of the dwarves had already struck a chord. But he shouted that it wasn't true and wanted to finish learning the gate as soon as possible and go play games. But Damn Doc asked us not to rush the gate. It's just their stopover today. They have a real destination. Opening the portal, he turned around with a smile and said that it was time for them to move on. In an instant, they moved to a new world with their next target. Pek Kurim looked at the surrounding architecture and opened his mouth in delight that they had entered a magical world. Damn Doc was also surprised, as he introduced him a little differently, and only Ju So-young looked at them sideways. But the question arose as to how one could find a priest on such a large territory and without knowing what he looked like. She quickly reassured him not to even worry about it, as it was easy to just look up. When I looked up, I saw a girl on a sign, and at the bottom it said that it was Adele Sharon, 27 years old and the winner of the Best Actress nomination. But after reading it, Damn Doc never calmed down because he had no idea what to offer the actress to become his priest. Ju So-young told him to calm down because it would be much more difficult with the rest of the priests. But it will be harder with her, not like with this simpleton. Pek Kurim's mouth dropped open in surprise. After that, he shouted that he would not let this go and that it was time to clarify something. In an instant, he was on the floor, and Ju So-young stood there calmly watching, shaking off her hands. Lying on the floor with a bump on his forehead, he barely mumbled that he was sorry. Ju Sung looked at Damdok and told him not to worry about meeting her. She goes to magic school every Friday. The question of why she was going to school at the age of 27 came up, but as it turned out, Adele Sharon had no time to go further. At the Academy of Magic, Damdok bowed his head to the teacher and said hello, saying that he was an exchange student. At that moment, I thought I was a schoolboy again, and now it became clear why Ju So-young worked alone for several days for this. Standing still, I heard people whispering about him that he was the student recommended by the principal with 0 mana. Not the kindest words were said in his direction, and this place reminded him of a world of people where there was also a terrible atmosphere. Everything was divided by talent. The teacher calmed everyone down and told Damdok to sit where he was comfortable, and the rest of us to get ready for class. Climbing the stairs, he already had one place in mind. I also remembered the wisdom that if you are close to a person physically, you become mentally closer to each other. Just sit down next to them. When I came closer, her eyes were looking down, and I calmly asked if I could sit next to her. She looked the other way and said that she would let him do as he pleased. Damdok sat down next to me and thanked me and asked me right away if I knew where the magic lab was because he didn't know much about it yet. While I was smiling, I was thinking that I should start with a simple conversation, and I never thought that I would need a consultant. When he said that the audience was as spacious and beautiful as she was, it was obvious that she was angry. Adele Sharon silently stood up and banged her hands together, asking him not to pretend to be friendly, even if he did not try to befriend her. So if this is the case, she asked if he could just leave her alone and not annoy her with his sincerity. After the lesson, I looked for the magic practice room and thought about my actions. I looked up and got angry because I couldn't find the A building and overheard a conversation. Her husband told Adele Sharon that if she didn't graduate from high school this year, he would stop studying and concentrate on her acting career. I also didn't realize that I knew everything, but I resisted because the lack of mana was untreatable. The teacher in class said that if you feel the flow of mana and imagine a blob of fire, you can use a fireball. Damdok stood in awe of the teacher's magic like a little child. I immediately decided to try it myself and got into the position of smiling and setting myself up. As soon as he did not fold his arms to try to release the fireball from his hands, after many attempts, he realized that it was all in vain and first wanted to see if he could use divine power instead of magical power. And finally, I tried 2 moves and realized that magic still requires mana. His classmates, who were watching him, laughed at him and asked what he was doing now. Damdok replied, "Can't they see that the guy trying to practice magic almost choked on his laughter?" Adele Sharon looked sideways at him and how they called him a clown. I couldn't stand it and turned around, didn't want to hear what they were saying, and walked towards the Damdok. She tapped him on the shoulder without looking and said that she had a conversation and needed to meet him after class. In the evening, they met in the corridor by the window for a conversation, which they had agreed to have, and she immediately said that she could see that he had no magical powers. But even without mana, it was not good to act like a fool, so why not just give up magic? Damdok immediately replied that she was dissatisfied with her own situation, and saying this to an outsider didn't look pathetic. Adele Sharon shouted that he was talking nonsense, but he immediately interrupted and asked if he understood correctly that she did not have enough mana. Dusty immediately sat down. She fell silent, and Damdok continued as he knew it was a rare disease. She quietly replied that this disease, lack of mana, was untreatable and had destroyed all her dreams. Perhaps that is why, when he appeared in front of her, he was in the same position as her. So instead of feeling a sense of kinship because of the similarities, she was overwhelmed by a feeling of disgust. Although she always tried to control herself, her emotions got the better of her, and she shouted that she had always challenged herself. And then her colleague asked her how long she would behave like a child, and she finally had to learn to give up and do what she was good at. She knelt down, covered her face, and cried because she was angry at an innocent person. And then I barely heard him say that he was going to make it possible for her to have magic. But in return, she had to help him with something, and smiled sincerely. Adele Sharon reacted sharply, because no matter how hard she tried, even basic magic was difficult for her to master. Damdok stopped her, and gave her one finger, and told her that one Sunday during this time would help her master magic. She shouted out not to be mocked as a person without magic would do, then offered her a bet. Later, Damdok met with Ju So-young and told her about his conversation, and she couldn't believe the magic that happened on Sunday and asked him where his confidence came from. But damn Doc knew it was too rash of him, and if he hadn't told her that, she wouldn't have even listened to him. Ju So-young calmed down a bit, put her finger to her lips, and agreed that it wasn't the worst way to get her attention. But to think that he told Adele Sharon that he would teach her magic on Sunday. The problem was that you can't even buy a talent for magic in the store of the gods, and it takes a long time to get mana. But everything will be different when they take a hidden part-time job, because in 2 months, Kairos, the forgotten god of magic, will appear, and Vermouth, the god of magic, will ask for help. And one of the rewards is a talent for magic, so this was one of their ways out of this situation, and Damn Doc immediately asked how to do it. But Ju So-young didn't want to tell everything, as it could hinder his development, so she only said that in 2 months, the forgotten god would appear. Then he will have to accept the vacancy of the god of magic Vermouth, but Adele Sharon has to wait 2 more months. Damn Doc listened to her to the end, and then smiled that they didn't need all this hassle because they could do it right now. Ju So-young angrily asked how he had come to this conclusion, and Damn Doc folded his arms and said he had a good idea. In any case, it was necessary for Vermouth to feel threatened and publish a post about the work. This means that they need to disguise themselves as monsters from the gate and start an invasion so that Vermouth will ask for help. Ju So-young couldn't believe what she was hearing because in all of his revivals, Damn Doc had solved problems in one way. I thought that maybe in this life, Damn Doc would do another one, but there was a but. She closed her eyes and shook her head to the side, saying that this plan was dangerous. Because if something goes wrong, it threatens his life. But he smiled and told me not to worry. Because he will not play the role of a monster, he added. Since she is the strongest among them, she will play this role. With a calm look, Ju So-young put her hand on her finger, and the next thing that happened was a loud scream of pain. The next day they came to the Temple of Vermouth, and there were many magicians at its entrance. Damn Doc assessed the situation and whispered quietly that there were more of them than he had imagined. He told them both that he would hide here and then they would start the show. Pek Kurim opened his mouth and started yelling why the hell he had brought him here, because they were going to fight the god Damn. Doc tried his best to calm him down. Since it didn't work in a good way, he threatened to either let him go there as bait or end his life at his hands. The magicians quickly noticed that a stranger was approaching them, and one of them pointed his staff at him and ordered him to stop. Since he did not hear his order, he activated the magic and shouted once again that if he took even one step, he would be finished. Pek Kurim walked straight on, only muttering under his breath that the couple was simply ignoring him. And since the magician had warned him, he screamed and used his magic in the next step. The fire almost reached him, only a few meters away. With a single swipe of his sword, he dispelled the fire spell and told them to wait and watch him before he began. Because he is Pek Kurim, and one day he will master all kinds of martial arts, and then they will bow down to him. And when I shouted at them to go to hell, I ran at full speed into the battle. Damn Doc, who heard and saw all this, realized that his priest was already very hot. Just as the second phase of the plan had arrived, he summoned the firewolves and ordered them to move forward, but warned them not to destroy anyone. The magicians of the temple saw strange creatures running toward them and shouted that they were being attacked by monsters. To protect themselves, they created a barrier to prevent them from entering the church. As there were too many of them, one of them shouted that he needed help, but did not see Ju So-young appearing from the side. Because of their enormous speed and skillful movements, the magicians fell unconscious to the ground, without even seeing who attacked them. Ju So-young herself, when she looked at them, did not expect it to end so quickly. Since the god who lives here is incredibly strong, she could not help but worry about the consequences. While the wolves were chasing and burning, they were waiting for someone to finally appear. Dame Doc saw that the noise they were making was not a small one, and Vermouth was sure to show up. But while I was sitting there watching everything burn and flying in my thoughts, I didn't notice that someone came up behind me. A tall man approached from the side of the forest that was behind us and calmly asked what he was doing here. Damn Doc looked back in confusion and asked the man who he was. But he insisted in an angry tone that he was the first to ask the question, so he repeated what he wanted here. Getting up from his knees, Damn Doc thought he needed to calm down, because if he wanted to, he could have killed him right away. I turned to him and smiled and said that I had come to see what kind of crazy people attacked the temple, and they, as gods, should be interested in this. Vermouth approached, grabbed him by the face, and asked if he dared to think that they were on equal footing. Damdock was still trying to be friendly, and despite his cheeks being squeezed, he mumbled that he didn't mean it. In an instant, Vermouth let go of him and wiped his hand on his shoulder as he saw that he had gotten dirty there. Then I apologized for being too rude to him, and when I tested him for sincerity, I did not feel any hostility. The god who sees it for the first time would definitely not attack the temple, neither light nor dark. Ju Soil saw that Vermouth had appeared and overheard that they were getting along. Vermouth turned his head to the temple and saw that these were not the most dangerous monsters that came out of the gate. He looked at them, and they looked at him, and no one did anything despite the distance. After waiting a little longer, Ju Soyoung grabbed Baek Kurim by the shirt, abruptly jumped up and ran away. Only a glint in the sky remained of them. Vermouth saw them run away and appreciated their speed. Dum Dum looked at him and, judging by his expression, saw that he was not going to pursue them. But I still didn't want to relax, so I kept my hand out to move them abruptly home. There were several reasons why Ju Soil agreed to this plan, one of them being the character of Vermouth, because he was a god who did not like battles but simply loved magic and spirits. They faced each other and continued to talk. The god of magic asked where he was from and heard that he was from Korea. I thought about it since it was the first time I had heard of such a place, but it looked like a dimension called America, from which God came last time. Dumdock focused on this because he didn't know that anyone but him and Ju Sung owned the system windows. Vermouth approached him because he wanted to ask him for a favor. Dumdock immediately replied that if it was about suppressing the gate, he was ready right now. He smiled because it sounded reliable on his part, but he didn't mean it. Starting with the monsters at the gate, even the smallest insect had its own circumstances. Looking at the butterfly with an amazing look, I realized that they have a very miserable life. After listening to his philosophy for a while, Damdock finally realized how he was losing battles with such power. Therefore, based on the prophecy, it seems that Kairos knew Vermouth's personality well. The god of magic let the butterfly go and said that his request was to merge with people and teach them magic. For him, the monsters coming out of the gate are like the flaps of a butterfly's wings, but for people, these flaps are like a devastating storm. If the monsters from the gate are as strong as the ones that were there, then people will not be able to cope with them. He would have gone to teach himself, but he needs to rebuild the temple. He could also send his priests, but unfortunately they cannot now, so he asks for help. Of course, he will thank you well for this, and since he will have to teach people magic, he will facilitate the use of magic. Damdock's eyes lit up, so of course he would be happy to help him in this matter, and Vermouth added that he would warn everyone to work comfortably. A little over a year later, in the backyard of the Magical Academy, the students were discussing how long it had been since they had seen the talentless newcomer. He must have realized that he had no chance of success and left, but they felt a little sorry for him because it was funny to watch him. The teacher shouted at them to be quiet in his presence and to focus on the lesson. Adele Sharon looked at them and did not understand why she had come here instead of the movie set. Just then, Damdock appeared and was indignant that it was not an academy but a maze. The students whispered to him not to come because the professor did not like tardiness, and his face was already frowning at his appearance. But suddenly, he greeted me kindly and said that he had been looking forward to seeing me, and Damdock apologized for the wait because he couldn't find the office. But the professor said that he had nothing to apologize for and that he had to meet him personally, and the students' jaws dropped. Then he asked for the attention of the audience because they were facing the most valuable high priest of the great Vermouth, Yu Damdock, who would teach them magic. Damdock asked the most vocal ones what was wrong with their faces, if he wasn't the only one who had gotten bored. One of the students could not resist shouting to the professor what he was talking about. How can such a talentless man teach them anything, since everyone knows he has no magic? Damdock saw that the professor had a mixed reaction and asked him to calm down. The student was not satisfied and wanted to prove that he could not teach them, so he challenged him to a duel. Now he will help him realize all his mediocrity. Damdock did not appreciate this and agreed to a duel. Then the people around them went to the sides so that the duelists could be left alone. Since he knew that the student was weaker than him, he shouted for him to start first. Without further ado, he gathered the flames in his hands and shouted the spellfire arrow. But she never reached her goal, crashing into the barrier spell created by Doc. Since one duelist has used his opportunity, it is now his turn to attack. I pointed my finger at him, smiled, and warned him to be sure to block this attack. Before these events, Vermouth said that using high-level magic was difficult from the very beginning, despite the talent. So to make sure he succeeds the first time, I shared a bit of my power. The opponent fell on his ass and shouted in a voice that was not his own that he was wrong. As the attack was already flying at him, Doc abruptly changed his trajectory into the sky. And because there was too much energy in it, the air glowed orange from the explosion. Then he approached the student and asked him to tell everyone with sour faces that from now on he would teach them magic. The professor was impressed. He could not have thought that he was in control of the 8th circle of magic, which no one can use in this era. Adele Sharon was even more impressed than the professor was, as she could not believe what he had learned. After the class, they discussed everything, and the conditions that Doc told her were very annoying. He asked her to calm down and sit down so that he could explain everything slowly and in order. But before that, I wanted to ask her what exactly she didn't like, and the fuss was raised again. What was the point at all? Why should she always come when he called her? It means she should be loyal like a dog. Such conditions resembled slave-like conditions, so she was sure that she was not facing a god, but some kind of fake. Doc exhaled and replied that he would not call her for nothing. They just needed her power to stop the catastrophe that would happen in the future. And for the battle that awaits them ahead, he will do everything possible to help cure the lack of mana so that she can master magic. But she denied that it could not be fixed even with millions of gold. Doc gave a thumbs up and said that they hadn't invented the method yet, but would do their best. Adele Sharon stood up again, slammed her hands on the table and shouted that this was a pure hoax, and if so, she could call herself the god of magic. In order to come up with something, I asked Ju So-young if there was any way to fix the lack of mana right now, and she shook her head to the side. She thought that he had managed to master magic so quickly and come so far, but Adele Sharon was a tricky thing when it came to conviction. The only weakness of a superstar in the magical world that no one envies is the lack of mana. After thinking about it all, she asked the Doc to just give her time to think about it. And as soon as she said that, there was still a lot of time before the gate was broken and that he should learn magic. A roar gradually sounded that made the ground shake under his feet. A giant gate was formed on the street from which a beam came out and crashed into the ground. It created a red and pink glow in the window that lit up the room and attracted attention. Jo Soil knew that this could not be, because there was still a whole month left before the gate was opened. But why did Kairos come so early? Immediately after the beam, a bunch of monsters crawled out of the gate, filled the town, and began to destroy it. The look on Adele Sharon's face as she watched all this became confused and very frightened. Not understanding the situation, Doki shouted to Ju So-young what was happening, who said that Kairos was still a long way away. She didn't know what to say to that, since he had never shown up so early before, and she could see with the sun wolves that something was wrong with this life. Her attention was drawn to the glint of the sword, and she turned her head to shout at Doc what he was going to do. Kairos is on a completely different level compared to Neptune, and if they go against the prophecy now, it is not clear what will happen next. But Doc had a different opinion because nothing will change if they sit on their asses and Vermouth's job to clean the gate had just arrived. Many gods were involved in the fight against the invasion of monsters, and they skillfully crushed them right and left. Doc was not far behind either, breaking through to the front, destroying everything in sight. However, he could not help but notice that there was no end to them, and it irritated him. But Ju Soil thought it was lucky that they could keep the award for that alone, since he is a god who never sends invitations, being the best of the gods. But Doc knew this himself and realized it after Vermouth sent him to teach students. After a short break, they came to the conclusion that since they did not know how the situation would turn out, they should continue to destroy the monsters. Ju Soil reassured us that even if the situation was different from the prophecy, Vermouth would not lose to Kairos. As soon as Kairos retreated, they were going to plan, but she didn't get to finish because a powerful explosion sounded behind her. Doc immediately saw that it was a battle between the gods, but why were they here, since he knew that their battle was far away? At one point, the gods who responded to help heard Vermouth's voice coming from nowhere and realized that the situation was stalemate. And maybe it is without conscience, but he is correcting his request to abandon everything they are defending right now and focus on evacuating civilians while they gain time. Damn Doc looked up at the top of his face, embarrassed at one point, then said quietly to Ju So-young. She, too, was puzzled by Vermouth's message and had to do as he asked. Adele Sharon shouted where they all went and why they stopped fighting. Dame Doc stopped and explained that Vermouth had ordered a retreat, but she asked what about their town and the people who remained. Ju So-young interjected that she could not say for sure because it was different from the prophecy. But this dimension will be destroyed by Kairos. Adele Sharon was silent, unable to believe what she was hearing. She also quietly said that she was sorry, but they could not change anything. Adele Sharon ran up to Dame Doc, begging him to do something, as she did not believe that there were no options to do anything. But he stepped aside and said the word, "I'm sorry," upset by the situation. She fell to her knees and asked why he was giving up so easily because people who didn't even know about gods fought on. And since he is a god, he is supposed to help people. After these words, he had the feeling that the rain began to fall even harder. I immediately remembered myself looking at my reflection in a puddle on the very day it all started. She shouted out that she was begging for help, and at that moment, he saw himself in her. I turned around and saw a poor girl kneeling on the wet ground, crying. That picture in my head made everything clearer, and I clenched my fist with confidence. I called up the interface of the God's store because I was going to do something. Jo So-young shouted that he was up to no good, but Damn Doc asked her to calm down as he was not going to say goodbye to his life. After pressing the buy button, the reward I had been collecting from part-time jobs disappeared in an instant. Ju So-young shouted that he was a fool, and Adele Sharon raised her head and looked at him silently. All the savings were spent on the weapons and armor of Hercules himself, which gave him confidence in his strength, and before leaving, he just smiled at them. Meanwhile, the battle of the gods continued, and Kairos laughed as all attempts to extinguish his flame failed. He mocked Vermouth and shouted that he wanted to vomit at the thought of having once been his student. Wiping under his beard, Vermouth did not want to fall for his provocations and asked quietly, despite the fact that he had lost his way but had not forgotten what he had taught him. But he laughed even harder, saying that on the contrary, it was he who had lost his way and the people of this world with him. He did not understand why he did not strive for more, because this is the only thing that is typical for a magician to enter a higher level. Kairos raised his arms to the side, a demonic smile appeared on his face, and his body was surrounded by energy balls that immediately rushed to the teacher. Vermouth was not going to expect this attack and used his magic to counter his magic. When the two forces clashed and began to fight, he shouted that this was not the truth that magicians should follow, and that the gods themselves were supposed to protect people with their power. But Kairos replied that he did not care about them and then increased the power of his black flame. Vermouth tried its best to hold back such a strong attack, but felt that it was about to collapse. Suddenly, a strong stream of flames passed through Kairos, stopping his attack. Damn Doc came just in time to see that it was hard for the god of magic to cope alone. So now, after the arrival of reinforcements, they will try to fight together. Vermouth did not appreciate this and asked why he had come, since with his level of magic he could not stand up to Kairos, and he himself had no divine power left. And he wouldn't be able to share it with him. But Damn Doc told him that he didn't come here for the reward. The rewards are incomparable to human lives at this point. Vermouth was silent. Damn Doc also added that he has a plan to overcome their problem. Kairos woke up and asked who this small boy was if he wasn't already his new student. But it was even better for him because it would burn them both in one fell swoop. Vermouth managed to put up a barrier, but the black fire collided with it and stopped. His strength was so strong that his body was trembling, and he shouted to him to hurry up because he would soon not be able to stand it. Damn Doc only needed to hit him once, and then he would be neutralized. Vermouth agreed to the plan and would give it a chance, but warned that it had no defense against the black flame. Shouting that he had a trump card and activating the speed of the wind, he jumped up and swung his baton. I hit him with all my might, so hard you could hear the roar, but I immediately saw that the attack did not reach and was stopped by Kairos's force. He could not believe that he could not even touch it with his finger with such force. Without turning around, the forgotten god sent a black flame at Damdok, which immediately enveloped him. Kairos laughed and asked him what they should do now. His new student had become a pile of ashes. Vermouth didn't answer him, just lowered his head and whispered a spell quietly. The chains enveloped the arms and torso of the forgotten god Kairos, who said that this would not stop him. But Vermouth replied that thanks to this magic, he had only won a couple of seconds, and that would be enough for him. Being tied up, he just looked to the side and saw a baton strike coming at him. The flames did not help to stop him, as his trump card was the protection of Neptune. And the baton gave a 100% chance of causing anyone to be silenced, and it came at Kairos with great force. All the flames he had created disappeared, and he sat unconscious on his knees with his head down. Damdok went down to the ground and stared at Kairos in silence, and then said that he would finish him off himself. The great god of magic recalled that when he first saw him, it was also raining. Kairos was not like this from the very beginning. He was a scraggly child who sat leaning against a tree, although he knew that he was cursed with a dark fate that no one wanted. But he was also a child with an incredible talent who was coveted by everyone around him. His thoughts were like this when he was passing the magic to Kairos, that he was the great god who would change the fate of this child, and recalled how he rejoiced at the first manifestations of magic. But back then I could not even imagine how arrogant it was, because he did not realize the terrible desire that was hiding inside him and helped him to master the black flame. He could not destroy him after he showed his true face, so he simply made him an outcast, knowing that he would return for him someday. If only I had set him on the right path, everything would have been different. Namely, I would not have had to teach him dark magic. But these eternal clinging to mistakes about the past had to be let go, so now is the time. In the end, Vermouth was never able to destroy Kairos, perhaps even far in the middle, but he saw in him that child. That's why Damdok destroyed Kairos himself, and for the first time I had such a disgusting feeling of gaining power. In his opinion, this power had to be used in the same way as Neptune used the power of Neptune to save himself. Pek Kurim, who had just come up, could not take his eyes off the flame from his hand and asked what it was. But Damdok smiled at him and hid all the equipment, saying that he would tell him later. But he was hysterical about why everything was always postponed until later. Suddenly, a hand hit Pek Kurim on the head with a request to shut up. Adele Sharon shouted at him to stop whining because, after all, Damdok is the god he serves, and if he said he would tell later, he would tell later. Damdok himself, who saw this situation, was glad that she no longer believed that he was a cool god. She admitted that he was brave, and now she is sure that he is not a fraudster because he showed her the evidence. Her words suggested that she was not ready to accept him at last. And so Adele Sharon, despite the fact that the agreement is full of nonsense, was ready to become a priest of such a god. However, I still plan to stay in this world for a while, since he now knows for sure that if he can't use magic, he won't be able to help, so he will look for something to be useful. Vermouth, who suddenly came and listened to their conversation, intervened because he thought he could help her. Adele Sharon bowed as a sign of honor, and the god of magic smiled because he had to repay her for the kindness of the god she believed in. Damdok was frightened by his appearance and tried to hide the perpetrators of the destruction of the temple behind him. Ju So-young asked why, because she was sure he had forgotten and wanted to be safe. She also noticed that everything was going well because they didn't have a way to cure Adele Sharon's lack of mana anyway. Now that everything was going well, it was time to dump the reports before Vermouth saw them. As soon as they got home, the picture before Damdok's eyes was not the prettiest. The city was on fire, cars were smashed, and there was not a single person on the street. There were also various monsters flying around the street, such as a flying eye with bat wings. By activating the dog-calling skill, he summoned sun wolves to destroy the winged ones. But the important question was what happened here while they were gone. It was unclear whether it was a dungeon that had broken through somewhere nearby, and for some reason there were no military men with hunters visible. While thinking, he lost his caution and did not see that a snake was approaching him, waiting for the moment to attack. Ju So-young noticed it in time, quickly approached and neutralized the cold-blooded monster. Everything that was happening around her was happening too fast. Damdok looked at her and asked what she was talking about. With a sad voice, she replied that it was not a dungeon breakthrough, but a gate breaking. Such words were not expected in this situation, at least at the level of a C-rank dungeon. Ju So-young confirmed his point and added that this only made the forgotten gods stronger. Damdok was upset that he could only find 2 priests. But she managed to calm him down because she did not feel the presence of the forgotten gods now. Suddenly, a helicopter appeared from the skyscrapers and hovered over them. The door opened and a man appeared, introduced himself as a member of the gate control office and asked to follow him. There were many prominent hunters at the gathering, and when they all gathered, the man addressed them. With 12 simultaneous gate breaches recently, civilian casualties have risen to record levels. However, there were no responses from hunters responsible for this region. Most of them were unavailable or late with their answers. Iris Hunter Kim Capchiol replied that it was a pity to hear such a thing from his superiors. He went on to say that the breaking of so many gates was unprecedented and accused the Bureau of sitting idly by. The head of the Bureau asked if this was the kind of statement he wanted to put all the responsibility on them. Jonggunak slammed his hand on the table and shouted for them both to shut up. They were not here to argue about who was right or wrong, and instead, it was time to take some measures to stop this from happening in the future. Regardless of why the hunters gathered here, they should not turn a blind eye to their country that is facing trouble. I left the table and went to where the head of the Bureau was standing with one suggestion. All the hunters present here will join forces, so he proposes to launch a large-scale operation to suppress the gate. Most people appreciated the idea, and since it was an offer from the Iris Guild, there was no reason to refuse. Damdok exhaled to him. The reaction of outsiders made it clear that they don't care about the management because they are Iris fans. Then he stood up and said his opinion that if their discussions were reduced to destroying monsters, then one would work. Jonggunak came over and asked him if he could find out why he wanted to work on his own. But the answer was quite obvious, since he is the only one who can enter the gate. And he himself understood that these were only temporary measures, because if the attack that took place in the magical world happened here, no one present would stop it. The only answer to putting an end to all these troubles is to put an end to the battle of the gods who caused it all. Kim Capchul jumped up in anger and punched the table, calling him an arrogant fool. Then he asked the guild leader not to pay attention because it was clear that he was very proud of being a 6-star hunter. But suddenly, an employee of the Bureau burst in with very bad news that there had been a gate breach. At Incheon Airport, the entire area was destroyed, and the damage was unpredictable. Damdok immediately wondered if this was the work of a forgotten god. Before, they could cope because they had a powerful bow next to them, but with the current force, they had no chance of winning. Ju So-young came out of the door and asked him to calm down. Because there was no cause for alarm, there is no forgotten god in Incheon either. Dum asked the head of the Bureau if a 6-star hunter could book a plane, and he was embarrassed by the question. The point was to get to that place as soon as possible and destroy the gate. As soon as they arrived, Dum spared no effort to call Cerberus for help. From his power, monsters flew in all directions and no one was saved. Watching him, I thought that I needed to deal with these problems as soon as possible and return to training. While the monsters were flying behind him, he wondered how Adele Sharon was doing with the lack of mana. Suddenly it stopped abruptly because the system reported that the intuition was triggered. I barely turned my head to see what had happened. It felt like someone was watching. Ju So-young was again at his side in time to repel the surprise attack. The blindfolded creature asked her not to interfere in his affairs. She shouted at him, calling him barren, what he was doing and what he had forgotten here. He asked her if she thought that nothing would happen if she stole the pet of the Master of Hell, so she asked him to leave, or she would die with him. After these words, he felt a dagger touch his hair in front of his throat. And then the question was asked whether he could do what he had just told her, and that is why it was time for him to leave, because he was being given one last chance. The Baron did not appreciate her choice because he could not even think that she would defend a fool who had summoned a spirit from the underworld. He appealed to Damdok to enjoy his freedom because in the end, Hades would leave him with a ghostly life. And he will look forward to his punishment in hell, after which he will disappear, leaving dark traces behind him. After a while, they returned to training. One day, Damdok was working Bek Karim so hard that he couldn't even move. He noticed that he had been slow lately. Pek Kurim shouted as usual that of course he had, because they had been training for 17 hours since 5 in the morning. After listening, he He said that he had things to do, so he was leaving, but asked him to clean up after himself and to go on vacation because he didn't like the idea of cleaning up again. In his defense, Damdok said that he was going to destroy the gate and asked not to follow him because he was tired of hearing that he was somehow connected to Iris. Pekkurum was very curious about what happened at the airport, that the two of them were working like this all day. I was also annoyed that he ignored me all the time when I tried to ask him, so I decided to go home and play. But I remembered that he cleaned up the mess not because he was afraid of it, but because it was part of the training. Suddenly, someone came up behind him and asked what he was doing, and he reacted angrily and didn't notice that it wasn't Damdok. Jongchun came to see for himself if the rumors that he was here were true. I also didn't understand how Iris didn't even poke her nose in before, let alone clean. I breathed a sigh of relief and thought that he wanted something serious, but he doesn't even pay attention to such trifles. And from that moment on, he asked me not to tell him what to do, as he would be on the side of Damdok. Jongchun said that he asked to destroy him, not to follow him, and Baek Reem was tired of this conversation and said that he would continue to follow his brother. When he heard that he called him brother, he became angry because he had known him for 10 years and he had never called him that. He came up and took my hand and pulled me along because his father ordered him to take part in the destruction of the gate. So I shouted that they should stop resisting, as staying here would mean not fulfilling the order. But Pekkurum pulled his hand out of his arm, looked at him and said that was enough. He was not going anywhere. As he managed to drag him to the common room, Yu Dam Dok appeared on the screen in front of them and said that he had managed to destroy another gate. He also gave an interview where he told us how he manages to destroy monsters, fencing, martial arts, and attacks from a distance. Pekkurum asked him to take a good look at him because he had something to teach him that he needed to return. He told him that he was leaving and not to look for him anymore, and Jongchun didn't say anything but just stood there shaking with anger. He wondered why Yu Dam Dok was always ahead of him, and why it was better if he didn't even exist. At the same time, Damdok scratched his ear with his finger, thinking that someone must have been talking about him. Ju So-young asked him if he had any thoughts inside because he seemed very serene. She also added that they did not know when Hades would appear, and that they could not destroy the gate so hastily. And if he wants to further increase the divine power, he could go for a part-time job, so it's not a bad option to avoid Hades. If you continue in this spirit, it will make him even angrier, so it is better to travel between dimensions and gain strength. Dame Doc didn't like her idea because he didn't want to spend the rest of his life on the run, and Ragnarok would overtake them. Besides, to hell with all the plans. If he wants to see him, he'll get ready and come to him himself. That made me laugh because I made a nervous person like her nervous, and she was not in the mood for jokes because she was getting really nervous. Damn Doc asked him to calm down because he realized that they needed to find a place where Hades couldn't finish him off, and then they would meet. Ju So-young folded her arms and asked what he meant by which place he was talking about. And he called it the Banquet of the Gods on Mount Olympus, and the employer was the supreme god Zeus himself. When they got there, the centaur ordered the workers to move as there were no more than 3 hours left before the banquet. Pekkurum and Adele Sharon were each given a basket of fruit that Demeter had sent and had to prepare it. And when they finished with this, they had to take on the second case and emphasized to speed up. Damn Doc came up behind them, asked if they heard, and wished them luck. They both attacked him because he said it was supposed to be an important case, not this. Dumb Doc shouted at them that it was all about stopping Ragnarok and saving the world. Then a Minotaur came up and announced the beginning of the banquet, and that those who served as attendants had to come out. He was happily walking out while the two of them were screaming in anger and saying that they had agreed to all this. At the banquet, the gods drank wine and told each other all sorts of interesting stories. They all saw a god serving drinks at a banquet in a lion's armor. Damn Doc himself looked around and saw Hades nowhere to believe that his plan would not work. Suddenly a hand grabbed him by the neck and someone shouted from behind him that he was caught. Apollo appreciated his cool outfit and Dame Doc was happy to see him. Behind him was another god who laughed and drew the attention of both of them to himself. Poseidon approached, recalling the last time they saw him in his palace, and asked if he had changed his mind about joining the ranks of knights. Apollo asked him why he was interfering in a conversation with his favorite student. But Poseidon ignored the question and asked him to give way as he had many things to talk about with his inferior god. The others who were watching them had never seen this low-ranking god before, but they wondered why he was so close to the higher gods. At the time, Apollo and Poseidon were trying to drag him to their respective sides. Out of the corner of my ear, I heard another god with a very familiar voice approach. I turned my head and found myself looking at a god with a familiar voice, Thor. Damn Doc asked him how he was doing, but he bowed to him and apologized for what had happened in the dungeon. Another one appeared with a very dark energy and said that he thought he was not apologizing. Hades raised his hand and pointed his finger, adding that he had found a good place to end up. Damn Doc was embarrassed by his appearance, but he saw that he was approaching without stopping and continued to talk. That he doesn't know what he was thinking when he came here, but that it only saved him from unnecessary problems and is ready to accept his miserable life. With each step, he came closer and closer, and his magic enveloped his body a little bit. When the hand was in front of him, Thor intercepted it and stopped it. I asked him if the strong can attack the weak. Hades threw his hand away, called Thor a child of Asgard, explained that Olympus was here, and asked him to keep his nose out of his own business. Thor laughed, and then clarified that the supreme host of this banquet, like Olympus, was not Zeus. Since he saw that Hades was releasing his power, he decided not to lag behind and show his own. Because of this, everything shook around them, and the lesser gods were afraid because the battle of the main gods was dangerous. The trident that flew between them and got stuck in the wall brought them to their senses a little. Poseidon shouted to them to stop because there was no need for bloodshed on such a day. Thor shouted that this was absurd. Hades tried to intimidate and destroy the weaker god, and his anger made the ground crack under his feet. And on top of that, he was insulted by the great warrior Asgard, and in the name of Odin, he will never back down. While Hades turned his head to the side, Apollo tried to calm Thor down, and Poseidon tried to calm Hades down and asked him if he would not calm down until he saw the blood. The god of the afterlife is tired of all this, so if they want to, he will finish with everyone at once. The room immediately went dark, and the dark energy of the god began to fly over Damdoc. Poseidon tried to get rid of him but realized that he was too strong. After that, it became immediately clear that the plan for the banquet was a failure. Hades, having accumulated all his strength, opened his eyes and said that now everything was over. Suddenly, the room was illuminated by light golden lightning, and God asked what was going on. Because he did not foresee any showdown when he called the banquet. He also did not understand what hell was doing here, since it was not a funeral, but a banquet. Hades apologized for this misunderstanding. Damdoc stood in shock because Hades' power had dissipated in a single moment before the supreme god. But Zeus asked what misunderstanding he was talking about, and Hades explained that there was a man here who had stolen something from him, so he did what he had to do. Judging by the psychos, the supreme god guessed that the thing must have been very valuable to him. Gritting his teeth for a couple of seconds, he was silent, but said that he had stolen Cerberus from him. The watchdog was being tormented by that lower-level god. They looked at Damdoc with shocked faces. Even Damdoc didn't understand what he was talking about, as he immediately sent him back after being drafted. Zeus jumped up to him, wondering how such a small boy had managed to do it. I looked him in the eye and asked him what kind of god he was. Damdoc replied that Zeus, the god of swords, was even more curious and began to look at him. Because contrary to all expectations, he looked very talented. And it was obvious that he was a lower-level god, which raised an interesting question. How he managed to tame Cerberus, who even growls at him. Smiling at him, I decided to tell him the whole truth about that part-time job. Namely, about the episode with Cerberus, and how he made him go for a walk and how he found the collar. Zeus could not stop laughing as he listened, for how could a lower-level god achieve such a thing? The fact that the supreme god did not expect this from him gave hope that perhaps he would intervene and their problem with Hades would be resolved. But he smiled and decided to have them fight each other for the sake of the case. Damdoc's jaw dropped at this news, and he clearly hadn't expected it. Apollo intervened because how could a superior god fight with a lowly one, and Zeus excluded all divine power. And as he was leaving, he said that because of them the whole banquet was ruined, and they had to answer for it. Thor put his hand on it, being completely out of sorts, and Poseidon held his head because of the absurd situation. Before he also left, Hades said that the date of his end was postponed, so he could enjoy his last breaths. Dumb Doc concluded that he could use some punching now. Ju So-young appeared, and the first thing she said to him was that he was definitely in trouble now, but she had warned him. But in his defense, he said that he did not even realize that it would happen and did not know what to do now. And now, there was only one way out, she said. Their conversation is interrupted by the voice of one of the guests offering to help. When he turned around, the man introduced himself as Hercules and invited him to the Ares Stadium to train together. Ares' training ground looked like the Colosseum in Rome, brightly lit by the sun. Hercules took them inside, showed them around, and told them they could train here for the next month. Damn Doc thanked him for it and didn't even think anyone would help him with it. With a thumbs up, he replied that it was all right, they were still brothers in armor. It was surprising to hear that Hercules himself felt sympathy because of the similarity of the armor. Then we turned our attention to those who were fighting there, and Damn Doc asked who they were. From the battle alone, it was clear that they fought well and had no shortage of skills. The man fell to the ground without admitting that he had lost, proving that he was simply distracted. The girl made fun of him for being so distracted, because if there was a real fight, he would have been finished. Damn Doc watched them and knew that judging by their skills, they were no ordinary gods. But there was still one interesting question why they were not at the banquet. Hercules laughed and said that it was not his brother Ares who lost to Athena again. Their names made me feel embarrassed that among the 12 gods of Olympus, these two had the title of being associated with fighting. Ares was the god of battles, and Athena was the goddess of wisdom of military strategy and tactics. Ju So-young said that it was very good. They were all excellent in the battles. Dum-Dum looked at them, and Ares squeezed Hercules' neck to see who was stronger. But he asked me to let him go and wait a bit, because he wanted to introduce him to a god. Ares looked over to see if he was wondering about the two in front of them. Since they hadn't been going to banquets or training for ages, they didn't know who the most talked about god was. This god smashed the banquet today and even scheduled a duel with Hades, but they did not understand who he was talking about. Because the girl has much more divine power, and the boy had some strange power that we saw for the first time. He immediately grabbed his sword and said that he needed to fight for authenticity, and that the duel would show everything, and then lend the platform to the strongest. Damn Doc returned to Ju So-young, but she immediately replied that she was returning to Korea because of the chaos there because of the gates and dungeons. When I heard it, I had nowhere to go and realized that I would fight alone. Ares came closer, appreciated that his aura was amazing, and asked if he was ready to begin. Athena asked him how he managed to get into a battle with Uncle Hades, but Ares interrupted that it didn't matter. If this situation happened, it means that God's character before them is not sweet. Before he rushed into the attack, he shouted that if he wanted to survive, he had to train with all his might. After that, he struck his sword in front of him, causing a powerful wave of stones and dust to rise into the air from the ground. Athena and Hercules were watching, and she didn't understand whether Ares was a fool or not. When the dust settled, it was clear that he had managed to withstand the first blow, though he did fall to the other side of the arena. Since Ares had tested him for endurance, he wanted to see how he wielded the sword and rushed back into battle. A lightning series of blows came from different directions, and I barely had time to defend myself. But when he picked the right moment, he waited and leaned forward to try to attack himself. Although they failed to hit Ares, the sword passed through the ground and stopped the attacks. Athena appreciated that he could fight back, which was not bad for a lower-level god. But it was still not just about speed and endurance, although this was taken into account, but a battle between a higher and lower god. Ares was smiling at the Dame Doc, which was unusual and fun for him. He attacked him, telling him to try to surprise him again. The attack was so powerful that he barely managed to withstand it, and a hollow was formed in the place where he stood. I shouted that I was giving up because the power was insane, and I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to take it anymore. Ares' face said the opposite, and he said that he did not know anything, the fight would continue. Confronting Ares for an hour exceeded all her expectations. Hercules asked if they should have stopped them because her brother's eyes were burning. But she wanted to wait and see a little longer because she thought he was starting to respond better. Hercules disagreed because he thought he was just giving in to him. Athena agreed that this was possible because she did not know a god capable of blocking her brother's sword. Ares himself, being in the fight, could not understand what was happening. Because his opponent was able to block his attacks more and more, It was almost impossible. I shouted out that he understood, but he just hid his abilities from everyone very well. But Damdok made a leap to meet Ares, swung his sword, and after he landed, the enemy had half a sword. Hercules and Athena were staring at each other, and at that moment, they had no thoughts. Damdok exhaled heavily and glanced at his opponent out of the corner of his eye. This became possible because of his talent for fencing, because the more he fought, the better he saw Ares' skill. With their abilities and the legendary weapons available in the store, they had no idea what the power of talent was. Ares looked at him and asked if he was hiding his skills on purpose. But he abruptly decided to stand to the end and win with his bare hands. Athena intervened and stopped his fist with her palm and asked him to finish. And also to cool down a bit, since it's just a sparring match. Although his teeth were clenched in anger, Ares decided to listen to his sister. Athena appreciated that the god of swords had a cool style of fencing. Damdok disagreed because Ares didn't even use his divine power and was still rejected. But this duel brought a lot of benefits because my sword skills rose to a new level. And if he had learned fencing from them, he would have torn Hades apart, so you need to become their student at all costs. Therefore, he asked Ares and Athena to look at him with one request. Then he asked if they could teach him fencing skills. He understood that the request was sudden, but if they agreed, he would do everything in his power for them. Athena was the first to answer that, despite the difference in strength, Ares was not disappointed. On the contrary, in battle, he helped to fuel his morale. His uncle would not have liked that. She was getting used to the same type of training, and looking at him, I could see that he would not run away. But I had to remember that when training with them, I had to be prepared for the possibility that he would not survive. A little over a year later, having created an army of stone golems, the training began, and every unit had to be destroyed. Ares shouted that he had 10 minutes left, and if he didn't kill everyone, they would be reborn again. Because of this, he began to worry because his divine power was almost exhausted. Therefore, there was still a chance to use the skills, and the only thing that came to mind was a breakwater. After activation, the golems scattered across the arena after swiping just once. At first, Ares, who was watching, did not realize what had just happened. He thought it was magic and asked who he really was. At first, Damdok did not understand why he had asked this question, but he answered that it was God. Ares came up and took him by the collar and asked what god uses such primitive power unless he is Typhon. Athena came up to him and asked him to react calmly and not to get hot. For can't God use magic power? For it has even been said that God gave people witchcraft. Ares did not believe it because no god would use magic rather than divine power except Typhon. Damdok turned the attention to himself, so if they need to prove that he is not Typhon, he will prove it. And he would hardly have done this if he had been pretending to be a god, and then he smiled, and his finger shone. A circular pattern formed in the arena, and Pek-Kurum and Adel Sharon appeared underneath it. Pointing to them, he asked whether such evidence would be enough for them. Athena grumbled that she had told him that she had to apologize, and Ares apologized. Adel Sharon shouted that he promised to cure her if he became a priest, but in reality, he only worked for him. Hercules was surprised because it was the first time he had seen priests who were friends with God. Athena also joined the conversation because it was necessary to speak for the priests, because their power and his were connected. If he trained with them, his efficiency would increase instantly. Ares liked it, but it also meant that he needed to increase the number of monsters. When they listened to the two of them, they already realized that their god had messed up somewhere. Dum-Dum tried to shout something to them, but it was useless. They were too involved in the process. After finishing the conversation, Athena snapped her fingers and the three of them were surrounded by large iron golems. At this pace, a month of his hellish training of Ares, Athena, and Hercules passed. Jo So-young came to see him and remind him that today is the fight with Hades. She looked up at the pile of stones on which Damdok was sitting and asked if he would make it. He told her with full confidence not to worry because he would never lose. When they arrived at the arena for the fight, they stood facing each other. Hades appreciated that he did not run away, otherwise he would have pursued him to the very end. But as a praise for his courage, he would not be too hard on him. The goddess of victory, Nika, flew up and announced that she would hold a battle between the two gods. As it was known, it was forbidden to use divine powers in this duel, so the laurel wreath would seal her for the duration of the battle. The match should continue until one of the parties falls down and wishes you good luck. Dumb Doc decided to attack first, activating the wind race skill the moment he was near Hades. The swing of the sword passed through the enemy, and he broke out in front. I noticed that the training in the arena paid off, and my sword skills rose to the A level or even higher. But because of his overconfidence, he lost his vigilance, and Hades took advantage of it. I also didn't understand why he was called the god of swords, since he had no skills. So now, in order not to waste time, he will be sent to the underworld. However, Damdoc didn't want to give up so quickly and tried to keep his defense up. Those who watched them appreciated the skills of the unknown god, but now they saw that he could not cope. Ares overheard their conversation and said that it only seemed that way at first glance, but he would never lose, and they were surprised that he came to watch. He hastened to reassure them, since he had come to see his disciple, and they could hardly believe that a man like him would take someone as a disciple. He said that it happened that way, and he was curious what this guy would show this time. Although it was harder for Dad Doc to resist him, he could not give up. He also felt like he was getting used to Hades' movements, but he still had a strange feeling. He shouted at him not to let his guard down because of this nonsense, and now he was finished. He jumped up, approached him, and waved his arms above his head. But for Damn Doc, it was like everything was frozen, and the movements he saw during training seemed to have something in them. Although it was a sword technique that looked a little different, the end of the sword always pointed to the same place. The skill of the elusive sword technique was activated, so he managed to jump out from under Hades' attack and hit him. At that moment, the King of Hell opened his eyes wide and looked up in silence. Then he fell to his knees without moving, and at that moment nothing happened. Even the arena was frozen. And when Dum Dum raised his head, the stand erupted in applause. Zeus came down to them and was pleased with the fight because he hadn't been so high for a long time. From that moment on, he officially invited Dum Dum to the banquet to have a good time. This offer was not easy because last time I was like a servant and now I'm like a god. Hades shouted to his brother, since when could an inferior god attend a banquet? He should have been at least of a middle level. And I reminded him that he had taken an oath on the river Styx, which upset Zeus. And Hades, who remembered this, was happy to see his brother's reaction. At that moment, a system window popped up congratulating Damdoku that all the gods of Olympus had recognized his name. He did get to the banquet and, as Zeus said, had a good time there. It's so good that at one point I felt that I had a little too much alcohol. Someone called him from behind and he turned around and saw that it was Persephone. Since he had not seen her for a very long time, he was glad to meet such a shining goddess. She saw the fight and couldn't help but notice that he had become much stronger. Damn Doc had nothing to say, it just came naturally, but he hoped he hadn't caused any inconvenience. But Persephone replied that it was the other way around, because when she asked him to calm his anger, he never listened to her, and he made the mess himself, so let him deal with it. She bent down a little and picked up a box from the floor, saying that it was for him. She opened it, and there was a golden apple. It was a gift from her mother, who said that the apple would instantly solve all problems. She also constantly praised him without stopping, even though she had only seen a little of him. After she left, Ju So-young came in just in time because he had a job offer in the morning and wanted to leave right away. She was not expecting such a suddenness, and was also reminded that he had been invited to a banquet. And here you could also find the keys to solving the problem of Sharon's lack of mana. He smiled, because he was thinking about it too. But everything changed. He took out a golden apple and showed it to her, and she asked where he got it. I looked around and found Sharon and shouted to her to come over. She was drinking at the time and turned to see who was calling her, and a portal had already appeared above her head. After moving her, she yelled at him why he did it, as she was right in front of him. He said it quietly, and shoved an apple into her mouth to make her eat it. I took a bite and saw that it was gold and asked what it was. Then I felt that something happened to my body. I felt calm and warm and something else unknown. Dame Doc smiled and said it was her mana coming back to her and congratulated her on her recovery, calling her the magician Sharon. She was standing there with wide eyes looking at him, and even she hadn't realized that it had happened yet. Then I raised my hands and looked at them, and an energy layer formed between them. Seeing that she was fascinated by her new skills, Dame Doc asked how she was doing. She then clasped her hands together and replied that it was unrivaled and that she had fought all her life to keep this light in her hands. Tears of joy appeared on her face because her biggest dream had come true, and she was saddened that she had nothing to repay him with. Ju So-young interjected herself into the conversation because there was no time to think about it. Since the golden apple cured only mana, it is still difficult to be called a sorceress because there have been no changes in the power, so now you need to learn quickly. Dame Doc stopped her because such words only made her mood worse, but Sharon said she was right. Ju So-young realized that she had been rude and put her hand on her, praising her for immediately manifesting mana as she felt it in herself. She thanked her and called her Ani, but Ju So-young looked sideways and said that she was only 27, so she couldn't be Ani. Dame Doc, who was standing on the side watching, smiled nervously, thinking that everything was fine. I was also surprised that she was so different and could not believe that they were the same age, because it felt like she was from another world. Since all their business was over, they could move on. He told Sharon to go back to the magical world and start studying magic, and the rest of us to get a new part-time job. Pek Kurum asked where their part-time job would be this time. He smiled and said that this time they would be in the world of demons. To get there, they returned to their world and came to a gate that was barred. Even so, the system did not want to move them to the world of demons, thinking that the reason could be that there was a different space and time. While we were watching, the gate suddenly shook and caused an earthquake. An employee of the hunting bureau immediately reported to the headquarters that the gate had grown from medium to large. After another concussion, the man looked up and saw a stone block flying at him. Dame Doc, who came down in time, saw this danger and cut the stone in two. Then he looked at the man, asked if he was okay, and if so, told him to go to a safe place. Then he went to the gate and said that if they wanted to enter the world of demons, they had to go in. In any case, it was necessary to restore order there so that there would be no more civilian casualties. As soon as they set foot, the system reported that they had entered and arrived at their destination. At that moment, Dame Doc doubted whether this was exactly the way to the demon world. But is the gate somehow connected with them, I wonder? It could mean that the gods are also in the world of demons and not in the gate. I was distracted from these thoughts by a monster that came up from behind me, opened its mouth and growled. In an instant, his growl stopped and a blade passed all over his body. Ju So-young didn't even bother to deal with him because she had to put things in order first. The roar of that monster brought out the others, and this time there were many of them. But Dame Doc was only too happy to warm up, and his smile confirmed it. When they managed to deal with the monsters, there was still one more thing to do, since the only thing left was a gate barrier that hid something behind it. I was surprised that no matter what kind of gate they always had this thing. At the beginning, I could not approach them, so it was time to lower the curtain. He pointed his hand and began to gather the magic of flame in it to strike the barrier. At one point, he shattered like glass, and the system reported that the eyes of the abyss were watching him. Dame Doc happily turned to Ju So-young and asked if they were on the right track. But she looked strange because of a bad feeling, so she suggested that we go back. He wondered why she was reacting because they had already gone so far, and it was a great opportunity to gain the power of demons. She explained that the demon world is a place filled with demons and monsters. But if you look around, you will notice that there is no one there, and this could mean only one thing. That there was a huge predator nearby that no one could even approach, and at that moment, everything shook. Ju So-young shouted to him that they were caught, and he needed to destroy the gate core immediately. And under Dame Doc's feet, an eye appeared and a voice said, "Who was there?" Then an incomprehensible creature grew before his eyes and threatened to destroy them all. Ju So-young realized the danger and shouted at him to dodge, but the monster attacked instantly, causing a powerful explosion. Dum Dum found himself in an unusual place where there was light and puzzle pieces were flying. I wondered where he was, since the last thing he remembers is being in the world of demons and being attacked by a monster. Then his attention was drawn to the children holding hands and running by his side. I wondered what they were doing here, but maybe they knew how to get out. He shouted to them to wait and followed them. Because he did not see it, he put his foot in the place where there was no piece of the puzzle. Because of this, he fell down and began to be enveloped by dark energy. That moved from one strange place to another, darker and gloomier one. Stepping aside, He did not realize that he had bumped into someone and instinctively apologized. But when I turned around to see what was there, my eyes became wide and my body shook. Because the body in front of him looked incredibly like him. I did not believe that this could happen until the last moment. And then Ju Soyul came up on my ass. When she said his name, he turned to her, but her gaze was directed downward. Then she knelt down and raised the head of the body and apologized for not being able to protect it. He tried to shout out that he was behind her, but when he put his hand up, she didn't. Then he was moved back to the place he was in from the beginning. Because of what I saw, my eyes were very frightened, and my mind was full of many thoughts, none of them at the same time. From the side, I saw that one puzzle showed him being humiliated by swords. He fell to his knees and looked at the other similar pictures and did not understand what they all meant. Out of despair, tears rolled down my cheeks and I shouted with all my might what it all meant. He fell on his hands and started pounding his fists and whispering quietly that it was enough. Suddenly, I opened my eyes, sweating and frightened, and looked up. Next, Peck coughed heavily, and Kuram was very concerned about him and asked if he was okay. When he got to his feet, he said yes, but asked me to wait a bit. He looked at Ju and asked him to step aside to talk about something. She stood with her back to him in silence, so Dum Dum immediately began by telling him that he had dreamed about her. I was sure that it was the first time they met, and she immediately thought that he must have managed to restore some of his memory. And all because of that meeting with Asmodeus in the demon world, he was one of the 72 demons who was the king of swords. In his past life, he had destroyed Yu Damdok 1,000 times, so his memory could be jogged by the encounter with his sworn enemy. He shouted at her to answer him, but Ju So-young had nothing to say. Dame Doc was angry at her answer. Couldn't she at least say no? But she couldn't answer him until they got rid of the Eye of the Abyss for his sake. Again, her words showed good intentions, but he realized that this did not mean she was telling the truth. So he told her that he would no longer ask her for an answer. Her reaction showed that she was a little surprised by this. Then he continued to talk because he would be lying if he said he didn't care about her secrets. He looked at her with a smile and asked if she was always on his side. Ju So-young answered yes, and the system confirmed that her intentions were good. I asked her what they would do if they didn't go back to the world of demons, but she thought about it and said that they couldn't go there because Asmodeus was there. Damdoc shouted that since she knew his name, she should have informed him earlier. But she didn't really know the truth, thinking that in a past life they had met only after Damdoc had become a higher-level god. He said that now it's definitely enough from now on. They can no longer rely on predictions, so they will use a different method. After the gate core was destroyed, they all returned to their world, and Damdoc had a plan. The man waved a piece of paper in front of him and asked why he couldn't follow the script. Because it said something else entirely, Damdoc said that he followed it. He pointed to the mannequin and asked if it was what he called following the script to emphasize the importance of the equipment from Company M and not to destroy it. But Damdoc asked the director if it was possible to lie about the quality of their equipment. Then he shouted that they were going to make a documentary, namely, from the strategic part, where 5-star hunters from M. After the word motor, the men took off toward Damdoc. Exhaling, he just smiled in their direction because he knew what was coming next. A lying program that took all the money from novice hunters is certainly forgivable, but now it will make them scapegoats for the sake of the plan. The director's face could hardly be called surprised by the picture. He stood motionless. Then the filming took on a new format. The host asked him what he thought was the most important thing in a hunter, and he replied that brute force was. As they have just seen, no matter how good the team is, in the real world, they will lose to a stronger opponent. And if you have already become hunters protecting civilians, you first need to improve yourself and then work together as a team. Therefore, it is useless to say that teamwork in a company is cool only for the hunters, that the strong can protect citizens and the country. A man who was present on the set immediately called someone on the phone after the interview. After receiving instructions from the management, he waited for Damdoc to leave the house. To start a conversation with him, I praised him for a very interesting interview. He apologized that he was late introducing himself, but he actually works as the manager of the Korean branch of Midos, and their chairman would like to meet him. He agreed, and the man accompanied him to the company's headquarters. The chairman pulled a smile up to his ears and greeted me and said that he was honored, because he had heard a lot about him in the United States. Damdock also wanted to be nice, so he noticed that he spoke Korean well and asked him why he wanted to meet. In order not to drag the cat's tail, he said directly that he wanted him to retract all the comments he had made in the interview officially. He pretended to think about it, even though he expected to be invited and knew that there would be a similar conversation. The chairman added that if he agreed, they would thank him well. The Lady Doc thought about it and wondered if it wasn't already their toys. I told him not to worry, that he would agree to reshoot everything according to the script. But there was one thing about the weapon that the sword was looking at. Its roots go deep into the past. Picking up my coffee mug, I asked him what kind of weapon it was. Dame Doc called the sword Excalibur, and my head almost choked on that coffee. Since they said that they would reward him well, he asked to be awarded an Excalibur. Excalibur is the strongest sword that exists on Earth, and no one can find it, so there are only rumors about it. The chairman did not know what to say at first, and he was also tense that he knew that they had this sword. But I didn't want to reveal all my cards at once, so I decided to test the waters by playing the role of the clueless. Although Damdock continued to insist that he knew everything, the chairman said even more that he did not understand what he was talking about. Then he added that he knew not only about the sword but also about how they got it. The chairman was already angry and slammed his hand on the table and asked me to stop talking nonsense. He calmed him down and took his time. All he needed was to look at him for 5 minutes. And if they agree, he will retract his words and promote their training program. But he turned around and asked me to leave, saying that he was out of his mind. They cannot give him Excalibur, but they are ready to give him any other weapon, so if he changes his mind, just contact them. After the meeting, Damdock told Ju So-young everything, but he thought they wouldn't give him back right away because it was hard to insist on Excalibur. She heard for him, but knew that the sword had long since disappeared, and Damdock said that while drinking at a banquet, he heard something from Thor. That recently people named Midos killed a large number of people to get a sword. Ju So-young was at first surprised that he asked for the sword so openly, but she remembered that it looked like him. Damdock adjusted his armor and said that he was going to the dungeon, but she didn't understand why, as it would not bring any benefit. But that's why he's going there, and he asked me to wait for him at the guild, and he'll tell me everything later. A whole month had passed, and the head of Maldos was very angry about the news. The presenter told us that a huge dungeon was conquered today, and the hunter Yu Damdock set a record with 0 losses. And when we interviewed him about how he did it, he said that when he stopped relying on the equipment, everything started to work out. I thought that regardless of the attackers, the attack could be successful if each of the hunters was experienced enough. After hearing the news, he ordered me to immediately contact Yu Damdock and tell him that they accept the terms. Although it made him very angry, I had to try to please him. They arrived on an unknown island with many trees and hills, but what was needed was hidden deep underground. Before entering, the chairman turned around and said that it was exactly 5 minutes as promised. They both walked in, and the room shone with the amount of gold inside. And on the top of the mountain of gold stood the very sword, Excalibur. When he came closer, the system displayed his characteristics, and the most interesting was that when he used it, all his abilities doubled for 10 minutes. Damdock asked Snowball if he could handle him. The moon on the fox's forehead shone, and a message came that the moon fox duplicated the sword. While they were there, the chairman was nervously looking for something on the wall in front of the entrance. As soon as I found it, I pressed my fingers on the stone and it fell inside. Behind them, the gate slammed shut and laughter came from the other side. The head shouted that now they were finished. There was a seal on the gate that would never let them out. Damdock smiled like a stab in the back, but everything was fine. It was a great opportunity to test his new sword. Satisfied with this trap, the head thought that he should return in a couple of months and get rid of the bodies. But it is not clear why a blue glow appeared behind him through the cracks in the door. He turned around and looked in that direction, frightened, and then a powerful explosion erupted and reached the surface of the island. The news reported that the world has discovered the treasury of William Jones, the CEO of Midos, who is also suspected of many crimes. Damdock couldn't get enough of the new toy. The sword was really very nice. I also couldn't believe that such a cool thing even existed. Pek Kurim came into the room with a statement about where they had been disappearing all this time. He shouted to Damn Doc that he had seen them on TV all the time. But when I came closer, I saw a very interesting sword in his hands and asked where he had found it. He was told that it was none of his business, but this did not stop him from pressing because, as his student, he needed to know everything. Damn Doc calmed down, looked at him, and asked if he wanted to hold him so badly. Well then, let Pek Kurim catch him and open his mouth when the sword turned into Snowball. Holding it in his hands, he shouted, "What kind of joke was this?" And Damn Doc replied that he wanted what he had, so now there was no need to offend Snowball. Putting on a winter jacket, Ju So-young asked us to stop joking and get ready to pick up the third priest. This time they moved to a world where everything was covered with ice and snow. Dumb Doc shivered and asked her if she was sure she was in the right place. But she even knew that the third priest, Atun, was between the fourth and fifth hollows, and if they moved, they might even make it today. Adele Sharon and Pek Kurim were also not thrilled with such a cold place. She reminded all three of them that if they returned, the world would end. We came to a mountain and she said that now we had to cross it to get to Etun. Pek Kurim raised his hands in the air, shouted the sooner the better, and ran straight ahead. But there was a roar from the mountain, and when they looked up, they saw an avalanche coming at them. To bring everyone back to their senses, Dum Dum shouted back to everyone. They barely managed to run away, but she continued to follow them. They found a gap in the cave, but it was too narrow to pass through. Damn Doc then pushed even harder forward to try to clear the way. They managed to slip through, though the cave was covered with snow that could melt in just a few days. Adele Sharon was excited because now it was her time to be useful. She raised her hands up, created a fire, and told everyone to look at the power of the flame's magic. Ju Soyul hastened to warn her that the fire would not work only with the light of the sun or Niflheim's mana to melt the snow. Damn Doc reassured Pek Kurim not to waste his strength because he didn't know how long they would be here. But he was not happy with this situation because even now the forgotten gods will become more powerful, and they are stuck here. Suddenly, Snowball crouched down on the floor and began to sniff something very strongly. Leaning its nose against the wall, it froze in place as if to indicate that there was something there. Damn Doc wanted to put his ear to the ground to hear what was going on. But the wall of ice that had been huddled against him collapsed, revealing a new place. And there were also strange little fairies who did not move when they saw him. Suddenly, they started shouting that Loki had come for them, and if not him, then his accomplice. When he approached, they screamed even louder that he was going to eat them all. Damn Doc smiled and tried to explain that he was not their enemy and would not do them any harm. Then the snowman jumped up on his shoulder to see what it was, and they shouted again, calling him the demon beast Cerebero. The fairies were making a lot of noise and shaking in fear, thinking that they were going to be killed. They also said that Loki came with his beast to steal Mjolnir. Damn Doc stopped for a moment because all these names were very familiar and suggested only one thing. And then Thor came and ordered them to sit down and recuperate with a rough voice. Thor was happy to see Damn Doc and immediately informed him that Loki had tricked him again, so he was stuck here. Pek Kurim did not believe that he was Thor and looked at him in awe. After listening to him, I asked him if the avalanche was the work of Loki to make him sit here. And that was how Thor reported that the god of deception dreams of creating an army in Niflheim. Ju So-young called it a catastrophe because it doesn't happen often and at such a bad time. Dumb Doc asked Thor why he hadn't left yet. And all because the snow of Niflheim is so special that I even tried to break through it with a hammer. But it didn't work. It was hard to believe that it was true, and it also meant that we would have to wait. Thor laughed at him and asked him not to be discouraged. Everything would be fine. Because these little fairies will take care of the food, so you can just wait it out. The fairies are angry that these people have invaded them and now want to rob them. Damn Doc leaned over and asked for a moment of their attention, asking if there was a way to get out of here. The fairy asked a counter question why they should tell how they broke in without permission. Well, if so, he said that they would wait together, and in the back, Thor shouted to the fairies to prepare food. They gathered again for negotiations because they would consume all their supplies and they would be hungry, so they changed their minds and decided to help. A fairy flew over and said they would help, but they had to promise that they would never come back. Dumb Doc smiled and nodded his head in agreement, saying that he promised. She also smiled and folded her arms to her sides, ready to begin. Since it could be dangerous, she asked me to step aside and swung. Despite its size, It hit the wall so hard that you could hear the crack at the point of impact. Doc opened his mouth because they couldn't do it, and such little ones could. The fairy was proud of herself and asked if everyone had seen what she could do. But he was just mocking her because when the snow settled, it was clear that there was a small hole in the ground that they would not be able to fit through. He asked to make it bigger, and Adele Sharon interjected that at this rate they would be fucking all night. The fairy grumbled that all their magic would go away, and since the gods did nothing for them, they were not going to. Exhaling, I reminded her of her own words that she had said they would get out of here. Then I shouted at him to try it himself and to learn the ice attribute attack. The priests also chimed in that they could try breakwater and magic. Thor asked them that, as far as he knew, only their race, the Niflheim, could handle the mana of the ice attribute. She pointed a finger at him, saying that it was because the gods think mana is stupid and are not going to teach it. Then she asked me to raise my hand if I had the mana of an ice attribute or water. But the three of them stood there with nothing to say because one of them was silent and the other two had not yet faced this. The fairy was a little shocked because the attribute of water is the basis of the basics. Thor intervened to make everyone calm down because the snow would melt anyway, so it was time to eat. Doc turned the attention to himself because he thought he owned it and had forgotten about this attribute. The fairy was happy because it was pure mana and it would be more than enough. She began to teach, first asking to connect mana, then to use the water attribute as a bait to lure out Niflheim's mana. The system reported that the principle of the ice attribute is open. The priests looked with admiration and even envy that it was cool to have talent. Even the fairy herself did not believe that it was possible to learn so quickly and called him incredible. But she said that it was not over yet, as he needed to practice, and Doc said that he did not think so. I looked up and smiled because I had a good feeling inside. After he directed his new ability at Excalibur and hit the rubble, it shattered in an instant. When they went out into the streets, Doc's eyes were fixed on something that surprised him. In front of them walked tall white ice monsters with wool covering their entire body. Thor, who was seeming behind them, was not very happy to see them and said that it was Loki who had called them. Ju So-young came up and said that she felt the presence of a third priest. He was close. It was Etun, the king of these ice giants, in front of them. She looked at their number and was convinced that she was right. Because the ice giants have a very strong connection, Etun must be watching them from somewhere. Doc asked her if she meant to say that the third priest was hostile to Thor. Ju So-young only knew that he was the one who would not take Loki's side, so he thinks he is being controlled, as it is very easy for the god of cunning and lies. While they were talking, Thor was already pounding the giants with his hammer, shouting that he would crush Loki and that he would show himself. Meanwhile, he was sitting on an icy cliff watching them from above. He just smiled that his sworn enemy was so ignorant. He told Etun to watch his people being beaten and suggested that they might need to be saved. Thor kept trying to shout to Loki to come out and fight like a man. Etun stood in front of him and hit the god, causing it to fly away. The blow was so strong that the stone Thor hit with his back cracked. Seeing that he was unconscious, he sent his army to continue fighting him. Doc was standing aside, looked up and saw Loki sitting on a rock and told us to go after him. The priests had seen how strong the ice giants were, so they realized that Loki was no slouch if he was controlling them, and so they had their doubts. But Doc knew how to make Pek-Kurim follow him, asking him if he was afraid anymore, and he shouted that he would tear up that god and them all. As they climbed to the top of the dam, Doc reflected that he did not know what power Loki used to control the Etun, but he realized that it required a lot of concentration. That's why I wanted to try to distract him for a second to stop the brainwashing. And when the system reported the danger, I realized that Etun was not just watching. The king's shot went very close, barely managing to bounce aside. When I looked up, I saw that he had jumped onto a rock and was holding onto it right in front of him, and his size was impressive. Loki looked at who wanted to attack him and asked why they were approaching him so rudely from behind. Because they don't even know how much effort it took to tame the strongest man in Niflheim. He added that he guessed that it was not Thor who attacked because it was not his style to aim at the back. But Doc stood there holding his sword and just listened without saying anything back. This silence, on the contrary, pleased Loki, and he put his hand to his face and thought for a moment. He laughed. introduced himself as Loki, and thought that the gods were very funny because he did not even realize how poisonous his impudence was in this silence. But it was a fateful meeting because I wanted to show him something, and then formed a light ball in my hand. In this cold world, where even the brute force of Torah is useless, he realized the limitless possibilities of mana attributes. And finally he found that ultimate attribute of mana, a brilliant black flame in his hands that can even dissolve the snow of Niflheim. He hasn't even used him in a real battle, and he is a suitable test subject for this. Damn Doc laughed and pointed to the black flames on the sword, saying that he should have shown it earlier. Loki could not believe his eyes because where only he could get this ability. And then he saw him approaching him and swinging his sword over his head. Because the sword was a black flame, the energy created an explosion when it struck. When the energy disappeared completely, Damdock saw that the king's paw had saved Loki from the blow. He muttered that he knew that luck was not on his side, and that it was good that it did not pass through his arm completely. Loki put his hand up in the air and said he surrendered, but Damdock said he had to let Ethan go, then he would let him go. He brought the sword closer to his face, and he screamed to take it away, because it takes concentration to let go of the king. After listening, he took the sword away and ordered me to behave properly and not to fool around. Loki's eyes shone, a smile appeared, and then he told Atunu that his last order was to destroy the unknown god. As soon as these words were spoken, the king struck the ground so hard that the ice flew in all directions. Dum-Dum was falling rapidly downward, shouting at Loki to stop or he would get hurt. Because Atun broke the ice with his punch, they followed him down. After assessing the situation, he found a piece of ice and stood on it and looked up. I took a breath and shouted for Atun to stop doing this and come to his senses. But there was no answer, and beneath them was a darkness from which even light could not escape. Ju So-young managed to see him in time to intercept him in mid-air, saving him from falling to the ground. But Loki and Etun flew further into the abyss, disappearing from sight. They came to the edge of the dam dock, called him a fool, because even for a god of mischief, it was too much. Pek Kurim also looked down, and there was really nothing to see. But he asked me to wait because he thought he saw something there, and he saw two yellow eyes clearly looking at him from the abyss. Then something flew out of there, creating an airstream behind it. Raising his head up, Damdock was shocked by what he saw in the sky. Loki flew out of the abyss on a dragon, and now stood on its neck and looked at them. He laughed and shouted that he already had it, and now it was time for the second stage. After Thor had dealt with the ice giants, he finally appeared and wanted to attack Loki. But the dragon swung his tail and hit the Torah so hard that it flew away. Loki came down to Earth to order the dragon to play with the god Thor. He snapped his fingers and told Bobby to come to him immediately. Something large immediately appeared in front of them, but they could not see what it was because of the snow. As soon as the snow settled, Loki told them that Bobby the Frosty Wolf was his favorite, along with the dragon. I laughed that I hadn't fallen into such a trap in 100 years, and I didn't even think that a god would appear who controls black flames. So he used Plan B and had to blame himself from now on, because he doesn't like changes to interfere with his plans. Dam Doc told Ju So-young to take everyone away immediately and leave, and he would deal with him. And Loki laughed and gave Bobby a facelift, and in an instant he flew past him. A huge paw with claws appeared in front of Dum-Dum, and he was staggered backward. And then a roar from the open mouth created a stream of air that flew into him along with saliva. After that, the mouth closed with Udam Doc in the middle. Loki applauded his pet for a good job. And now he ordered him to find his friends and eat them all, and then they would go to help the dragon. But he saw that the wolf was standing still and looking at him without moving. In the middle, Dum-Dum activated his ability, and waiting for it to work, ordered Bobby to crush Loki. The wolf's huge paw came flying at the god of mischief at breakneck speed, and when he lifted his paw, Loki was nailed to the ground, coughing only. Damn Doc, when he came out of the beast's mouth, spat and swore that he was covered in saliva and had hair in his mouth. The man turned his head slightly to look at him and asked how he had managed to pass his control. He smiled and said that it was because of his unique skills, and added that if he had a plan, he should act on it, because now he was fucked. Seeing Loki's leg, he realized that Thor had come for him and that he was really in trouble. He also tried to tell him something about mercy, but Thor was burning with anger, and you could see all the rage in his eyes. From the battle with the god, The dragon was lying on the ground, his eyes closed, but he was still alive. Before he left, Thor thanked Damdoku for his victory over Loki, and he will never forget it. And now it was time for them to go back to their world with this annoying god. At one point, a pillar of energy formed and they disappeared. Dame Doc liked the way he pulled him along, but thought that if he were Thor, Loki would have been barely alive. He was interrupted by Ju So-young because, having dealt with one problem, they still had another. Etun had fallen into the abyss, and now they had to figure out what to do and stared into the darkness, contemplating whether to go down. Pek Kurim shouted, "They're not crazy yet! The height is not small!" Suddenly, a paw appeared in front of them, and a voice told them not to worry. Even though he was drenched, Etun managed to get out of that hole on his ass. Pek Kurim hid behind Ju So-young and shouted that if he wanted to fight, he would do it fairly with swords. The ladies of the dock were worried about one thought. Even if he was not under Loki's power, they would still have to fight. But he was the first to speak, thanking him for saving him from Loki's control and for defeating the ice dragon, even though they didn't know each other. In permafrost, all living things were subjected to all possible persecution by the evil dragon. As a token of gratitude, he can fulfill any of his wishes, and Damdoc asked him directly for anything he wanted. But Etun bent down and said there was only one condition. He can only fulfill those wishes that fall within the boundaries of Niflheim, because he has to stay here and protect his people from the dragon. Damdoc told him that he meant that the dragon had already been defeated. But the king replied that he was still alive, and that no matter how many times he was defeated, he and his brothers would still be alive and destined to fight against him forever. Damdoc came closer and asked if there was no way to stop his resurrection. Etun thought about it, and remembered that there might be a prophecy that was once passed down in Niflheim. That a man would appear who possessed white ice and black flame, who could control the cold with his flame and defeat the dragon. Looking at Etun, I thought that Loki also used black flames, and then he raised his hand and asked if he was talking about that, and that was it. But he said that he was someone else's god, and that it was not enough to reach the level of white ice and black flame. And all because he is not able to master the circle of aura, but he remembered that in the prophecy, the god hero has not yet reached that level. He asked them to follow him, and he would introduce them to someone who would help them. When the fairy arrived, she asked Etun what was going on and why he had come. And what's more, why did he bring them here with him? Damdoc greeted her. She attacked and banged her small hands on his healthy head. Once she calmed down, he said that there were few creatures in Niflheim that could use mana as freely as the snow fairies, so he would soon learn from them. But she refused because she did not give consent and was busy looking for food to survive. Ju So-young approached her and called out to her to draw her attention. I showed her a round candy and asked if she wanted to try it. She took it in her hand, smelled it, and then tasted it with her tongue. I was flying around in circles and couldn't get enough of the deliciousness. And then she took everything out of her pockets and offered that if she helped them, it would all be hers. The fairy immediately began to tell me that the aura circle is a technique in which mana is compressed to the limit. In her case, she can create an ice attribute. Etun added that it is difficult to have two auras at the same time, and with two opposite auras, it is almost impossible without talent. This cannot be achieved overnight, and as they say, if you rush people, you will make them laugh. But the fairy asked him what he was talking about. In fact, she asked him why he was interfering with her studies. Because this guy is a monster, and I wouldn't even explain it to him if I knew he wasn't capable of it. Damdoc gathered his strength in his hands, noticed that it was really difficult because the mana resistance was serious, but seemed to get the point. Etun's eyes widened in disbelief that this was possible, as he saw his mana becoming stable. She asked them to watch carefully because this guy in front of them was a monster who was about to destroy the dragon. When he picked up the sword, the system congratulated him on mastering the circle of aura, and thanks to the title of Sword God, a new skill was created. The black sword slash skill was activated and Damdoc hit the dragon, which created a glow. Etun could not believe his eyes. His family's long-held wish had come true with just one blow. Through the last blow, Damdoc gained his essence and powers, but he was more concerned about whether Etun was ready to fulfill his wish, which was the priest's contract. The priestly contract was successfully concluded, and Etun became a priest from today, and with it came a new ability, which made the priest's profile better displayed. In ActionToon, it was written that he was the lord of the ice giants, that he had been on the throne for 68 years, and that he was already 127 years old. Damdock was very pleased with the result and asked if it was enough, and he said that it was. And when I turned my head to Pek Karim, he wrote that in the East he was called a fencing genius, but he was very narcissistic, and one of his advantages was his simplicity. He noticed that the man was looking at him with a sly laugh and asked what he wanted. Adele Sharon came over and told him to watch his language because he was their god, but he laughed. He didn't care, and his goal was to outdo him, and now his words made her laugh. Damdock looked at her profile, but it was simple, saying only that she was a human second priest with a talent for magic. Then he shouted at them to stop arguing, and it was time to go. Pek Karim hoped it would be warmer there. Dame Doc replied that since they had finished their business here, they needed to visit the rest of the world. And in their world, the gates were breached, and monsters that looked like trees were grabbing people. One of the gatekeepers reported that the risk increased from level D to level A, but before he could finish speaking, a sudden powerful blow landed on his cheek. He fell over and then felt a boot on his face and asked what he was doing. Jong Chun is angry because he needs to destroy more monsters to hang his successes, and if he reports to the branch, he will have to share the credit. And his task is to do everything possible not to call those fools for help. And then the pieces of wood in front of them began to burn and fly into pieces. Jong Chun came back to look because he did not see how it happened and why it happened. Adele Sharon was there, skillfully using her skills and happy to be refreshed by the fire magic. She raised her hand up, forming an even larger layer of flame above her, rejoicing that it was warm here compared to the world outside. And she pointed it at the monster to completely defeat it. The hunters were delighted that she managed to defeat the A-class monster at the first time. Jong Chun came up to them and asked what the show was for them, but they offered to use her to save people. But the man got even more angry because he was not paying them for that, and ordered him to immediately call the gate control to take her away. But while the hunter was trying to find the number, his phone instantly split into two parts. Pek Karim said that Adele is nasty, but it's better not to complain about her. He asked where he came from and if he was here, what he meant. He turned his head and saw Yu Damdock behind him and was not happy to see them. I shouted to him that I had said that I would not participate in the gate crushing because he had forgotten to come here. But Damdock harshly answered why he was dragging his feet, not waiting for more victims, asking him to admit that he was incapable of anything and just a weakling. But he smiled and said that this was not the kind of thing a person who was associated with a dirty force would say. He was also sure that he had raised a lot of money with his fake tricks, so he didn't even think that he didn't know how he became strong, and asked how long he would hide it. Damdock was surprised that a fool like him had learned that it was a divine power. And then I went to hit him with my shoulder and asked him to get out of the way because he was busy, but he was not going to let him go, because he was looking forward to this opportunity. The people around him said that he was suspected of monsterization, so he is considered the first threat, and from now on his affairs will be handled by the inspection. The man said that from now on they would start the emergency protection procedure and hoped for his cooperation. Jong Chun was laughing at him because now he had finally gotten his way and everything went like clockwork. Before that, Jong Chun told his father that they had to stop Damdock from getting in their way. My father told him to stop being jealous and to stop blaming him. But Jong Chun told his father that he thought he was turning into a monster. Just like their 5-star hunter last year and did a lot of damage with 320 victims. My father remembered that they hadn't even recovered from that blow yet, but that didn't mean that they could blame anyone for it. But Jong Chun shouted that Damdock was always without talent and changed in just one moment because he had never experienced the awakening of an adult. The father replied that if he was turning into a monster, it would be better to get rid of him before the disaster. I called Director Lee and asked him to schedule a meeting with the Hunter Correctional Bureau for today and wanted the Inspector General to be present. That's why all this was happening now, and I shouted to Damdock that he should keep quiet if he wanted to be alive. But it was important for him to send Sharon back. Maybe they wouldn't have found out that she was from the second world, but he had to be safe. A portal suddenly formed under her, and Damdock asked her not to worry. The inspector noticed that she was teleporting and ordered the soldiers to stop her immediately. But they stopped the moment a sword passed in front of their feet, forming a line. Pek Kurim warned that if they crossed this line, he would instantly kill everyone. The inspector was angry because he knew him, and also knew that he was with Iris. Another hunter who came by called Pek Kurim a really daring guy. He attacked him as he warned him not to step behind the line. The masked man looked on calmly and added that he had had enough of his audacity. They were facing each other. Pek Kurim had a second left to strike, but he felt a sharp, intense pain go through his body and stopped the attack. Back in that conversation, Jung Gunok suggested that Damdok be placed in a correctional center if he turned into a monster. And he ordered his son to help the Hunting Management Bureau catch him as well. Jong Chun shouted out how it should be done, but his father reassured him that there would be specialists with him, so he didn't have to worry. I immediately asked him who the specialist was, and he said that he was the world's #1 hunter, Leo Lux. Leo Lux was able to easily avoid and strike back at the wounded Pek Kurim, who was standing there looking at him. He raised his sword over him and said that it was pitiful to see a man who was hanging out with monsters. However, his shot failed to hit him, as Damdok managed to block the attack and shouted at him to take his hands off him. Then he shouted to Ju So-young, who understood everything without a word, and ran around to the side of him. To get Pek Kurim quickly and take him off the battlefield to be able to treat him, Leo Lux glanced back, but Damdok remarked that he was wasting his time spinning around during the fight. Taking advantage of his mistake, I managed to hit the enemy. Ju So-young started treatment and was glad that she was lucky because the wound was not very deep. But she needed to concentrate for her regeneration skill, so she asked them to protect them until she healed him. Damdok asked me to trust him and rushed to attack the hunter. Leo Lux swung his sword and was finally happy to see the boy become a monster. When he attacked me, he shouted not to pretend, as his abnormal strength was evidence against him. Monsterization is a phenomenon in which ordinary people acquire strange abilities. I understood what a pleasure it is to receive, but after a while a person collapses and forgets that he or she was once a person. Damdok was surprised by his statement and denied that he was going through anything like that. Leo Lux called his words a lie because the force is too heterogeneous, so he even thinks that there is more than one monster in it. I also knew that people who turn into monsters do not recognize this until the very end, and that his transformation will end in a catastrophe for all of humanity. He shouted to the inspector that they should not even think of engaging in combat because they would not be responsible for his destruction. Without any discussion, he listened to the hunter and ordered his men to leave. As soon as they disappeared, Leo Lux released his power to fight for real. He attacked Damdok with great speed, and the swing of his sword and the force of his blow was too powerful. But when I saw that he was able to block, I realized that he had a lot of skills. And in order for him to show his true colors, I was ready to use all my strength. And he struck the asphalt with his sword, tearing off pieces of dirt and stone. Damdok shouted at him to listen to him because it had nothing to do with monsterization. And Leo Lux, the #1 hunter in the world, will not be ashamed to lose to him in this useless battle. But he looked up and shouted back that he didn't need fame. He was interested in protecting the world. Then he ducked into the air and launched an attack on Damdok. As soon as their swords clashed, he tried to explain once again that he was not a monster and did not want to fight. Leo Lux asked me to shut up because my ears were hurting from the excuses because everyone says that, and he destroys them again and again. By pushing hard forward, he managed to force the enemy to throw his sword back. Damdok didn't want to destroy it, so we had to endure it because such hunters are important for fighting future destruction. But the task was to survive as he pressed harder and harder, sparing no effort. After he managed to escape Leo's defense, Lux surrounded him with energy. Being sure that it was over, he asked me not to be offended because he would thank him someday. But suddenly his expression changed because he heard that someone had crossed him behind and asked to see him. Damdok summoned the armor of the Nime lion and rushed to attack. Using the black sword attack at full speed, he attacked the enemy. As the dust settled, it was clear that Leo Lux was standing wounded, holding his sword. Damdok explained that he regulated his power because he did not intend to destroy it, but he praised his endurance and strength because this ability killed the dragon and he was still standing. And it seemed that he managed to transfer the attack to the ground, which required incredible mana control. After some more thought, I remembered a conversation with the god of magic, Vermuth. When I told him that he was from Korea, and he replied that he knew a god from the United States, and Leo Lux was from the United States, the conclusion was that he could be a god too. To find out for sure, I asked him if he knew anything about the system, and if so, we had to talk. Leo Lux called him a psycho because if he talks about the hunter's status window, everyone knows about it. My eyes began to close slowly from the loss of strength, and I could barely hear him saying that I should have stopped him earlier. He tried to say something else, but fell face down, completely exhausted. Damn Doc didn't say anything to that. He was more interested in whether he was hiding the system of gods, so he decided to talk to him again when he woke up. And now he decided to get even with one person and struck the ground with his sword. The wave from the impact was directed to bypass Zhang Chun and scare him. Looking at him angrily, he said that he had crossed all the boundaries and that it was a pity to waste air on him. But he had nothing to say in response, so he just looked at him with a frightened look. A little over a year later, the doctor said that he had many fractures, bruises, and tears. His vital organs were not injured, but he was beaten so skillfully that he could only breathe. Chan Gunyak quietly asked the doctor if there was anything threatening his son's life. The doctor said no, and that most likely he would need at least 6 months of rehabilitation before he could resume his activities. After hearing this, I never thought that you damn doc could be so cruel. Pet Kurim had his wounds rewound and shared his impressions that he thought he was finished. But Adele Sharon tapped me on the shoulder, smiled, and asked me not to fake it anymore. I was sure that he fought well and continued to giggle. Damdok approached Ju So-young and asked her if she had ever met people like them before. Not understanding the question, I turned and asked him what he meant. I repeated it and added people like the two of them who moonlight as gods because I just thought that Leo Lux might be one of them. Ju So-young looked at him with an even more curious look and asked where he got that from. He said that when he visited at Laum, Vermouth said that before he came here, there was a god. She replied that there was nothing here that any god with a system could do. And then he added to her that the god Vermouth was talking about came from the United States, because they usually say Asgard or Olympus. And I understood that any god would say that he came from the United States. And Leo Lux was unexpectedly from there, and a mana-manipulating god who came to the magical world from the United States. An American freely possessing mana in a human world where such a thing doesn't even exist is very strange for simple accidents. Ju So-young listened and sat down on the couch, saying that she understood him, but it was hard to conclude that he was like them. I asked why, because there are enough suspicions to think so. She asked to hear that they, humans, could not explain how to manage the system of gods, and one thing was obvious. In the whole world, only 2 people can control the system, he and she. I asked her to wait because how could she be so sure if it was so unquestionable? Ju So-young told him that he would know everything when the time came, so he should just trust her, and emphasized once again that they were the only ones who could use the system. Damn Doc exhaled, as he would have to believe it anyway because these were Ju So-young's words. She is always right, and from the very beginning she taught them ways to prevent a battle between the gods, at which point a part-time job from the goddess Grandma Samshin came in. And at that moment, I was distracted by a message on my phone that there was a huge gate near the village of Kanok. Pek Kurim remarked to Damdoku that this was not the place where he fought Leo Lux. He didn't close the gate then, and now he was worried about what happened there, so he had to hurry. When we arrived, we saw that it was already a dark forest with strange monsters. Damdoc was hurrying as fast as he could, and he had no idea that the gate would grow to such a size. At first, I wanted to kill the creatures that came out of the gate and were in their world. Suddenly, he heard a strange scream coming from behind him and turned his head to look. I saw a girl running out of the dark fog and screaming in fear. He stopped her and asked her if she was okay, but she couldn't answer because she was out of breath. She took in a breath and grabbed his hand and looked at him with wide, frightened eyes, shouting that the old man would destroy them all. Dame Doc asked her what she was talking about, but there was no answer, only an interesting question about what was in that fog. And there was also a very bad feeling that a forgotten god could come out of the gate at this time, and the monster he had destroyed had almost recovered. The system reported that intuition had been activated and warned that there was danger behind me. His body moved to the side, and the enemy's sudden attack passed him by. Immediately gathering himself, he tilted his body to the side and kicked the monster, thinking that maybe it would disappear from martial arts. Then I saw that from the second half of the body, like tree roots, the monster began to revive. This made them seem even more problematic than they seemed at first glance, requiring the use of mana. Although I wanted to save it for the goal, I got ready to attack. Suddenly, a blast of blue energy shone before his eyes and destroyed the monsters. Dame Doc shouted to Leo Lux where he came from. He begged to listen to him. He still could not believe in his innocence. But now the priority is to stop the gate for the sake of all mankind. The hunters' units fought bravely against the enemy's superior forces with the task of preventing them from passing further. One hunter had a hard time dealing with one monster as it passed his defense. Leo Lux burned the monster in the blue fire of his ability. He shouted at them to line up and close the battlefield because they could not let civilians get hurt. And hunters who couldn't use mana to aim at critical spots and avoid direct contact to prevent the enemy from creating a maneuver. He recalled that before, even the most dangerous gates were insignificant compared to dungeons. I saw new monsters emerge from the fog and realized that the world was getting worse and worse. The monsters suddenly started attacking the hunters and dragging them away. One of the hunters was grabbed by the branches and pulled into the middle of the fog. Leo Lux noticed this and was ready to duck for it. But Ju So-young stopped him and asked him not to do anything stupid. Because he must understand and know that there is something very dangerous in that fog. He agreed that there was a feeling of discomfort, but even so, he could not stand aside. But suddenly, something passed him by. Udam Doc rushed to the rescue, cutting branches to save the girl. Ju So-young shouted at him that he was a fool, and her face looked very scared. The Doku ladies managed to free the girl and abruptly threw her to a safe place. But I ended up in a place I don't know where. At first I thought it was a dimension associated with fog, and also felt that it had a very unpleasant energy. The sensations were such that it was as if life was leaking out of my body a little at a time. A person appeared behind him and watched him enough to say that he was funny. And then the monster smiled, opened his mouth and asked where he came from. Dumdock turned with fear in his eyes to see who the system was sounding the alarm. He also realized that it was the same old man the huntress had seen. Although they hadn't fought yet, he could sense that the creature was incredibly strong. The monster laughed and then said that he could see that he had never even heard of etiquette. She pointed one branch at him, making it sharp. Noticing this, he sliced it with his sword and quickly jumped aside. The monster appreciated his skills and also saw that he was not like the other children she had eaten before because he looked fresh. Fighting back, Damdock decided to spare no effort and used his divine power. Use it to increase your speed and to strengthen your sword control to kill the other branches. But the monster was cunning. Instead of attacking him head-on, it crawled under the ground with branches and grabbed him. She was curious to look at him because his eyes shouted that he simply would not lose. And having looked closer, she was convinced of the difference from the others, and now she couldn't wait to see his real face. She began to list her victims: a child looking for her mother, a widow who had lost her husband. The hunter begging for mercy had incredible faces, and the look on his face made her incredibly curious and eager. The system warned him that his strength had been reduced due to fear, and he felt as if he was standing in front of Asmodeus again. She couldn't look away and kept repeating that it must have tasted delicious. When one of its branches came close to his eye, he froze because this could not be allowed. And then a blue system window appeared in front of him, informing him that his application had been accepted and he was moving to the place of work. Smiling, he said how good it was that he had a reservation and that she really thought he had come here without a plan. The old woman appreciated that he was smart, but her hand was reaching for the system screen. Her fist clenched, and the system window shattered like glass from a window. Gagging him, she told him that from the moment she stepped on the ground, destruction became one with her, and she was an old woman of the afterlife. The old woman opened her mouth to devour him, but Dum Dum shouted that she was in no hurry. He would not give up so easily. He tried to activate the hellfire, but it didn't work correctly. She asked if he was going to blow them up together, if he was going to blow up such a fool. Although this only made her feel worse, because his sweet face seemed to mock his powerlessness. Damdock got to his feet and stood in front of her, asking her not to talk such nonsense. Despite his condition, he was not going to lose to someone like her. Soul will be ruined if a monster like her comes there and is not afraid to die here. Then he jumped up, grabbed his sword as hard as he could, and rushed forward at her. She was looking forward to seeing his face during the desperate battle. Its sharp branches pierced the body of Damdok, and she lifted him into the air and asked him to look at her. But a strange pink glowing light appeared from somewhere near him. But a little girl appeared and quietly said, "Blooming paradise." After that, the old woman stood watching the boy's body disappear from her branches. She was not happy to see her and turned around and asked what she was doing here. The girl replied that at that time young people had no idea what time was. And even while working part-time, they could not keep to their work schedule. The old woman was already furious and shouting that she had come again to take her child. Screaming that she had given him back, she attacked the girl with her roots. But she asked her to calm down because she looked like a crazy old lady. After saying the spell, the flying flowers said that they would no longer allow her to violate the laws of nature. The old woman raised her hand, looked at it, and it began to break into petals. Then her whole body was covered with a light pink bloom, and she shouted to go back to the underworld. Before she disappeared completely, she promised to show her something else. After it disappeared, the girl was outraged that it had come out again. I looked at Damdok and exhaled a sigh of relief because I had made it. I put my hands on him and cast magic on him, and through these wounds I realized that he was in great pain. Then she heard someone approaching and shouting, "You Damdok, it was time to go." She put a flowering branch on him and said that they would meet again soon. After that, Damdok woke up at home and the first thing he felt was a headache. Ju Soyoung stood over him and you could tell she was in a bad mood. She said that he again did everything at his own discretion, but everything went well. He held his head and asked what happened, and heard that when they came, he was lying alone in the fog. But he said that this was not true because he remembered for sure that he had met an old woman in the afterlife. The old woman was incredibly strong and could hurt him without even laying a finger. Jo Soil told him that she was a forgotten god with a power that could be compared to that of Asmodeus. Even among the Korean gods, she is the most dangerous and incredibly surviving. Damdok apologized because he was so proud that he had become stronger. Even the system window was broken. Ju Soil jumped up to him and asked what he had just said. Realizing from her reaction that it was bad, he replied that the old woman had broken his system window. She was scared herself, but what made her so scared? She explained that the system is a protocol that covers all dimensions and was created by the original mother for the sake of harmony of all living things. I was scared because I had never heard of the system breaking down. Rising to her feet, she walked around the room thinking about how to subdue her with magic. Even divine power would not work. Then I remembered Hephaestus because the blacksmith god who knew a lot about mysticism was definitely the right one. But we couldn't get in touch with him because he was away on an urgent business trip. Suddenly a voice came from the flower behind her, asking her not to be surprised because her thoughts were enclosed in the flower. She offered that if he tidied up her flower garden, she could repair the thing for him, which she thought was a good deal. Damdok was surprised because before he passed out, he felt the same energy. Golos offered to meet and discuss everything and warned that she might get dizzy. A flash of pink color erupted across the entire floor of his house. All four of them moved out of the room and into a very bright, sunny world. A girl came up behind them and asked them if it was really incredibly beautiful here. She smiled and politely said that she was welcome to her flower garden. Damdok felt this warm energy again, just like he had in the fog, and asked if it was her. The girl smiled and introduced herself as Samshin's grandmother and was glad to see them. Pek Kurim looked at her and asked who the schoolboy was in front of them. Damdok slowly turned his head to him and his face froze in a nervous smile. He patted her head and told her to play somewhere else. But she said once again that she was Samshin's grandmother and that she could see by him that she had chosen healthy and cheerful children. Damdok could not stand it. He put his head down and nervously apologized to her for his priest. Adele Sharon came closer and also expressed her surprise that this sweet girl was a grandmother. Samshin saw that she was from another world, but at first she didn't notice it, especially her height. Then she said that this was enough congratulations and we had to start working. She explained that it was a flower garden for kids who were entering a new life, and their task was to water the flowers. Sharon was excited about the work, thinking it would be enjoyable and relaxing. Pek Kurim, stretching his neck after being punched by Damdok, asked where they could get water. Samshin replied that there was no need to worry about this. Everyone should take a jug and go up the mountain to collect water and return. Then she pointed to the mountain where her house was, and a little further on, they should see the Zelkva tree, where there is water. Bek Kurim and Damdok's mouths dropped open at what was in store for them. The working day was coming to an end, and they climbed the mountain with their last strength. Looking up, it's hard to think. At first it seemed like an easy job, but now it's hard to breathe. Suddenly, Samshin appeared on the tree, smiled, and asked if the world was ever easy. Moreover, when it comes to repairing such an item, it requires at least some effort. She looked at Damdok and told him to follow her and the rest of us to wait here. As we were leaving, she told us that watering the garden is of great importance. They wash the souls of newborns with their own hands, which is no different from the Sansara circle. He could barely follow her and did not hear what she was saying. He came to repair the system and ended up carrying water all day. Samshin turned to him and said that this would be his karma. As soon as we arrived, she asked us to come upstairs and take a look at it. Before him was an incredible beauty. She said that her radiance meant that the child had received a certificate. And now, having seen enough, he was supposed to go inside, but he didn't understand her and asked her again. It wasn't exactly possible after all, the water was shining like that, so he doubts it. She slapped him on the shoulders, which sent him flying, and told him that she talks a lot. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw the same place as during the battle with Asmodeus. I climbed up on it and became very curious as to why it was connected to this pond. I also saw a flower petal in front of my eyes, exactly like the petals of Grandma Samshin's flowers. In place of that petal, a puzzle was formed that illuminated it with a bright glow. He turned into a little boy standing in front of Samshin. She said that although she had blessed him in truth, everything in this world is his parents, and this is a flower that contains the essence of all 3,000 worlds. Samshin gave him that flower, and his little hands held it, and his eyes couldn't get enough of it. Damdok asked if he could take such beautiful flowers with him. Patting him on the head, she smiled and said that of course he could have it. Then he heard the word you, and she began to dissolve a little in his eyes. Damdok woke up immediately afterwards, his eyes looking wide at the sky. Samshin's grandmother leaned over and said that he had finally woken up. She smiled and asked him to get up and stop being so confused. Damdok leaned on his elbow and turned to her and asked what he had just seen. But she played the I don't understand card and said it was time for him to stop talking nonsense and check the system. He was happy that the system was working again and even had new features. Because he faced the memories of the beginning, from now on he will be able to watch memories of his past life. I became curious about his life, so I clicked on the launch of past life records, and 1,868 past lives were confirmed. But I could only choose one memory to start with, so I decided to look at it later. Damdok approached his grandmother, and Samshin bowed his head and thanked her for saving him and repairing the system. She smiled because he really grew up to be good, and she only did what she had to do. And now it was time for them to go back, because she had something for them. When they returned, Damdok was surprised that she gave them tea. Samshin said that it was made from a herb that blooms only in the underworld, and it will give you the will to overcome fear. The old woman of the afterlife is too inhuman to let go of her prey, and he will have to show his courage to face this evil again. Damdok felt that the tea had worked, but it was not enough, because remembering the old woman, his heart was heavy, and he asked Samshin if he could have more tea. She turned around and thought that looking at him, he was worried that it would not be enough. But she reassured me that it was not wise because 2 mugs of tea would not give me even more strength. She was sorry and couldn't help anymore, but Damdok hastened to comfort her that everything was fine, and she had already done a lot. It was then that a message popped up about a part-time job that required conquering Medusa on the Gorgon Island. This part-time job was perfect, because as a reward, you can get the Shield of Perseus and gain resistance to fear. And as he was about to press the button, Ju Soil caught him by the ear and pulled him aside. She stood black and almost trembling with anger, nodded for him to listen. She called him a fool who decided to act on his own without thinking about the consequences, and asked him how he wanted to get hurt this time. Does he really think that he will grow new limbs if they are torn off? Or does he think that he cannot take responsibility for his actions at all? He doesn't even think about those who are worried about him, and he doesn't care whether he will be alive or not. Did he really have a tendency to self-destruct after seeing the expression on his face when she screamed, or did he listen to her at all? Damdok could not stand such lectures and fell to his knees and cried out to her to forgive him for such sins. Ju Soil agreed that the request for Medusa was not bad, but they needed to prepare 3 things to cut off Medusa's head. First, to get to the Gorgon's island, we needed wings, and Hermes's boots were perfect for that. The second is an invisibility helmet that will allow you to approach Medusa unnoticed. The third is a mirror shield that allows you to defeat a jellyfish without looking it in the eye. She will get the mirror shield for a part-time job, as an invisibility helmet is common in the magical world, so it's for Sharon. And lastly, Hermes' last shoes is always short of employees, so one more person will definitely not hurt. So he and Bek Kurim will go there together and get what they need. When they got there, they saw parcels flying back and forth, and there was incredible traffic. What also surprised them both was that it was an incredibly huge mailbox. When Hermes saw them coming, he flew up and greeted them. He asked them if they knew who he was, and if not, they had to memorize him because he was their boss today. He also said that he was very busy today, so he wondered if they would be able to cope. Damdock reassured him because hard work was their specialty. He asked if they had checked everything and if they would be paid in winged boots. Hermes replied that of course, because honesty and trust is his motto. After finishing the conversation, it was time to get to work. Their task today is to work hard to deliver all these letters on time. The first one was Ares, who was glad to see his student because they had last met when he was teaching him and asked if he would mind a duel. But Damdock jokingly suggested Bek Kurim instead, as he was very busy. Arriving this time in a dark place, he smiled and asked me to sign and receive a letter. Hades called him truly mad if he dared to come back to the underworld. But Damdock said that the letter was for Persephone, and Hades was frozen in place. And when she said she wanted to talk to him on the backside, sweat broke out on her face. This time they went up a long flight of stairs, and Damdock checked the list of people to whom he had already delivered the letters. So there was one more thing to do, and they will finish their work for today. Their next target was Prometheus, the god of prophecy, who was at the top of the Caucasus Mountains. When we went up and saw Prometheus, Damdock had a new fragment of memory. It was episode 2002, called The Prophecy of Prometheus. Asmodeus was defeated by acquiring numerous skills and was able to defeat enemies that he thought could not be defeated. He fought desperately for his life and achieved great success, but he still failed, even in this life, unable to overcome only one. However, he managed to get an important clue from the god of prophecy. Despite the fact that the body was crumbling, he had to memorize one name in the prophecy of Pandora. When the story was over, Damdock bent down and coughed. I also got a headache and realized that in my past life, I had managed to defeat Asmodeus. But who could not be defeated in his 1000th life? And first, he had to find out who Pandora was. He approached the chained deity and held out his hand, saying that this letter was for Prometheus. Opening his lips slightly, he told me in a quiet voice to read him what was written there. Damdock listened to the letter and opened it to read that he had created the sin and was therefore chained, and that he still did not want to accept his guilt. Prometheus said, "Enough is enough," and Damdock stopped and looked up at him. He didn't want to listen to it anymore because he knew that it was some nonsense calling for reflection on the past and apology. When he opened his eyes a little bit, he asked me to leave if he was done because he looked like a laughingstock. But Damdock lowered his head and stood there in silence. Without saying a word, he activated the self-healing and put his hand to it. Prometheus asked him in surprise what he was doing with him. So that the god would not be nervous, he answered that he would cure him of his wounds and illnesses. But he shouted that he was a sinner and that he did not realize what he was doing, and Damdock calmly replied not to worry because he understood everything. While I was treating him, I thought that Prometheus was a god who acted for the sake of humanity, and the price for this is eternal pain. So if no one recognizes this sacrifice, it will be them. When he finished treatment, he added that this is his minimum respect as support, because he has a god in front of him who deserves it. Prometheus listened and said he was crazy, but Damdock laughed because he liked people too. Then he felt a little better and called him a weirdo and asked him his name. Seeing that he was really better, he smiled and said that his name was Damdock, the god of swords. Bek Kurim interjected, already angry because they had been talking for so long. Prometheus noticed that the man did not have divine power, that he was not a human being, and that he was his priest. When I finished listening, I immediately warned them to be careful, because despite the fact that this is a world where there were gods, it can be dangerous for the weak. Of course, Bek Kurim could not miss being called a weakling, he shouted. But Damdock hit him on the head to shut him up and show him respect. because he does not understand who he is facing and did not deserve to be scolded at all. Prometheus could not believe his eyes that these days, young gods can get along with human priests. I also wished she had been born in that era, because maybe she would have had the same experience. Damdock turned immediately to him as he spoke and listened intently. Then I asked him if he was referring to Pandora by the word she. The fact that he mentioned her name made me wonder once again how he knew that she existed at the beginning of time. Damdock replied that there was probably no one in the world who did not know her name. Even Pekkurim added that he had heard of a Pandora's box. After hearing about Pandora's box, he did not understand what had happened during the time he was tied up, so he asked me to tell him everything he knew. Damdock kindly said that he would try to remember and tell us everything he knows. And I knew that Pandora, although a human, looked like a deity, the first woman born in the blessing of Epimetheus's wife, the younger brother of Prometheus. Later, because of her curiosity, she caused a terrible disaster, and at the same time, she was the woman Prometheus was in love with. After listening to him, he said why Pandora did not listen to his prophecy. Damdock asked him if he was asking him to tell us about the Pandora's prophecy, if he knew anything. Prometheus was upset and lowered his head because it turned out that he was here because of the prophecy. He answered honestly that he would be lying if he said he was not interested, but his help was sincere. God praised me for such good words and agreed to tell me about it. By now he was imprisoned for millennia and his body was being eaten alive, but there was something even more painful, the miserable future he had to watch in silence. But now he is tired of it, and it might be glorious to share this pain with him. So let him listen carefully to Pandora's prophecy. After that, they returned to Hermes and reported the successful completion of the work. Pekkurim said that he was very tired, and why they didn't use the teleporter. Damdock explained that it was because of the robbers who were hiding in the teleporter. Holding the package in my hands, I was pleased with the result, as the part-time job was hard, but I managed to get Hermes boots. In addition, he found memories of his past life and heard the prophecy of Prometheus, although it is not clear what it means. Since Pandora is not the woman from the myths and Pandora's box that will cause a real catastrophe has not yet been opened. He was sure of only one thing: to destroy what he had seen in his past life, he needed Pandora, then turned to Pekkurim and said that he would be right there. As usual, he was not happy because he was taking care of him like his own father, but a loud conversation from the side caught his ear. Two people were yelling at the girl to hand over the parcel because she was not allowed to take it, otherwise she would get a fine. She wasn't going to give it away because it was her thing, she asked him, and they attacked her. One of them reached out with his hand, threatening that he had warned her, and now she should answer for herself. Pekkurim laughed because this world was no different from the human world. The green man shouted at him to watch his language. The second asked them to leave the worthless person alone, and they had to leave. Of course, Pekkurim couldn't let it go that he was called insignificant and even attacked. But he remembered that Damdock had asked him to stay out of trouble, so he let go of the sword. He turned around and said that he could take what he could from them, so let them go happily, and the goblin smiled and said that he was scared. At one point, Pekkurim lost his mind and found himself facing a fool with a sword in his hand. He smiled and told them to thank him for not drawing his sword. The goblin took out a whistle, whispered that he had started it first, and blew it. In 1 second, there were many different creatures looking at Pekkurim. The goblin giggled because he didn't have to do whatever he wanted in the kingdom of the gods. Pekkurim was covered in sweat and realized that he was definitely in trouble now. My thoughts were in my head, worrying about what would happen when Damdock found out, but I didn't see him behind me. He looked at his priest with a nervous look as he told him not to get into trouble. But he shouted that he was innocent, pointed his finger at the girl and asked her to explain everything because they had taken the parcel from this girl, and he had noticed it. Therefore, the not guilty Damdock vaguely believed that it was all in his words. But the goblin got tired of their showdown and attacked them. Damdock easily blocked his right hand. And then he told him that there were too many eyes here, and that he would raise his own priest to make sure everything went well. The goblin smiled and said no, because no one here cared about anything but fast mail delivery. After these words, everyone who came to the whistle rushed to attack him. Damdock didn't want to fight them, so he activated his power to show his intentions and threw them aside. The goblin fell on his ass, His eyes were frightened because he had never seen such power before. I also remembered that the swordsman in lion armor could be the hooligan Yu-Dam-Dok. The others also remembered that it was him, and one of them even saw him fighting with Hades. Dam-Dok was shocked by the news because who dared to humiliate him like that? But the girl came up to him and asked him to stop. He turned to her, shouted what she needed from him, and she showed him her package with a cut through his sword and asked how they would solve this problem. Her statement was confusing because it helped her so much against them. The girl said she had not asked anyone for help and that her name was Elia. At first, he covered his face with his hand and rudely replied that no one had asked her name. But then I remembered that I had already seen this name somewhere, namely in an advertisement for a job capturing jellyfish. It was not this small business that was his employer that even considered skipping this part-time job. But she was the first to say that she wanted to meet him anyway. Dam-Dok switched to why she wanted to meet him and asked why. But she responded by asking him if he was going to accept her part-time job and gave him his name. Dam-Dok was shocked that she recognized his name and that he wanted to apply. Elia said she would tell him elsewhere. Her explanation was that she was a soothsayer, so she knew everything. He was also indignant at the fact that there are so many prophets in the world and did not even know whether to believe or not. Believe it or not, she said it was his personal business and they needed to get down to business. The plan was to catch and destroy the jellyfish, so he asks again whether he accepts her part-time job. Judging by her mannerisms, I realized that she was really a prophet, accepted the application, and asked what to do. The first thing I had to do was to be able to fly steadily in the sky. It's not some kind of power or magic, it requires skill. Even chicks learn to fly from birth. Without natural talent, it took at least a year. But if a person is clumsy, he can easily become food for the sirens before even reaching the island. He needed Icarus wings for flight stability and asked her how much they cost. When we looked at them, we saw that if we converted them into the divine power of Hermes, they were worth 2,000 Hermes, which is a big price. But after thinking about it for a while, Dam-Dok said that he seemed to have an idea. It was necessary to pay in her name because he found a way to fly without Icarus's wings. Elijah replied that she was not a very famous god, so her name was not very valuable, and for the 100 units he needed, he could not even buy the lowest power. Transferring the 100 to him, Elijah emphasized that if he tried to screw up, she would cut off his head, not Medusa's. It didn't take long for Dam-Dok to fly in the air, all thanks to his newfound talent for flying. I just didn't understand why the gods insisted on their power when the talents were so beautiful. Now that I knew how to fly up and down, I could try to fly further. Elia watched him and was incredibly impressed as he managed to do it in just a few minutes. He was also able to fly incredibly fast and skillfully. She said he was an incredibly cool god and asked Ju So-young if it was true. She introduced herself as Elia and was also happy to meet the regressor. Ju So-young remembered everything about her past life and 1,869 lives. Thanks to this, she has not forgotten most of the gods she has met. Although there are still many people in the world whose names she does not know, these are only those who had no connection to Yu-Dam-Dok. An old woman from the afterlife hacked the system, so she ended up in Grandma Samshine's flower garden, which was a novelty for her. While she was thinking, she tried to reach the unknown god with a dagger. But Elia was quite agile and managed to dodge all her attacks. When she retreated, she thought the order of events changed and eventually met them anyway. But she is different from them, despite the fact that she has the strength to repel their attacks. Until that moment, she had never heard her name or even heard a rumor about her. In addition to all this, she knew her name and that she was a regressor. Suddenly, someone shouted at them to stop, and a column of dust passed between them. Dam-Dok yelled at them to calm down, first of all, and secondly, they needed to talk. Dam-Dok and Ju So-young stood aside and stood silently at first, not knowing where to begin. Since it was the first time I had seen her so excited, I was curious about what had happened between them. Elia also told him when to destroy the jellyfish, and then disappeared. Coming closer, I asked her if Elijah was already an evil god. Ju So-young said she didn't know her, so Dam-Dok asked. Why she beat her like that was completely unlike her, but she knew it herself. It made me realize that this was not her style at all, and it was the first time I had seen such an expression on her face because she always looks calm. He wondered if he was interfering in vain, but he knew that he had to do everything in his power first. Asmodeus, An old woman from the afterlife and a creature from the future needs to overcome her fear, otherwise it will hold her back again. He told her that he knew that Elia looked suspicious, but if he didn't resist the fear, it would be harder in the future, so he would have to work for her. Jusoil realizes that he is right and that Elia is suspicious, but he should not have refused the job for that reason. Ragnarok was 6 months away, and then she apologized to him for making him worry. Dame Doc looked at her worriedly and asked if she was okay. She said yes, and that he shouldn't worry about her and go about his business and press the gear. After that, Dame Doku received a message about receiving an invisibility helmet and a mirror shield. Before she left, she turned to him and told him that she was waiting for him from a part-time job. When she was at home, she wrote to Persephone to ask if she knew a god named Elijah, but she had never heard of him. I fell on the bed thinking that I had guessed that she did not know this name. She also received another message in which she pushed her to have a relationship with Yu Damdok, even though she had already told her off for it. Even the last time when Yu Damdok said he recognized her friendship bracelet. She attacked me so suddenly that I was nervous. When I opened my eyes, I thought that not even a year had passed, but it felt like it had been an eternity, as if it could have been due to the endless repetition of past lives. She honestly told herself that she was tired of losing her comrades again and again, and that the loneliness in this world was gripping her more and more. And the pangs of conscience for not being able to save everyone, and the worry that she would never escape from this cycle. She wanted to run away because it was a very heavy burden, and she just wanted to live without knowing anything. As soon as the tears started to flow, the dragon's power of callousness, the suppression of all emotions, was activated. I picked myself up and gathered my thoughts because I couldn't waste time on useless things. She has to do everything she can. Yu Damdok is the only one who can get rid of the Eye of the Abyss and destroy it. And if he helps him with it this time, he will be able to leave this world forever. Meanwhile, Damdok and Elia were walking through a dense forest on Gorgon Island. I also wondered why the hell they had landed when they could have flown straight to Medusa. She replied that he was not going to tell her right away that he had come for her head, so she asked him to stop because he was talking too much. Dum Dum grumbled that although she was small, there was nothing cute about her. Elia told them to shut up and crouch down in front of them. They found what they were looking for without even being noticed, and she gestured with her hand. Damdok activated his new gear and launched an attack on her. When the sword passed through her head, I thought he was sorry because he had no grudges against her. But there were circumstances that required him to kill her in order to move on. Elia shouted at him that he was a fool for being in such a hurry. She shouted to run for it was not a jellyfish. Damdok shouted, and why she made a gesture to destroy it. She shouted that this was not true, and that Medusa had 2 sisters. Hearing the terrifying giggles of Damdok, he turned back and saw the body raise its head. Immortal monsters, fear-consuming snake deities, they were called the Gorgon sisters. Putting her head back on, one of the sisters wondered where she had gone, because she could smell a person. A friend came up and asked her why the plague was so noisy. Yawning, she added that she had also woken her up from such a sweet dream. But she told Sfina to calm down, that someone was trying to break in. Sfina smiled and told Evriel to get up, because who would want to come here? But if she wanted to, it was easy to check, and a red spark ran through her eye. She thus activated the skill of finding victims by the warmth of their skin and managed to see the offender. The system notified Dum Dum that his presence was detected, so the invisibility mode was turned off. Realizing that they were very strong, I decided to get away from there as soon as possible by racing the wind. Sfina was smiling not until a boy appeared on their territory. She shouted that it was mean to sneak up on the ladies and ordered her snakes to attack him, while the other sister was already in front of him and swung her fist at him. Ivriel's attack was very strong and fast, and it was a miracle that we managed to avoid it. Because of these twists and turns, she told him that he looked very appetizing when he moved like that, and to make it easier to eat, she would cut him very small. Damdok didn't like these words because he wasn't going to become dinner and kicked her in the tail to get her away from him. While I was dealing with one, my second sister Sfina sent snakes to attack from behind. I decided to try to evade them at first, because I had an idea. Activate the breakwater to cut off the snakes' heads one by one. Sfina appreciated it, because along with them, his blow hit her. And not only did he walk through it, but he managed to split it in half, which even excited her. Damdok, looking at what she was doing, was not pleasantly surprised because he had invested a carload of divine power and no harm was done. The Sphina hissed because she hadn't had such pleasure since she became immortal. She screamed at him to let her feel those unforgettable sensations again and attacked him. Since the snake attacks were not fast enough, he dodged them only by jumping up. But it was a diversionary maneuver so that the second sister could appear from behind and strike. The confrontation against the two of them became more difficult because Elijah was carrying as soon as he mentioned it, a huge piece of land appeared above them. Elia apologized for being late, but brought them a gift. She was holding not just any soil, but real black soil fertilized with manure to the brim. I smiled, eager to see if the immortals would suffocate in the shit. The huge piece she was holding fell to the bottom. It was the size of a mountain. Damn Doc, wiping himself down, said that he could have warned him. But she said she didn't see the point because if you wanted to deceive an enemy, you had to deceive an ally first. He also had to hurry because what she did would only help for a while. Then they would get out unharmed. It was hard to believe what she was saying, and to convince him, she said that if he survived, they were even more so because they were immortal. But there's an end to everything. Enough talking. It's time to go get Medusa's head. She's much weaker, so there won't be any problems. In the meantime, she would hold them back as long as he had to do his job and she had to do hers. At that time, their target was sitting on a rock a little further in the forest, admiring a bird. Dum-Dum crept up and hid in the tall grass, delighted to find her. Looking at her reflection on the shield, I could not believe that that girl could be Medusa. Because it had no snake hair, and if you look below, instead of a tail, it had legs. My senses and intuition were silent, and this made me doubt her even more. But it didn't matter. The discomfort was only because she looked like a human, and somehow she was a monster. After closing my eyes, I decided to do it in one motion, and at the moment of impact, the ground shook. The sisters broke out of the ground, and because the fight started, the ground was shaking. Also, his invisibility mode was removed because Medusa saw him. We had to deal with her as soon as possible before she understood anything. When the sword was in front of her neck, she shouted at him to stop and not to kill her. The sword did not move, and Medusa asked that she did not know who he was, but to spare her. The fact that she begged for mercy and did not even resist was very confusing. And it also made me think about the difference between him and the forgotten gods, because he is equal to them, since they don't care about good or evil. And if he destroys it now, he will be no different from them. Meanwhile, Evriel could not even think that someone like her would use necromancy. But it is useless because they are immortal beings, not like these skulls in her hands. If that's the end of the tricks and there are no talents, then it's time to wring her neck. As soon as she was about to strike Elia, she was engulfed in flames that appeared out of the blue. Damdoc stood in front of her and apologized for being late. The girl shouted out why it took him so long to destroy Medusa and whether it was not already so difficult. From the fiery whirlwind, Evriel quietly asked if they had already destroyed her sister. I did not understand why no one would leave her alone, her innocent younger sister, who could not even crush a bug. To avoid Uriel's attack, Elia jumped forward and activated her power. This stopped the attack because a huge pile of stones appeared in front of it. She shouted that this was childish play and that she would easily destroy the wall and hit it. When the wall fell down, she looked up and saw a baton flying a few centimeters in front of her eyes. She giggled and shouted, "It doesn't seem reasonable to go after an immortal being with a baton." But for some reason, at one point she fell to the ground and couldn't even move. Damdoc explained that she only relies on the immortality effect, so she doesn't dodge attacks. When Sphina saw that her sister did not get up, she screamed because it was impossible. In a fit of anger, she attacked Damdoc with snakes to avenge her sister. I fought back and thought that the snakes were not taking anything. They were constantly recovering, and at this rate of endurance, it could be the end. I needed a second way and wanted to try a little bit of a hand stretch to create a magic arrow. For a greater effect, he created a lot of them, and they began to get into the snakes one by one. Since they had regeneration, he would have an advantage in the number of attacks on them. Therefore, by aiming arrows at the snakes, he could get closer to them and hit them. Standing over her, he swung a baton and hit her on the head. Like her sister, she fell to the ground without moving because she was unconscious from the impact. Medusa immediately ran out and screamed for him to stop beating her sisters. She didn't understand why everyone was doing this to them. They hadn't done anything wrong to anyone. When Elia saw her, she immediately closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around herself. I shouted to the Dame Doc why she was still alive and to destroy her immediately. But she said that she could see that he was not a cruel person, that he could have destroyed her, but he spared her. So she asked him to stop. Dame Doc turned to Elia because he hadn't asked her before, but now he can't keep quiet. I'm sure she knew what Medusa was like from the very beginning, but she still wanted to destroy it. At first, she whispered quietly, "Does it really matter now?" But she immediately shouted that he had to do what he signed up for, so he shouldn't even think about taking the advance and refusing. I turned to Medusa because I wanted to ask her something. This is important because the answer must be honest, or the ability to turn anyone to stone was only for humans. She answered no. Then the second question was why the bird on her shoulder didn't turn to stone, because I saw her looking the bird straight in the eye. She didn't know because she was just taking care of him after he fell out of a tree when he was a baby. He was so frightened that he bit her finger, which left a scar. Ilya could not resist asking what kind of banalities they were talking about, and whether they had already come here to talk. I told him to stop wasting time, because he needed to overcome his fear and get rid of it. He sighed heavily and apologized to Medusa and aimed his blow directly at her. A long time ago, Medusa was imprisoned because of various rumors about her. But she was caught precisely because they said that she had hugged Poseidon in the temple of Athena. When she stood before Athena, she asked her how she dared to do such things in her temple. Medusa tried to explain to the goddess that she would never do such a thing. She was just talking to Poseidon. But Athena didn't believe it, saying that she was disgusted by such excuses, and she shouted at him to tell her what they were talking about. Without waiting for an answer, the goddess got angry and bored with her appearance. She stood up and loudly said that Medusa of the Gorgon family would be responsible for her actions. From this moment on, she can forget about her pretty face. Now everyone who looks at her will turn to stone. From now on, she dare not close her eyes. If she tears them out, the curse will move to her voice. If she cuts off her tongue, her limbs will be next. From now on, he must live forever regretting his stupid act. She felt insulted and unjustified that she had to go through this. Exhausted, she crouched on the floor and someone came up to her and said that he had finally found her. Poseidon said that she heard him talking about Athena behind her back. Of course it was an accident, and she understands that it doesn't seem fair to her. But he is the king of the sea, so he cannot allow rumors to spread that he insults his niece in her temple. But I could never have imagined that she would receive a punishment worse than losing her life, because she can't close her eyes anymore. And I didn't think that it also applies to eyelids, I finally told her. That there is one island that no one visits, and that if she hides there, she will not encounter anyone in exchange for keeping her secret, which will reduce the burden of her punishment. Damdoc's punch never reached Medusa's face, and he pointed his club to the side. He said that he did not even think about killing her now. He's sorry, of course, but he's had enough of it and won't give her Medusa's head. At first, Elia didn't know what to say to him because she was disappointed. She opened her mouth, called him names, and then started screaming that he had stabbed her in the back and that he needed to resist fear. But Damdoc said that one could not destroy someone out of necessity, because it would be a devilish act. She was at a loss for words because she had invested so much time and energy in this case and would end up disappointing him. Damdoc noticed this and asked if she was really hiding something. I asked him if this guy was the one who was obsessed with the jellyfish head. But Elijah asked her to shut up because she didn't have to report everything to him and she thought he was a useful guy. Then she moved a little further and disappeared, moving to some place. Medusa asked Dum Dum when she could finally open her eyes. While I was treating him, I thought that even the gods could not avoid turning to stone, so why didn't the sisters and the bird turn into stone? Then the thought came to me that perhaps the effect was hidden in the blood of Medusa herself. Nothing changed from just touching her blood, but when the blood got on his finger, the system said that if he drank her blood, he would gain new skills. Looking at my finger, I thought it looked like some kind of madness. Medusa was still anxious to open her eyes as soon as possible and kept asking for it. Although he did not know the consequences of trying to taste her blood for good luck, he put his finger in his mouth. And he was lucky that his resistance to fear increased, and he could now be face to face with Medusa, so he told her to open her eyes. She opened them. Damdock smiled and said she had blue eyes. He thought the eyes would be bright red or scary, but they were just beautiful. He also learned how to avoid the curse, but he felt sorry for causing her trouble, so now he will try to teach her how to do it. He apologized for beating her sisters and for making excuses, but he had to survive. But Medusa burst into tears because she was unfairly and terribly sad, and he tried to console her that they might try to lift her curse. Returning back to the human world, Ju Soyul asked to meet in an unusual place. He sat waiting on a bench until he was told to go to spa room number 32. The room was created specifically for high-class hunters, and it was said that they could restore mana and heal wounds here. It was very interesting to go inside and see how the door was opened by pushing the handle down, and there his pupils immediately narrowed and a question appeared. What is Leo Lux doing here and why is he still in Korea and hasn't flown home? He also thought about why he needed a mask in the sauna and was sure that he would be annoyed now. Leo Lux was the first to say that 3 days ago there was a gate breach and many people were injured, and he, a 7-star hunter, didn't even turn an ear as he sat in the sauna. Damdock threw his head back and asked me to stay out of it, as there was a lot going on in the world. The transmitter told Aaliyah to go to room number 32. She calmly entered their sauna with her hands in her pockets and her eyes closed. Damdock stood up and stared at her, wondering where she was coming from. But Leo Lux had the same reaction, and called her name and asked what she was doing here. He didn't believe it. He asked many times if it was his sister Elia who wanted him to, but it wasn't as important as the fact that she was alive. Dame Doc was already dizzy because after he called her sister, there were more questions than answers. But that's more why Leo Luke called Elia his sister. Ju So Young came in and said it was too gloomy for a brother and sister reunion. Dame Doc asked her what was going on, and she explained that Elia seemed suspicious, so she conducted her own investigation. As it turned out, none of the gods had ever heard of it or even had records of it. Then she began to have doubts that since there was nothing about her, she was a forgotten god, and no familiar energy emanated from her. Damdock also passed on her words that she said her name was not even worth anything. Ju So Young continued that she had the idea to search for it in other worlds and gathered information, and as it turned out, the answer was right under her nose. The number 1 hunter, Leo Lux, lost his sister with the same name, and a few days ago, after the mobilization order, she found out something. She doesn't stoop to the level of a forgotten god, even though her name is unknown to the gods, and she doesn't even have a part-time job. Ju So Young could not even imagine that there would be another person who could control the system of gods. Then I approached her and asked who she really was. Leo Lux jumped out of his seat and shouted that he didn't understand what she was talking about. He is also very grateful that she found his sister and does not even know how to thank her, but he did not understand what she was talking about. Aaliyah raised her finger in the air, and a strange green glow appeared around her brother. She told him to go back and not to try to find her again. When her brother disappeared, she said that it was okay, and she recognizes what Ju Soyul said. She also did a good job of conducting a secret investigation, which meant that she appreciated her. But seeing her anxious look, she was not wrong in thinking that no one else could manage the system but her. Poor and self-confident Ju Soyuzol did not really think that the world revolved around her. So let her continue to act like a good soothsayer because now she is interested in someone else. Aaliyah walked up to Damdock and looked him straight in the eye. She said they needed to talk and that he would have to pay for not living up to his name. Damdock said that he also had some questions for her. Aaliyah looked up and said that they would not be able to have a dialogue because they had an intruder, and a good place just happened to be available, a gate right above their house. The ceiling opened up above them and a whirlwind began to appear. Ju Soyul was shocked that the gate appeared here and looked at it with fear in her eyes. A column of dirt rose and she covered herself to avoid getting anything in her eyes. Damdock looked back and saw that they were in the middle of the gate. But how did she manage to walk carefully, as if she knew that there would be a gate here? Elijah started the conversation, and at first she thought he was a god pretending to be a man. Not an ordinary stone floating on the river, but a useful guy who can be called precious. Everything had been fine up to that point, but no matter how special a stone is, it will never change the flow of the river. What could never happen did happen, as he managed to deviate from the prophecy. Elijah looked at him and asked him, clearly pronouncing each word, who he really was. Damdock has nothing to hide because he's a simple man who happened to be a god, and the only thing he can do is use the system like Ju So-young. Elijah's look changed to one of surprise, because he is a man who knows how to manage the system. This could not have been in the prophecy. There was nothing like it. And it is never wrong to lift a huge stone with your strength over your head. And she threw it at Damn Doc, who was standing there watching it fly into him. Ju So-young appeared and cut the stone in two before it reached him. She looked at Elijah and asked if she thought her brute force attack would work. The girl took her hand away and repeated to her that she had already told her once that she was too arrogant. Aaliyah made the barrier break and then broke it down, saying that she hadn't been targeting this guy from the beginning. When the barrier broke down, Ju So-young looked out in fear because this little truth was not normal. But Aaliyah was fed up with this uncertainty, so she decided that they would end their lives here. The monsters that appeared after the barrier was destroyed were very strong and very diverse. They looked at the two people in front of their horde. Ju So-young turned around and looked at Aaliyah, asking if she even realized what she had done. All the monsters from the demon world can rush to the earth if it does not need them. To repel her attack, she pulled pillars out of the ground and threw them at her. Ju So-young was able to fight back and emerge unscathed from her attack. On top of all that, he managed to get behind Aaliyah's back very quickly. She saw this and appreciated that in just a couple of days she had managed to increase her strength so much. But Ju So-young shouted at her to shut up and answer only her questions or she would kill her. Aaliyah threw up her hands because in this situation, even the life of a normal bet, the world would not be safe if she destroyed it. I smiled and asked her what she thought, that she was familiar with this situation of unlocked gates and broken barriers, a large army of demons. Apparently, Ju So-young had had enough of what was going to happen. A message popped up that the dragon heartlessness power was in doubt. She shouted at Aaliyah why she was doing this because she was also a person with a family. But she looked at me with a strange look and said that she had already risked everything for the world he represented. It's all over because she can't change anything, no matter how hard she tries. Ju So-young saw the city destroyed and wondered if it would happen again. Not this time. She will lose again and see her friends and the world fall apart in her eyes. She accepted that perhaps it was her destiny to go through this for all eternity. But suddenly the stone pillar shattered into small pieces. Damn Doc told the girl that she was wrong because she was the only one here. He told her to look around because what they had built was not fragile enough to be destroyed by her single attempts. Adele Sharon took on creatures in the air by throwing fireballs. The summoned Cerberus roared furiously and tore apart the ground monsters that moved. ActionToon took on the bigger ones because his fighting skills were excellent. And Pekkurum killed in packs all the creatures that caught his eye. Damn Doc extended his hand to Ju So-young to help her to her feet. He needed her help because she was the only one who could handle her while he was looking for the core. She took him by the hand, stood up, then looked at him and told him to trust her. Aaliyah couldn't believe her eyes and shouted to you Damn Doc where they came from. But he didn't hear her because he was about to go look for the cannonball and Ju So-young was already coming. The kid shouted at them not to ignore her and threw stones at them. But Ju So-young easily repelled them by asking her if this was all she could do. Her dagger hit her clearly. She fell to her knees and blood dripped from her body. Ju So-young pointed a dagger at her and said she would give her one last chance to live, but she had to reveal her identity. But she smiled because, as she used to say, life is just a bet. She also won't be able to destroy it because it's under his supervision. Her eyes lit up, and she was warned that the eyes of the abyss were watching her. Fear of the abyss stopped all movements, and Ju So-young realized that it was the power of chaos. Aaliyah smiled and was ready to show her who she really was. She is the 100th child of the beginning, chosen by the earth goddess, and also a prophet chosen by chaos. The one who will destroy the world and bring salvation to the chaos of the evil she so wanted to destroy before her. Ju So-young nervously asked her that she knew who the god of chaos was and still served him, the same god who destroys entire dimensions. But she didn't care because he was the only one who accepted her. Today, she will leave here because the brighter the light, the blacker the shadow, and the darkness of the abyss will lead to the happy land of Tartarus. She turned around and warned her that starting today it would not be easy, because she recognized the cunning in you Damn Doc's face that she had been hiding well.